From the mysteries of time to the paradoxes of love, from the silence of death to the chaos of technology, these 100 philosophical concepts will challenge everything you think you know. Each topic is a doorway into deeper understanding, sparking curiosity and transforming how you see yourself in the world. But here's the twist. By the end, you might realize the biggest question isn't, "What do I believe?" but "How will I live?" Are you ready to find out? Number 1. The simulation hypothesis. Imagine for a moment that the world around you, the soft hum of your surroundings, the gentle rhythm of your breath, even the thoughts swirling in your mind, is not quite what it seems. What if this reality, so vivid and tangible, is actually an intricate illusion? This is the heart of the simulation hypothesis, a concept as profound as it is unsettling. The idea was first introduced by philosopher Nick Bostrom, who proposed a thought experiment both simple and staggering. He suggested that one of three possibilities must be true. Either civilizations never advance to the point where they can create hyper-realistic simulations, or if they do, they choose not to run them, or we ourselves are almost certainly living inside such a simulation. As you let this sink in, take a deep breath. Could it be that everything you perceive is nothing more than lines of code, meticulously crafted by beings far beyond our understanding? Picture, if you will, a video game character becoming self-aware. To them, their pixelated world would feel solid, real, and unshakable. They wouldn't know they were confined to a screen, governed by algorithms written by unseen hands. Now, apply that same logic to us. If a civilization far more advanced than ours could simulate consciousness, and many scientists believe this may someday be possible, then how can we dismiss the possibility that we're already part of such a construct? Consider the stars in the night sky, each one a pinprick of light against the infinite void. Think about the oceans, vast and teeming with life, or the delicate patterns of frost on a winter's morning. All these wonders might simply be illusions, generated to give the appearance of complexity. But why? Perhaps the simulation exists for research, a way to study the evolution of societies. Or maybe it's entertainment, a cosmic version of a virtual reality experience. We may never know. And yet, does it truly matter? What makes the simulation hypothesis so captivating is how it challenges our deepest assumptions. For centuries, humans have sought meaning in the universe, believing ourselves to occupy a special place within it. Yet, if we're living in a simulation, then all of existence takes on a new layer of abstraction. Our struggles, triumphs, and emotions become data points in a grand experiment. And yet, does that diminish their value? Not necessarily. Even if our lives are simulated, the experiences we have still feel real to us. Love, joy, sorrow, these remain profound regardless of whether they're authentic in the traditional sense. Pause here for a moment. Let yourself reflect on the enormity of this thought. If everything is a simulation, what changes? Do you live differently? Or does the mere act of questioning make your existence richer, deeper, more meaningful? There's also something oddly comforting about the hypothesis. If we're in a simulation, then perhaps there's a creator, a designer who set the parameters of this world. In a way, it echoes ancient religious ideas of God shaping creation. Only now, instead of divine beings, we envision hyper-intelligent programmers tinkering with variables. Either way, the notion invites humility. We're small, yes, but perhaps connected to something infinitely larger than ourselves. As you drift off tonight, consider this. If we're living in a simulation, then every action, every decision, every breath has been meticulously rendered. Even the quiet moments, the ones where you sit alone with your thoughts, are part of this grand design. And yet, isn't there beauty in that? Whether real or simulated, your life unfolds uniquely, moment by moment. So, as you close your eyes, ask yourself, does it matter whether this is a dream, a simulation, or ultimate reality? Or is it enough to simply exist, to marvel at the mystery of being? Number 2, the trolley problem. Imagine yourself standing beside a set of train tracks. In the distance, you see a trolley hurtling forward at an alarming speed, its brakes clearly useless. Ahead, on the main track, 5 people are tied down, unable to escape. But there's a lever within arm's reach. If you pull it, the trolley will divert to a side track, where, tragically, one person is also tied down. What do? This is the essence of the trolley problem, a moral dilemma that has fascinated philosophers and ethicists for decades. The scenario was first introduced by philosopher Philippa Foot in 1967 as a way to explore the complexities of utilitarianism. The idea that the right action is the one that maximizes overall well-being. At its core, the trolley problem asks us to weigh lives against each other. Do you sacrifice one life to save 5? Or does taking direct action to harm someone, even for a greater good, make you complicit in their death? Take a moment to sit with this thought. If you choose to pull the lever, you're actively deciding to end one life to preserve 5. It feels logical, doesn't it? After all, fewer lives are lost. But what about your role in the outcome? By pulling the lever, you've intervened, making yourself a participant in the tragedy. On the other hand, if you do nothing, the deaths of the 5 feel less personal, but can you truly absolve yourself of responsibility when you had the power to act? Now let's complicate things further. Imagine a variation of the scenario. Instead of a lever, you're standing on a footbridge above the tracks. Beside you is a large stranger. If you push them off the bridge onto the tracks below, their body will stop the trolley, saving the 5 people, but at the cost of their life. Does your answer change now? Many people who would pull the lever hesitate here, even though the math remains the same. 1 life for 5. Why does proximity matter so much? Is it easier to rationalize flipping a switch than physically pushing someone to their death? The trolley problem isn't just a theoretical exercise. It reflects real-world ethical dilemmas we face every day. Consider self-driving cars, for instance. If a vehicle must choose between swerving to avoid hitting pedestrians or protecting its passengers, how should it be programmed to decide? Or think about medical triage during emergencies. How do doctors prioritize limited resources when lives hang in the balance? These questions force us to confront uncomfortable truths about morality, fairness, and the value we place on human life. What makes the trolley problem so enduringly intriguing is how it reveals the tension between 2 schools of thought, utilitarianism and deontology. Utilitarians argue that the morally correct choice is the one that results in the greatest good for the greatest number. In this case, saving 5 lives over 1. Deontologists, however, insist that certain actions are inherently wrong, regardless of their consequences. To them, deliberately causing harm, whether through pulling a lever or pushing a person, is unacceptable no matter the outcome. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on your own instincts. Would you pull the lever? Push the stranger? Or freeze, unable to act? There's no universally right answer, only shades of gray that blur the line between logic and emotion. And perhaps that's the point. The trolley problem doesn't exist to provide answers. It exists to make us question our values, biases, and assumptions. As you drift deeper into thought, consider this. The trolley problem isn't just about hypothetical scenarios. It's a mirror reflecting the moral ambiguities of our everyday lives. Every decision we make carries weight, whether we realize it or not. From small choices like allocating time between loved ones to larger ones like voting on policies that affect entire communities, we're constantly navigating trade-offs. Number 3. Eternal Recurrence, Nietzsche. Imagine this. You are standing at the edge of time and a voice whispers to you that your life, every moment, every decision, every joy and sorrow, will repeat itself infinitely. Not just once but forever. The same conversations, the same heartaches, the same triumphs. Would you feel a sense of dread or peace? This is the essence of Friedrich Nietzsche's concept of eternal recurrence, a thought experiment that challenges us to confront the weight of our existence. Nietzsche introduced this idea not as a literal claim about the nature of time, but as a profound philosophical test. He asked, If you knew your life would play out again and again, exactly as it has, without change or escape, would you embrace it? Or would you recoil in regret? The eternal recurrence forces us to consider whether we are living authentically, fully, and without reservation. It asks us to imagine our lives as a circle rather than a line, a loop where every action echoes eternally. Take a moment to sit with this idea. If you had to relive today, tomorrow, and every day after, would you live differently? Would you savor the small moments more deeply? The warmth of sunlight on your skin, the laughter of a loved one, the quiet stillness of an evening alone? Or would the thought of repeating your struggles, the mistakes, the pain, the uncertainty, feel unbearable? Nietzsche believed that the way we answer this question reveals whether we are truly living a life worth living. The implications of eternal recurrence are both liberating and terrifying. On one hand, it invites us to embrace the present moment with absolute conviction. If this is all there is, if every second will return to us endlessly, then each choice becomes imbued with infinite significance. Every act of kindness, every creative endeavor, every moment of love takes on a cosmic weight. But on the other hand, it also demands accountability. If you wouldn't want to endure your regrets forever, then perhaps now is the time to change course. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on your own life. Are there days you wish you could erase? Moments you'd long to relive? Eternal recurrence strips away the illusion of linear progress, reminding us that what matters isn't how far we've come, but how deeply we've lived. It challenges the modern obsession with productivity and achievement, urging us instead to focus on the quality of our experiences. What would it mean to live as though this moment mattered infinitely? Consider this analogy. Imagine a painter working on a canvas. If they knew their painting would be displayed for eternity, would they approach each brushstroke with greater care? Would they pour their whole soul into the work, knowing it could never be undone? In the same way, eternal recurrence asks us to treat our lives as masterpieces, crafted with intention and purpose. It doesn't demand perfection, it simply asks for authenticity. As you let this thought settle, consider how it shifts your perspective. If every moment carries the weight of eternity, then even the smallest acts of courage, kindness, or self-expression become monumental. And yet, the idea also offers comfort. If life repeats itself, then nothing is ever truly lost. Every sunset, every smile, every fleeting spark of joy will return to you, over and over, like a melody played on an endless loop. Let that question linger as we transition to the next topic. How does the idea of infinite repetition shape the way we think about meaning, purpose, and the choices we make? Keep pondering because the journey continues. Number 4. Plato's Allegory of the Cave. Imagine a group of people who have lived their entire lives chained inside a dark cave. Their backs are turned to the entrance and they can only see the wall in front of them. Behind them, a fire burns, casting flickering shadows on the wall. These shadows, of objects, animals, and people passing between the fire and the prisoners, are all they've ever known. To them, these shadows are reality. They name them, argue about them, and believe they understand the world through these fleeting silhouettes. But what if one day one of the prisoners was freed? What would happen if they stepped out of the cave and into the light? This is the heart of Plato's Allegory of the Cave, a timeless metaphor for the journey from ignorance to enlightenment. Written over 2,000 years ago, it remains one of philosophy's most powerful images, a story that invites us to question how much of what we perceive is real, and how much is merely a shadow of truth. Take a moment to picture yourself as one of the prisoners. The shadows on the wall feel so solid, so certain. They shape your understanding of the world, even though they're just reflections of something greater. Now, imagine being dragged out of the cave into the sunlight. At first, the brightness would be blinding, almost painful. You'd struggle to make sense of this new reality, the vibrant colors, the depth of the landscape, the sheer vastness of it all. But gradually your eyes would adjust, and you'd realize that the shadows were never the whole truth. They were distortions, mere echoes of a deeper, more profound reality. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on how this allegory mirrors our own lives. How often do we mistake appearances for truth? We live in a world saturated with information, opinions, and distractions, our modern-day shadows. Social media feeds, headlines, advertisements, they all shape our perceptions, often without us questioning their validity. Like the prisoners in the cave, we risk mistaking illusions for reality unless we take the time to step back and seek clarity. But the allegory doesn't end there. Once the freed prisoner sees the truth, they feel compelled to return to the cave and share their discovery with the others. Yet, upon re-entering the darkness, they find themselves ridiculed, even attacked. The other prisoners refuse to believe them, clinging stubbornly to the comfort of their familiar shadows. This part of the story speaks to the resistance we often face when challenging deeply held beliefs or introducing new ideas. Truth, Plato suggests, is not always welcomed. It can be uncomfortable, even threatening. Consider this analogy. Think of education as the process of leaving the cave. Each book you read, each conversation you have, each experience that broadens your perspective brings you closer to the light. But enlightenment isn't a destination, it's an ongoing journey. Even those who glimpse the sun must remain humble, knowing that there is always more to learn, more to question, more to explore. As you reflect on this allegory, ask yourself, where are the caves in your own life? What shadows might you be mistaking for reality? And what steps could you take to move toward the light, however daunting that journey may seem? The beauty of Plato's vision lies in its optimism. It reminds us that while ignorance may confine us, knowledge has the power to set us free. Number 5. Free will versus determinism. Imagine standing at a crossroads faced with two paths. You feel the weight of the decision in your chest as though the choice is entirely yours to make. But what if that feeling is an illusion? What if every step you've ever taken, the decisions you thought were yours alone, were actually predetermined long before you were born? This is the heart of the debate between free will and determinism, one of philosophy's most enduring and profound questions. At its core, determinism suggests that everything in the universe unfolds according to cause and effect, like dominoes toppling in an unbroken chain. If we could somehow know every detail about the current state of the world, the position of every atom, the firing of every neuron, then, in theory, we could predict the future with perfect accuracy. From this perspective, your choices aren't truly free. They're the inevitable result of genetics, upbringing, environment, and countless other factors beyond your control. Take a moment to sit with this idea. If your life follows a script written by forces outside yourself, does that diminish your sense of agency? Or does it offer a kind of comfort, absolving you of responsibility for your actions? On the other side of the debate lies free will, the belief that you have the power to shape your destiny, to break free from the chains of causality. Free will champions argue that without it, concepts like morality, accountability, and personal growth lose their meaning. After all, how can you hold someone responsible for their actions if they had no real choice in the matter? Yet, even proponents of free will must grapple with the question of how much freedom we truly possess. Are we not influenced by our biology, our culture, our past experiences? And if so, how free can our will really be? Consider this analogy. Imagine a river flowing steadily toward the sea. The water represents the events of your life, while the riverbanks symbolize the constraints imposed by nature and nurture. Even as the water twists and turns, its course is shaped by the landscape around it. Now picture yourself as a leaf floating on the surface. You might drift slightly to the left or right, but ultimately the river determines your path. Is this a form of freedom? Or are you simply caught in the currents of inevitability? Philosophers have wrestled with these questions for centuries, proposing various frameworks to reconcile the tension. Compatibilists argue that free will and determinism aren't mutually exclusive, that even within a deterministic framework, we can still act freely as long as our choices align with our desires. Others embrace radical freedom, suggesting that humans have the capacity to transcend their circumstances and create entirely new possibilities. Still, some lean toward hard determinism, rejecting the notion of free will altogether and viewing human behavior as nothing more than the product of physical laws. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on your own life. Think about the choices you've made, the big ones like career paths or relationships, and the small ones like what to eat for breakfast. Do you feel in control of those decisions, or do you sense the pull of unseen forces guiding you? Perhaps the answer lies somewhere in between, a delicate interplay of freedom and constraint. The implications of this debate extend far beyond abstract philosophy. They touch every aspect of our lives, from how we view justice and punishment to how we understand love, creativity, and ambition. If free will is an illusion, then forgiveness takes on a different tone. Not absolution for wrongdoing, but recognition of the circumstances that led someone astray. Conversely, if free will exists, then each of us bears the full weight of our choices for better or worse. As you reflect on this tension between fate and freedom, consider how it shapes your understanding of yourself and the world around you. Whether you see yourself as the author of your story or a character following a pre-written script, the question itself invites deeper introspection. A reminder that the search for meaning is often more important than the answers we find. Number 6. Schrodinger's cat. Imagine a cat sealed inside a box with a peculiar contraption. A vial of poison, a radioactive atom, and a mechanism that will shatter the vial if the atom decays. Now here's the twist. Until someone opens the box to check, the cat exists in a state of limbo, simultaneously alive and dead. This is Schrodinger's cat, one of the most famous thought experiments in quantum mechanics, designed not to solve a mystery but to highlight the absurdity of how we understand reality at its smallest scales. Erwin Schrödinger proposed this scenario in 1935 as a way to critique the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, which suggests that particles exist in multiple states at once, a phenomenon called superposition, until they are observed. In the microscopic world of quantum physics, this idea works perfectly well. Electrons, for example, can occupy two places or states simultaneously until measured. But when applied to something as tangible as a cat, the implications become deeply unsettling. How can something as large and complex as a living creature be both alive and dead at the same time? Take a moment to sit with this paradox. The cat's dual existence isn't just a quirky quirk of science fiction. It's a reflection of how quantum mechanics challenges our intuitive understanding of reality. On the surface, it seems absurd. How could anything be in two contradictory states at once? And yet, this is precisely what happens at the subatomic level. Particles don't choose their state until they're observed, as though the act of looking forces them to make up their minds. Consider this analogy. Imagine flipping a coin and catching it without looking at the result. Until you glance at it, the coin exists in a kind of limbo, not heads, not tails, but both at the same time. Opening your hand to see the outcome collapses the possibilities into one definitive reality. In the same way, Schrödinger's cat remains suspended between life and death until the box is opened. But unlike the coin, the stakes feel impossibly high. A cat's life, or death, isn't something we're comfortable leaving to chance or interpretation. The thought experiment also raises profound questions about the role of the observer. Does reality depend on being perceived? If no one ever opens the box, does the cat remain forever in superposition? Or does the universe somehow know the outcome regardless of human involvement? These questions blur the line between science and philosophy, forcing us to confront the limits of our knowledge and the nature of existence itself. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of this idea. If particles only settle into a single state when observed, then does consciousness play a fundamental role in shaping reality? Could the act of observation, whether by humans, animals, or even machines, be what gives the universe its structure? Or is there another explanation, one that doesn't require an observer at all? Schrödinger's cat has captured the public imagination because it bridges the gap between the bizarre world of quantum mechanics and the everyday experiences we take for granted. It reminds us that reality is far stranger than it appears, full of uncertainties and ambiguities that resist easy answers. Yet it also invites wonder. The fact that we live in a universe where such paradoxes exist is a testament to its complexity, and perhaps its beauty. As you reflect on this enigmatic feline, consider how it challenges your assumptions about certainty, observation, and the very fabric of existence. Whether the cat is alive, dead, or somewhere in between, the thought experiment itself is a reminder that some mysteries are worth pondering, even if they leave us questioning everything we thought we knew. Number 7. Brain in a vat. Imagine this. Your entire life, every memory, every sensation, every thought, is nothing more than an elaborate illusion. You are not sitting where you think you are, reading these words or listening to this voice. Instead, your brain floats in a vat of nutrient-rich fluid, connected to wires that feed it electrical signals. These signals simulate the sights, sounds, and feelings of a world that doesn't actually exist. How would you ever know? This is the essence of the brain in a vat hypothesis, a philosophical thought experiment that probes the nature of reality and the limits of human perception. At first glance, the idea might seem like science fiction, a plotline from a dystopian movie or novel. But when you stop to think about it, the question becomes unsettlingly profound. How can you be certain that what you experience is real? After all, everything you perceive, the warmth of sunlight, the taste of coffee, the sound of birdsong, is processed through your brain. Your senses don't give you direct access to the external world, they translate data into experiences. If someone, or something, were clever enough to manipulate those signals, could they create an entirely convincing simulation? Take a moment to sit with this idea. Picture yourself reaching out to touch the table in front of you. You feel its solidity, its texture, its weight. But what if that sensation isn't coming from a physical object at all? What if it's being artificially generated, indistinguishable from real touch? The same goes for everything else. The people you love, the places you visit, even the passage of time itself. If your brain were disconnected from your body and hooked up to a machine, could you tell the difference between the simulated world and the real one? This thought experiment has deep roots in philosophy, particularly in skepticism, the school of thought that questions whether knowledge is truly attainable. René Descartes famously grappled with similar doubts when he wrote, "I think, therefore I am." He reasoned that while he couldn't trust his senses, he could at least be sure of his own existence because he was capable of thought. But the brain in a vat takes skepticism further, challenging not just sensory evidence but the very foundation of our understanding of self and reality. Consider this analogy. Imagine wearing a pair of virtual reality goggles so advanced that they perfectly replicate the world around you. You walk down a street, hear conversations, smell fresh bread from a bakery, all without realizing you're still sitting in your living room. Now, extend that analogy beyond technology. What if there are no goggles, no machines, no external markers to reveal the truth? What if the illusion begins before you're even aware of yourself? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of this idea. If you can't prove that you're not a brain in a vat, does it matter? Does the nature of reality lose significance if the simulation feels authentic? Or does the uncertainty invite a deeper appreciation for the moments we experience, regardless of their origin? The brain in a vat also raises ethical and existential questions. If our reality is simulated, who, or what, is responsible for creating it? Are we part of an experiment run by future humans, an alien civilization, or some higher intelligence? And if so, why? Is it for research, entertainment, or something else entirely? Furthermore, if our experiences are artificial, do concepts like morality, love, and meaning still hold value? Or are they simply constructs within the simulation? As you reflect on this unsettling possibility, consider how it shapes your perspective on life. Whether or not we're brains in vats, The fact that we can ask such questions speaks to the extraordinary capacity of human thought. It reminds us that reality, whatever it may be, is infinitely complex, and perhaps that's enough. Number 8. Absurdism, Camus. Imagine waking up one morning and realizing that life has no inherent meaning. No grand purpose, no ultimate truth, no cosmic plan waiting to be discovered. The universe is indifferent, vast, and silent, offering no answers to the questions that burn within us. This is the essence of absurdism, a philosophy articulated by Albert Camus in the mid-20th century. It's not a bleak pronouncement but rather an invitation to confront the absurdity of existence and find freedom in its embrace. At the heart of absurdism lies a simple yet profound observation. Humans are meaning-seeking creatures living in a meaningless world. We yearn for clarity, purpose, and connection, yet the universe remains indifferent to our desires. This tension, the clash between our longing for significance and the cold reality of an uncaring cosmos, creates what Camus calls the absurd. It's not that life is inherently tragic or hopeless, it's that we're caught in a paradox, forever searching for something that doesn't exist. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Picture yourself standing at the edge of the ocean, staring out at the endless horizon. You call out, hoping for a response, but the waves simply crash against the shore, indifferent to your presence. That silence, the absence of an answer, is the absurd. Yet, Camus argues, it's precisely in this silence that we discover our freedom. If there's no predetermined meaning to life, then we're free to create our own. We can live authentically, without being bound by external expectations or illusions of destiny. Consider this analogy. Imagine Sisyphus, the figure from Greek mythology condemned by the gods to roll a boulder up a hill, only for it to tumble back down each time he nears the top. His task is endless, repetitive, and seemingly futile, a perfect metaphor for the human condition. And yet, Camus declares that we must imagine Sisyphus happy. Why? Because in accepting the absurdity of his situation, he transcends it. He finds joy not in completion but in the act itself, in the struggle, in the defiance of meaninglessness. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on your own struggles. Think about the times you felt lost, disillusioned, or overwhelmed by the apparent randomness of life. Have you ever searched for answers that never came? Or clung to beliefs or goals that ultimately left you feeling empty? Absurdism doesn't deny the pain of these moments, it embraces them as part of the human experience. It reminds us that suffering and uncertainty aren't signs of failure, they're proof that we're alive, grappling with the mysteries of existence. The implications of absurdism are both liberating and challenging. On one hand, it frees us from the pressure to find the right path, or fulfill some universal purpose. There's no single way to live a meaningful life because meaning is subjective, personal, and self-created. On the other hand, it demands courage. To face the absurd requires honesty and resilience, to acknowledge the void without succumbing to despair, to reject false comforts while still finding reasons to move forward. Absurdism also invites rebellion. Camus encourages us to rebel against the absurd not by denying it but by embracing it fully. In doing so, we affirm life despite its lack of inherent meaning. We choose to love, to create, to laugh, to fight. Not because these actions guarantee fulfillment but because they make life worth living. Each moment becomes an act of defiance, a declaration that even in the face of chaos, we will persist. As you reflect on this philosophy, consider how it might shape your approach to life. What would it mean to live as though every choice, every action, were an expression of your freedom? How might you find beauty in the ordinary, joy in the fleeting, and strength in the struggle? Absurdism doesn't provide answers, it invites you to create your own. And perhaps that's the most empowering realization of all. Number 9. Utilitarianism versus Deontology. Imagine you're standing on a bridge overlooking a bustling city street. Below, you see a runaway trolley speeding toward 5 unsuspecting pedestrians. You have the power to save them, but only by pushing a large stranger off the bridge to stop the trolley. Would you do it? Your answer might depend on whether you lean toward utilitarianism or deontology, two opposing ethical frameworks that shape how we think about right and wrong. Utilitarianism, championed by philosophers like Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill, tells us that the morally correct action is the one that produces the greatest good for the greatest number. In this view, morality is a calculation, a weighing of outcomes. If sacrificing one life saves 5, then the math seems clear. Push the stranger. The end justifies the means. But take a moment to sit with that decision. Does it feel right? Even if it maximizes happiness, does it align with your sense of justice? Deontology, rooted in the work of Immanuel Kant, takes a very different approach. It argues that certain actions are inherently right or wrong, regardless of their consequences. For a deontologist, pushing the stranger would be unacceptable because it violates a fundamental moral principle. You should never treat a person merely as a means to an end. Each individual has intrinsic worth, and using someone, even for a noble purpose, undermines their dignity. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on this tension. Would you prioritize the survival of the many, or uphold the inviolable rights of the individual? Consider this analogy. Imagine you're a doctor faced with 5 patients in desperate need of organ transplants. One healthy person walks into your clinic. From a utilitarian perspective, harvesting their organs could save 5 lives at the cost of 1. A net gain. But from a deontological standpoint, such an act would be unconscionable. It reduces the healthy person to a tool, violating their autonomy and humanity. This stark contrast highlights the core divide between these philosophies. Utilitarianism focuses on results, while deontology centers on principles. Pause here for a moment. Think about the decisions you've made in your own life. Have you ever chosen what seemed like the greater good, even if it meant bending or breaking a rule? Or have you stood firm on principle, even when it led to less favorable outcomes? Both approaches have their strengths and weaknesses. Utilitarianism offers a pragmatic way to evaluate choices, ensuring we consider the broader impact of our actions. Yet, it risks justifying harm if the numbers add up. Deontology provides a moral compass, grounding us in universal principles. But it can feel rigid, leaving little room for nuance or compassion in complex situations. The debate between utilitarianism and deontology isn't just academic. It plays out in real-world dilemmas every day. Should governments implement policies that benefit the majority, even if they disadvantage minorities? Is it ethical to lie to protect someone's feelings? How do we balance competing values like fairness, empathy, and duty? These questions don't have easy answers, but they force us to confront the limits of any single ethical framework. As you reflect on this philosophical tug-of-war, consider how it shapes your understanding of morality. Do you find yourself drawn to the cold logic of utilitarian calculations, or the steadfast conviction of deontological principles? Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in between, a blend of both perspectives tailored to the complexities of each situation. After all, ethics isn't about finding a perfect formula. It's about navigating the gray areas with wisdom and care. Number 10. Existential Crisis. Imagine lying awake at night, staring at the ceiling as a heavy question begins to take shape in your mind. What is the point of it all? It's not just about today or tomorrow, it's about everything. Your career, your relationships, your dreams. Suddenly, the routines and goals that once felt so meaningful seem hollow, like sand slipping through your fingers. This is the essence of an existential crisis. A moment when the foundations of purpose and identity crumble, leaving you face to face with the vast, indifferent universe. At its core, an existential crisis arises from confronting life's fundamental uncertainties. Why are we here? What does it mean to live a good life? Is there any significance to our actions if, in the grand scheme of things, we're just tiny specks in an infinite cosmos? These questions aren't new. They've haunted humanity for centuries, but they feel particularly acute in modern times. In a world filled with endless choices, constant connectivity, and shifting values, it's easy to lose sight of what truly matters. Take a moment to sit with this feeling. Picture yourself standing on a mountaintop, gazing out at the horizon. The view is breathtaking, but as you look closer, you notice how small you are against the enormity of the landscape. That awe-inspiring beauty can quickly turn into a sense of insignificance. You begin to wonder, if my existence will one day vanish without a trace, why bother striving for anything at all? This tension between meaninglessness and purpose lies at the heart of existentialism, a philosophy explored by thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, and Albert Camus. They didn't shy away from the discomfort of these questions. Instead, they embraced them as opportunities for liberation. Sartre famously declared that existence precedes essence, meaning we are not born with a predetermined purpose. We create it through our choices and actions. De Beauvoir expanded on this idea, emphasizing that freedom comes with responsibility. We must define ourselves in a world that offers no guarantees. And Camus, as we've seen before, encouraged us to rebel against the absurd by finding joy in the act of living itself. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on your own moments of doubt. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by the weight of expectations, societal, familial, or self-imposed? Or perhaps you've questioned whether your achievements will matter in the long run. These feelings are not signs of failure. They're proof that you're engaging deeply with life. An existential crisis isn't something to fear. It's an invitation to reevaluate, to strip away what no longer serves you, and to rebuild with intention. Consider this analogy. Imagine building a house on shaky ground. At first, everything seems stable, but over time, cracks begin to appear. The walls wobble, the roof sags, and eventually the structure collapses. But here's the thing. Now you have the chance to start again, this time with stronger materials and a clearer vision. In the same way, an existential crisis forces you to dismantle old beliefs and assumptions, making space for something more authentic and resilient. The experience of grappling with meaning, or the lack thereof, can be both unsettling and transformative. It challenges you to ask hard questions. Who am I beyond my roles and labels? What brings me genuine fulfillment? How do I want to spend my finite time on earth? There are no universal answers, only personal ones. For some, meaning comes from connection, family, friends, community. For others, it's found in creativity, exploration, or service to others. And for many, it's simply about embracing the present moment, letting go of the need for certainty. As you reflect on the nature of an existential crisis, consider how it might serve as a catalyst for growth. Rather than seeing it as a void, think of it as a blank canvas, an opportunity to paint your own picture of what it means to live fully. After all, the absence of inherent meaning doesn't diminish the richness of life. It amplifies the importance of the choices we make. Each decision becomes an act of creation, each moment a chance to affirm our presence in a fleeting, beautiful world. Number 11. Hard problem of consciousness. Imagine staring into a mirror, not at your reflection but at the mind behind your eyes, the part of you that sees, feels, and thinks. What is this you that experiences the world? Why does the brain, a lump of flesh made up of neurons firing electrical signals, give rise to something as intangible and profound as subjective experience? This is the essence of the hard problem of consciousness, a question that has baffled philosophers, neuroscientists, and thinkers for centuries. The term was coined by philosopher David Chalmers in 1995 to distinguish between two kinds of questions about the mind. The easy problems of consciousness involve understanding how the brain processes information, controls behavior, or integrates sensory data, tasks we can tackle with scientific methods. But the hard problem goes deeper. Why does any of this biological activity result in experience itself? Why do we see colors instead of processing wavelengths of light? Why do we feel pain rather than simply reacting to stimuli? Why is there something it is like to be you? Take a moment to sit with this mystery. Close your eyes and focus on the sensation of being alive. The hum of awareness, the flicker of thoughts passing through your mind, the weight of emotions settling in your chest. Now ask yourself, where does this come from? How does matter, atoms, molecules, cells, produce the vivid, ineffable quality of existence known as qualia? No equation, no scan, no experiment has yet been able to bridge the gap between physical processes and the inner world of experience. Consider this analogy. Imagine a perfectly designed robot programmed to mimic human behavior. It smiles when happy, recoils from harm, and even describes its surroundings in detail. Yet, would it truly feel anything? Or would it simply simulate responses without ever knowing what it means to see red, taste chocolate, or ache with longing? This thought experiment highlights the crux of the hard problem, explaining how raw data becomes rich experience. We know how brains work, more or less, but we don't know why they produce the luminous first-person reality we all inhabit. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of this enigma. If science cannot explain consciousness, does that mean it lies beyond the reach of empirical investigation? Some argue that consciousness might be fundamental, a basic property of the universe like space, time, or gravity. Others suggest it emerges from complexity, much like wetness arises from water molecules interacting in large numbers. Still, others propose radical ideas such as panpsychism, which posits that consciousness exists in some form in all matter, from electrons to elephants. Each theory offers a glimpse into the abyss, but none provides a definitive answer. The hard problem also challenges our assumptions about life and intelligence. If machines one day achieve artificial general intelligence, AGI, will they possess consciousness? Or will they remain sophisticated calculators, devoid of an inner life? And if consciousness is indeed tied to biology, does that make humans uniquely special, or merely prisoners of our own neural wiring? As you reflect on these questions, consider how they shape your understanding of yourself and others. Every interaction you have, every relationship you build, hinges on the shared assumption that other minds exist, that the people around you are not automatons but beings who feel joy, sorrow, love, and pain just as you do. Yet, the hard problem reminds us that this assumption rests on shaky ground. We can never truly step inside another person's experience, nor can we fully articulate our own. Consciousness is both intimate and elusive, a paradox wrapped in silence. Though the hard problem may never yield a solution, it invites us to marvel at the miracle of awareness. To be conscious, to perceive, to wonder, to dream, is to participate in one of the greatest mysteries of existence. Perhaps the point isn't to solve it but to embrace the wonder it inspires. After all, the fact that we can ask, "Why am I aware?" is itself a testament to the extraordinary phenomenon of being. Number 12, Ship of Theseus. Imagine a ship setting sail on a vast, endless sea. Over time, its wooden planks begin to wear down from the salt water and storms. One by one, the crew replaces each damaged plank with a new one, until eventually, every single piece of the original vessel has been swapped out. Is it still the same ship? This is the heart of the Ship of Theseus paradox, a thought experiment that challenges our understanding of identity, change, and what it means to remain the same over time. The origins of this puzzle trace back to ancient Greece, where philosophers like Heraclitus and later Plutarch grappled with questions about permanence and transformation. The paradox deepens if we add another twist. Suppose all the discarded planks are gathered and used to build a second ship, identical in form to the original. Which of the two ships, if either, is the true ship of Theseus? Take a moment to sit with this question. It's not just about boats, it's about how we define ourselves and the things we hold dear. Consider this analogy. Think of your own body. Every 7 years or so, nearly all the cells in your body have been replaced through natural processes. Are you still the same person you were a decade ago? What about your memories, personality, or beliefs? Aren't they constantly evolving too? If everything about you changes over time, what anchors your sense of self? Is it your physical continuity, your experiences, or something deeper that defies explanation? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the objects and relationships in your life. Think about an old family heirloom, passed down through generations. If parts of it were repaired or replaced, would it lose its sentimental value? Or consider a favorite childhood toy. You might remember it fondly even though its paint has chipped and its fabric has faded. Does its essence persist despite the physical alterations? And if so, where does that essence reside? The Ship of Theseus also invites us to explore the tension between substance and identity. On one hand, we tend to associate objects and people with their material components. A chair is still a chair even if you replace a leg or repaint it. But at what point does the accumulation of changes render it something entirely new? On the other hand, identity often transcends mere matter. It's tied to history, function, and meaning. A violin played by a virtuoso carries significance beyond its wood and strings because of the stories it embodies. This paradox extends far beyond ships and bodies. It touches everything that evolves over time. Cities rebuilt after disasters, institutions reshaped by new leadership, cultures transformed by migration and innovation. At what point does something cease to be itself and become something else entirely? And who gets to decide? As you reflect on these questions, consider how they shape your understanding of growth and impermanence. Change is inevitable, whether in yourself, your surroundings, or the world at large. Yet, amidst the flux, there's often a thread of continuity that allows us to say, "This is still me," or "This is still my home." Perhaps identity isn't about resisting change but embracing it while holding on to what matters most. After all, the Ship of Theseus doesn't stop being a ship just because its parts have changed. It keeps sailing forward, carrying its legacy into uncharted waters. Number 13, Pascal's Wager. Imagine standing at a crossroads, faced with a decision that could determine the course of your eternal future. On one path lies belief in God, on the other, disbelief. You don't have proof either way, no divine sign, no irrefutable evidence. But what if the stakes are infinite? What if believing in God offers the possibility of eternal happiness, while rejecting Him risks eternal loss? This is the essence of Pascal's Wager, a pragmatic argument for faith proposed by the 17th century French philosopher and mathematician Blaise Pascal. At its core, Pascal's Wager isn't about proving the existence of God, it's about making a calculated bet. Pascal reasoned that if you believe in God and He exists, you gain everything: salvation, eternal joy, and peace. If you believe and He doesn't exist, you lose little, perhaps some worldly pleasures or time spent in religious devotion. But if you don't believe and He does exist, the consequences could be catastrophic: eternal punishment or separation from the divine. In this framework, belief becomes the safer wager, a rational choice based not on certainty but on risk management. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Picture yourself weighing the options like a gambler at a cosmic roulette table. The potential reward for belief is infinite, while the cost of disbelief could be equally vast. Even if the odds of God's existence seem slim, infinity tips the scales. As Pascal famously wrote, "If you win everything. If you lose nothing." It's an argument rooted in logic rather than emotion, appealing to our instinct for self-preservation. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of this wager. Does it feel satisfying or unsettling? Critics of Pascal's reasoning argue that belief shouldn't be reduced to a cold calculation. Faith, they contend, requires sincerity, not strategy. Can you truly choose to believe in something simply because it's practical? And what about the multitude of religions and gods throughout history? How do you decide which one to wager on? These questions reveal the limitations of Pascal's wager as a philosophical tool, yet they also highlight its enduring power to provoke thought. Consider this analogy: imagine buying insurance for your home. You hope you'll never need it, but the potential cost of disaster makes the investment worthwhile. Similarly, Pascal suggests that believing in God is like taking out spiritual insurance, a hedge against the unknown. Yet, unlike insurance, belief often demands more than money. It asks for trust, commitment, and transformation. For some, this might feel like a small price to pay for eternal security. For others, it raises deeper questions about authenticity and autonomy. As you reflect on Pascal's wager, consider how it shapes your understanding of faith, reason, and uncertainty. Is belief a matter of evidence, emotion, or existential strategy? Or is it something beyond calculation altogether? Perhaps the wager's true value lies not in convincing us to believe but in reminding us of life's profound mysteries, the limits of human knowledge and the weight of our choices. Ultimately, Pascal's wager invites us to confront the ambiguity of existence. Whether or not we accept his argument, it challenges us to think deeply about what we value, what we fear, and how we navigate the vast unknowns of life. After all, in a universe filled with unanswered questions, even the act of placing a bet can be an expression of hope or humility. Number 14. Liar Paradox. Imagine a sentence that says, "This statement is false." At first glance, it seems simple enough, a declaration about its own truthfulness. But as you think about it more deeply, the ground begins to shift beneath your feet. If the statement is true, then what it claims must hold. It is false. But if it's false, then it isn't false, meaning it must be true. And around we go, caught in an endless loop of contradiction. This is the essence of the liar paradox, a puzzle that has fascinated philosophers, logicians, and linguists for centuries. At its heart, the liar paradox exposes a fundamental tension in our understanding of language and truth. We tend to assume that statements are either true or false, a principle known as the law of bivalence. Yet the liar paradox defies this binary logic, forcing us to confront the limits of human reasoning. Take a moment to sit with this idea. What happens when words turn back on themselves, creating a self-referential tangle? Is it a flaw in language, or does it reveal something deeper about the nature of meaning? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on how often we rely on language to make sense of the world. Words are tools. We use them to describe reality, express emotions, and communicate ideas. But what if those tools aren't as reliable as they seem? The liar paradox suggests that language can become a hall of mirrors, reflecting endlessly without ever resolving into clarity. It's not just a playful riddle. It's a reminder that even our most basic assumptions about truth and falsehood may be more fragile than we realize. Consider this analogy. Imagine standing between two mirrors, each reflecting the other infinitely. No matter how far you look, there's no end to the reflections. They just keep repeating, growing smaller but never disappearing. The liar paradox works in much the same way. Each attempt to resolve the contradiction only leads back to the starting point, leaving us trapped in a cycle of paradoxical reasoning. Philosophers have wrestled with this problem for millennia. Some propose solutions by redefining truth or introducing new logical frameworks. For example, one approach suggests that some statements are neither true nor false but undefined, occupying a gray area outside traditional logic. Others argue that self-reference itself is the culprit, that sentences like the liar paradox break the rules of meaningful discourse. Still, others embrace the paradox as evidence of the complexity and richness of language, suggesting that contradictions aren't flaws but features of how we think and communicate. As you reflect on the liar paradox, consider how it shapes your understanding of truth and communication. In everyday life, we rarely encounter such blatant contradictions, but subtle forms of the paradox lurk everywhere. Think about political spin, advertising slogans, or even personal promises. How often do people say things that seem to mean one thing while implying another? Language is messy, full of ambiguities and double meanings, and the liar paradox reminds us to tread carefully when navigating its twists and turns. Ultimately, the liar paradox invites us to marvel at the intricacies of thought and expression. While it may frustrate our desire for neat answers, it also sparks curiosity and wonder. After all, the fact that we can construct such paradoxes, and spend centuries pondering them, is a testament to the power of the human mind. Perhaps the real lesson lies not in solving the paradox but in embracing the mystery it reveals. That language, like life itself, is both beautiful and bewildering. Number 15, Teletransportation Paradox. Imagine stepping into a futuristic chamber, pressing a button, and instantly appearing on the other side of the world, or even in another galaxy. This is the promise of teletransportation, a concept often explored in science fiction but deeply rooted in philosophical inquiry. But here's the catch. What if, instead of simply moving you, the machine destroys your original body and creates an exact replica at the destination? Would that new version still be you? Or would it be something, or someone, else entirely? This is the heart of the teletransportation paradox, a thought experiment that challenges our understanding of identity, continuity, and what it means to exist. At first glance, teletransportation seems like a marvel of convenience. You step into the machine, your atoms are scanned and disassembled, and a perfect copy is reassembled elsewhere. From the outside, nothing has changed. You look the same, think the same, and remember everything up to the moment of teleportation. But take a moment to sit with this idea. If the original you ceases to exist during the process, is the person who emerges truly the same individual? Or is it merely a duplicate, a being with identical memories and personality but no real connection to the original? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on what makes you you. Is it your physical body, composed of ever-changing cells and molecules? Is it your consciousness, the stream of thoughts, feelings, and experiences that define your inner life? Or is it something deeper, something ineffable that transcends both the material and the mental? The teletransportation paradox forces us to confront these questions by blurring the line between survival and replacement. Consider this analogy. Imagine writing a letter by hand, then scanning it into a computer and printing out an identical copy. You burn the original. Is the printed version still your letter? It contains the same words, the same meaning, but does it carry the same essence? Now apply this to yourself. If every atom of your body is destroyed and reconstructed elsewhere, have you truly traveled, or have you died and been replaced by a flawless imitation? Philosophers have debated this paradox for decades, offering various interpretations. Some argue that personal identity is tied to psychological continuity. If the new version remembers being you and acts as you would, then it is you, regardless of physical destruction. Others insist that identity requires more than mere replication. It demands uninterrupted existence. Still, others propose radical ideas such as the notion that there is no singular self to begin with, that we are constantly changing moment by moment, and the idea of a fixed identity is itself an illusion. As you reflect on this dilemma, consider how it shapes your understanding of mortality and transformation. If teletransportation were possible, would you use it? Would you trust that the person stepping out of the machine is still you? Or would you see it as a form of death, followed by the creation of a stranger who happens to share your memories? These questions aren't just theoretical. They mirror real-life anxieties about change, loss, and the passage of time. Every day, parts of us fade away, cells die, relationships evolve, perspectives shift, and yet we continue to identify as the same person. What anchors us through the chaos? Ultimately, the teletransportation paradox invites us to ponder the fragile nature of selfhood. Whether or not teleportation becomes a reality, the paradox reveals how tenuous our sense of identity can be. It reminds us that existence is not static. It's a dynamic interplay of matter, memory, and meaning. And perhaps that's the most profound takeaway. The question of whether the teleported version is you matters less than the realization that you are always becoming something new. Number 16. Marry the color scientist. Imagine a brilliant scientist named Mary, who has spent her entire life in a black and white room. She studies the science of color, how light waves interact with the eye, how neurons fire in response to different wavelengths, and how the brain processes visual information. Mary knows everything there is to know about the physics and biology of color. Yet she has never actually seen color herself. One day, the door to her monochrome world opens and she steps outside, experiencing the vivid red of a rose for the first time. The question arises, does Mary learn something new in that moment? And if so, what does it reveal about the nature of knowledge and experience? This thought experiment, proposed by philosopher Frank Jackson in 1982, challenges our understanding of consciousness and the limits of scientific explanation. On the surface, it seems straightforward. Mary knows all the objective facts about color. But when she sees red for the first time, isn't there something ineffable, a subjective quality, that no amount of textbook knowledge could have prepared her for? This is the essence of the Mary the Color Scientist paradox, a cornerstone of debates about qualia, the individual instances of subjective experience, and the so-called hard problem of consciousness. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Picture yourself as Mary, stepping out of the black and white room into a world bursting with hues you've only ever studied in theory. What would it feel like to see blue skies or green grass for the first time? Would your prior knowledge make the experience more meaningful, or less surprising? Or would the sheer newness of it overwhelm any intellectual preparation you had? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the distinction between knowing about something and experiencing it directly. Science excels at explaining the mechanics of reality, the how of things, but it often struggles to capture the what it's like. For example, you can describe the wavelength of light that corresponds to the color red, but can you convey the sensation of seeing it? The taste of chocolate? The feeling of joy? These are examples of qualia, the raw, unfiltered experiences that shape our inner lives, and they seem to exist beyond the reach of objective measurement. Consider this analogy. Imagine reading every book ever written about swimming. You memorize the techniques, understand the physics of buoyancy, and even watch countless videos of swimmers gliding through water. But until you jump into a pool yourself, can you truly claim to know what it feels like to swim? Similarly, Mary's encounter with color highlights the gap between theoretical knowledge and lived experience. It suggests that there are aspects of reality, perhaps the most important ones, that cannot be fully captured by facts alone. Philosophers have debated the implications of Mary's story for decades. Some argue that her newfound experience proves physicalism. The belief that everything can be explained through science is incomplete. If Mary learns something new upon seeing color, then there must be truths about consciousness that go beyond the physical. Others counter that Mary doesn't gain new knowledge. Rather, she gains a new ability, an acquired skill akin to riding a bike or speaking a language. Still, others suggest that the paradox dissolves once we recognize the difference between propositional knowledge, knowing that, and experiential knowledge, knowing how. As you reflect on Mary's journey, consider how it shapes your understanding of learning and discovery. How much of what we call knowledge is tied to direct experience? Can science ever fully account for the richness of human perception? And if not, what does that say about the boundaries of human inquiry? Perhaps the lesson lies not in resolving the paradox but in embracing its mystery. After all, the fact that some things remain beyond words, beyond equations, is part of what makes life so profoundly beautiful. Ultimately, Mary's story invites us to cherish the moments of wonder that defy explanation. Whether it's the first brush of sunlight on your skin, the sound of laughter echoing in a quiet room, or the scent of rain after a dry spell, these experiences remind us that there is more to existence than what can be measured or catalogued. They are whispers of a deeper truth, one that may forever elude our grasp but enriches us nonetheless. Number 17. Experience Machine Nozick. Imagine a machine capable of giving you the most incredible life imaginable. Every moment would be filled with joy, success, love, and fulfillment, everything you've ever dreamed of. The catch: it's all simulated. You'd spend the rest of your days plugged into this machine, living in a hyper-realistic virtual reality where every experience feels authentic, but none of it is real. Would you plug in? This is the essence of Robert Nozick's experience machine, a thought experiment designed to probe what we truly value in life. At first glance, the offer seems irresistible. Who wouldn't want a life free of pain, disappointment, or struggle? In the machine, you could climb mountains, compose symphonies, fall deeply in love, all without ever facing hardship. Yet take a moment to sit with this idea. If none of it were real, if your achievements, relationships, and adventures were merely illusions crafted by the machine, would they still hold meaning? Or would something essential be lost? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on what makes life worth living. Is it the feelings themselves, the happiness, excitement, or contentment? Or is it the authenticity of those experiences, the knowledge that they stem from genuine interactions with the world and others? Nozick argued that most people would reject the machine because it strips away an essential element of existence: contact with reality. Even if the simulated life is perfect, it lacks the depth and texture of true engagement with the unpredictable, messy, and often difficult world we inhabit. Consider this analogy. Imagine reading a novel so captivating that you lose yourself in its pages. For a while, the fictional world feels as vivid and meaningful as your own. But when you close the book, you return to your actual life, with its challenges, responsibilities, and opportunities for growth. While the story may have brought you pleasure, it doesn't replace the significance of living your own narrative. Similarly, the experience machine offers a kind of escapism, a way to avoid the uncertainties of real life. But at what cost? Philosophers have debated the implications of Nozick's thought experiment for decades. Some argue that rejecting the machine reflects a deep-seated desire for authenticity. We crave lives that are not just pleasurable but also meaningful, rooted in truth and connection. Others suggest that our hesitation stems from fear of the unknown. After all, if the machine can replicate every sensation perfectly, how could we tell the difference between simulation and reality? Still, others propose that the thought experiment reveals a tension between hedonism, the pursuit of pleasure, and eudaimonia, the pursuit of a flourishing, purposeful life. Pleasure alone, they contend, is not enough to satisfy the human spirit. As you reflect on the experience machine, consider how it shapes your understanding of happiness and fulfillment. What do you value more, the intensity of positive emotions or the richness of lived experience? Would you trade the unpredictability of real life for the certainty of eternal bliss, even if it were artificial? These questions aren't just hypothetical. They mirror real-life dilemmas about technology, entertainment, and the ways we seek comfort in an increasingly complex world. From social media to video games to virtual reality, modern tools already offer glimpses of simulated worlds where we can escape the pressures of everyday life. How far are we willing to go before we lose touch with what makes us human? Ultimately, the experience machine invites us to confront the fragility and beauty of reality. It reminds us that meaning isn't found solely in the highs of life but also in the struggles, the risks, and the connections we forge along the way. Even in moments of pain or uncertainty, there's something profoundly valuable about being present, about engaging with the raw, unfiltered truth of existence. Perhaps the greatest gift of being alive isn't perfection. It's the chance to create, to grow, and to discover who we are in the process. Number 18. Zombie argument. Imagine a world that looks exactly like ours. People walking down streets, laughing with friends, working, dreaming, but with one crucial difference. None of them have consciousness. They act and react just as we do, but there's no inner experience, no subjective awareness, no what it's like to be them. These beings are called philosophical zombies, and they form the basis of the zombie argument, a thought experiment that challenges our understanding of consciousness and its place in the physical world. At first glance, the idea seems absurd. How could someone, or something, be indistinguishable from a human being yet lack the rich inner life that defines us. Yet take a moment to sit with this concept. If a zombie behaves exactly like a conscious person, speaking, thinking critically, even expressing emotions, how could you ever prove they weren't truly aware? And if such creatures are conceivable, does that mean consciousness isn't entirely tied to the physical processes of the brain? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on what it means to be conscious. Is it simply the ability to process information, respond to stimuli, and interact with the environment? Or is there something more, an ineffable quality that separates sentient beings from machines or automatons? The zombie argument forces us to confront these questions by suggesting that physical explanations alone might not account for the phenomenon of subjective experience. Consider this analogy. Imagine a sophisticated robot programmed to mimic human behavior perfectly. It smiles when happy, cries when sad, and engages in deep conversations about art, love, and meaning. From the outside, it seems indistinguishable from a real person. But inside there's nothing. It has no feelings, no self-awareness, no sense of existing. Now apply this to the idea of a philosophical zombie. A being who looks, acts, and functions like us but lacks the spark of consciousness. If such entities are logically possible, then consciousness must be something beyond mere physical processes. It must involve something extra, something non-physical. Philosophers like David Chalmers have used the zombie argument to challenge materialist views of the mind. The belief that everything about the mind, including consciousness, can be explained through biology and physics. If zombies are conceivable, Chalmers argues, then consciousness cannot be fully reduced to physical properties. There must be some aspect of experience, the so-called hard problem of consciousness, that transcends the measurable workings of neurons and synapses. Others counter that the conceivability of zombies doesn't necessarily imply their possibility. Just because we can imagine something doesn't mean it could exist in reality. Still, the argument persists as a powerful tool for exploring the boundaries of science and philosophy. As you reflect on the zombie argument, consider how it shapes your understanding of what it means to be alive. What distinguishes you from a machine or an unconscious entity? Is it the complexity of your thoughts? Your capacity for empathy? Or is it something deeper, something that defies definition? These questions aren't just academic. They touch on fundamental issues about identity, morality, and the nature of existence itself. For example, if consciousness is separate from physical processes, does that imply the existence of a soul? And if so, what responsibilities do we have toward beings, human or otherwise, who may possess it? Ultimately, the zombie argument invites us to marvel at the mystery of consciousness. Whether or not zombies are possible, the thought experiment reveals how much remains unknown about the essence of being. It reminds us that while science can explain many aspects of life, there are still corners of human experience that resist reduction to equations or diagrams. Perhaps the most profound truth is not that consciousness exists, but that we continue to wonder about it, a testament to the enduring power of curiosity and imagination. Number 19. Omnipotence Paradox. Imagine a being with limitless power, capable of doing anything and everything. This is the concept of omnipotence, a cornerstone of many theological traditions that describe gods or supreme entities. But here's the twist. What happens when we ask this all-powerful being to do something logically contradictory? For instance, could an omnipotent being create a stone so heavy that even they cannot lift it? If they can't create the stone, then their power has limits. But if they can create it and yet fail to lift it, doesn't that also undermine their omnipotence? This is the essence of the Omnipotence Paradox, a thought experiment that probes the boundaries of divine power and logical possibility. At first glance, the paradox seems like a playful riddle, a clever trap designed to trip up philosophers and theologians. Yet take a moment to sit with this idea. What does it mean for something to be all-powerful? Does omnipotence include the ability to defy logic itself? or are there inherent constraints within reason that even a god must obey? The paradox forces us to confront these questions by highlighting the tension between absolute power and the rules of rationality. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of this dilemma. If omnipotence implies the ability to perform any action, then shouldn't it encompass actions that seem impossible, such as creating square circles or making 2 + 2 = 5? Or does true omnipotence require adherence to logical consistency? Some argue that asking an omnipotent being to break the laws of logic is nonsensical. It's akin to asking them to draw a four-sided triangle. Others counter that omnipotence should transcend even these boundaries, allowing for contradictions if the being so chooses. Both perspectives reveal deeper tensions about the nature of power, existence, and meaning. Consider this analogy. Imagine a painter who claims they can create any image imaginable. You challenge them to paint a square circle, a shape that defies geometric principles. No matter how skilled the artist, no brushstroke can reconcile the contradiction. Similarly, the omnipotence paradox suggests that certain tasks may lie beyond the reach of even the most powerful beings, not because of a lack of strength, but because of the inherent structure of reality. Logic, in this view, acts as a kind of scaffolding upon which all possibilities rest. Without it, the very notion of power becomes meaningless. Philosophers and theologians have debated the omnipotence paradox for centuries, proposing various solutions to resolve the apparent conflict. Some suggest that omnipotence doesn't include the ability to perform logically impossible feats, creating unliftable stones or married bachelors, but instead refers to the capacity to achieve anything that aligns with coherent reasoning. Others redefine omnipotence as the ability to bring about any state of affairs that is metaphysically possible, sidestepping the issue altogether. Still, others embrace the paradox as evidence of humanity's limited understanding, arguing that divine power operates on a plane entirely beyond human comprehension. As you reflect on the omnipotence paradox, consider how it shapes your understanding of power and limitation. In everyday life, we often encounter situations where our abilities bump up against practical or theoretical barriers. Whether it's solving an unsolvable problem, achieving perfection, or controlling outcomes outside our influence, we're reminded time and again that there are things we simply cannot do. Yet the paradox invites us to think bigger, to ponder whether ultimate power would truly resolve these struggles or merely shift them into new forms. Ultimately, the omnipotence paradox serves as a mirror reflecting our deepest questions about authority, freedom, and the nature of existence. It challenges us to grapple with the limits of language, logic, and imagination while reminding us of the profound mysteries that surround concepts like divinity and infinity. Perhaps the real lesson lies not in resolving the paradox but in embracing the wonder it inspires, the realization that some questions may forever remain unanswerable, yet endlessly fascinating. Number 20. Newcomb's Paradox. Imagine standing in front of two boxes, faced with a choice that will determine your reward. Box A is transparent and you can see 1,000 inside. Box B is opaque, and its contents depend on the decision of a superintelligent being. A predictor who has already analyzed your personality, behavior, and past choice to predict what you'll do next. If predictor believes you'll take only box B, they've placed 1 million inside. But if they think you'll take both boxes, box B remains empty. The question is this: do you choose just box B, trusting the predictor's foresight, or do you take both boxes, securing at least some money regardless? This is Newcomb's Paradox, a thought experiment that pits intuition against logic and free will against determinism. At first glance, the answer seems straightforward. Why not take both boxes? After all, the contents of box B have already been decided, whether it contains 1 million or nothing is certified your hands. By taking both, you guarantee yourself at least 1,000 and possibly 1,001,000 if predictor was wrong. Yet take a moment to sit with this idea: what if the predictor is zero accurate? so precise that their predictions are almost always correct. In that case, choosing only box could yield 1 million, while greedily grabbing both might leave you with just $1,000. Suddenly the decision feels less clear. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the tension between causality and strategy. On one side there's the two-box argument, rooted in logical reasoning. Since the predictor's choice is already made, you should maximize your gain by taking both boxes. On the other side there's the one-box argument, which trusts the predictor's accuracy and prioritizes long-term payoff over short-term certainty. Which approach feels more compelling to you? And why? Consider this analogy. Imagine playing chess against a grandmaster who knows every move you're likely to make before you even think of it. Would you stick to your usual strategies, knowing they'll anticipate them? Or would you try something unpredictable even if it risks throwing away the game? Newcomb's paradox operates on a similar principle. It forces you to weigh the value of consistency versus adaptability, predictability versus surprise. Philosophers and economists have debated Newcomb's paradox for decades, dividing into two camps based on their interpretations of rationality. The causal decision theorists argue that you should focus solely on actions within your control, in this case taking both boxes, because the predictor's prediction is fixed and irrelevant to your current choice. Meanwhile, the evidential decision theorists contend that your choice provides evidence about what the predictor likely predicted, making it rational to act in alignment with their expectations by choosing only box B. Both perspectives offer compelling arguments, yet neither fully resolves the paradox. As you reflect on Newcomb's paradox, consider how it shapes your understanding of trust, agency, and consequence. How much faith would you place in the predictor's abilities? Would you prioritize immediate rewards, or would you gamble on a larger but uncertain outcome? These questions mirror real-life dilemmas where we must balance short-term gains with long-term benefits, whether investing in relationships, careers, or personal growth. They also raise deeper philosophical issues about free will. If someone, or something, can predict your decisions with near-perfect accuracy, does that mean your choices aren't truly free? Ultimately, Newcomb's paradox invites us to confront the complexities of human decision-making. It reminds us that life rarely offers simple answers, especially when our choices intertwine with factors beyond our control. Whether you lean toward one-boxing or two-boxing, the paradox underscores the importance of self-awareness and intentionality in navigating uncertainty. Perhaps the true challenge isn't finding the right solution but recognizing how our beliefs, values, and instincts shape the paths we choose. Number 21. Bad Faith, Sartre. Imagine standing at a crossroads, faced with a decision that could alter the course of your life. One path leads to a stable but unfulfilling job, the other to an uncertain but passionate pursuit. You hesitate, torn between security and authenticity. Yet deep down you know which choice aligns with your true desires. Still, you convince yourself that the safer option is the only practical one. This act of self-deception, of lying to yourself about your freedom and responsibility, is what Jean-Paul Sartre called bad faith. It's a subtle yet pervasive way we deny our own agency, trading the burden of choice for the illusion of inevitability. At its core, bad faith arises from the tension between two fundamental aspects of human existence: facticity and transcendence. Facticity refers to the concrete facts of our lives, the circumstances we're born into, the roles society assigns us, the limitations imposed by biology or environment. Transcendence, on the other hand, is our capacity to surpass these constraints, to imagine possibilities beyond what currently exists. Sartre argued that we are always caught between these poles. We are free to define ourselves, yet we often flee from this freedom because it comes with overwhelming responsibility. Take a moment to sit with this idea. How often do you tell yourself, "I have no choice," when in reality, you simply fear the consequences of choosing? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on moments in your own life where you've succumbed to bad faith. Perhaps you stayed in a relationship out of comfort, even though it no longer fulfilled you. Or maybe you dismissed a dream as impractical, convincing yourself it was never truly attainable. These acts of self-deception aren't just harmless rationalizations. They're ways we betray our authentic selves, shrinking from the infinite possibilities that come with freedom. Consider this analogy. Imagine being handed a blank canvas and an array of paints. You could create anything: a vibrant landscape, an abstract masterpiece, a portrait of someone you love. But instead you stare at the canvas and declare, "I'm not an artist," or "This isn't the right time." In doing so, you deny your creative potential, clinging to excuses rather than embracing the challenge. Similarly, bad faith traps us in predefined roles. I'm just a parent, I'm only good at numbers, I was born unlucky, as if these labels exhaust the entirety of who we are. Philosophers and psychologists alike have explored the implications of bad faith, recognizing it as both a defense mechanism and a form of existential evasion. By denying our freedom, we shield ourselves from the anxiety that comes with making difficult choices. After all, if we believe we have no alternatives, we can avoid the guilt or regret that might follow. Yet Sartre insists that this avoidance comes at a cost. It robs us of our humanity. To live authentically, to exist fully, is to embrace the weight of our freedom even when it feels unbearable. As you reflect on bad faith, consider how it shapes your understanding of identity and accountability. Are there areas of your life where you've allowed external expectations to dictate your actions? Do you sometimes hide behind societal norms, claiming they leave you no room to maneuver? These questions aren't easy to confront, but they hold the key to living more intentionally. Recognizing bad faith is the first step toward reclaiming your agency, toward stepping into the uncertainty of existence without flinching. Ultimately, bad faith reminds us that freedom is not just a gift, it's a demand. It calls on us to shed the masks we wear, to stop pretending that we are powerless in the face of circumstance. Whether it's choosing a career, forming relationships, or pursuing passions, every decision carries the mark of our transcendence. And while the weight of this responsibility may feel daunting, it's also liberating. For in rejecting bad faith, we affirm our ability to shape our lives, to paint our own canvases, however imperfectly. Perhaps the greatest act of courage is not avoiding freedom but embracing it, even when it scares us. Number 22. Social Contract Theory. Imagine a world without laws, governments, or societal structures. A state of nature where everyone acts according to their own instincts and desires. In this untamed realm, life might be nasty, brutish, and short, as Thomas Hobbes famously described it. People would fight over resources, fear for their safety, and struggle to survive. But then, imagine a group of individuals coming together to forge an agreement. They would surrender some freedoms in exchange for protection, order, and cooperation. This is the essence of social contract theory, a philosophical framework that explores how societies form and why we agree to abide by shared rules. At its heart, social contract theory seeks to answer a fundamental question. Why do we obey authority? Philosophers like Hobbes, John Locke, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau each offered distinct visions of the social contract, but they all shared a common premise: that human beings willingly enter into agreements to create organized communities. For Hobbes, the social contract was about escaping chaos. Individuals surrendered nearly all their freedoms to an absolute sovereign who could maintain peace. Locke, on the other hand, envisioned a more balanced arrangement, where people retained natural rights to life, liberty, and property, and governments existed primarily to protect those rights. Rousseau introduced a romantic twist, arguing that the social contract should reflect the collective will of the people, the general will, ensuring equality and justice for all. Take a moment to sit with this idea. What would you trade for security and stability? Would you give up the freedom to act impulsively if it meant living in a world where others couldn't harm you? Or would you resist any infringement on your autonomy, no matter how chaotic life became? The social contract isn't just a historical concept. It's a lens through which we can examine modern society. Every tax payment, every law followed, every vote cast is part of an ongoing agreement among citizens to prioritize the common good over individual whims. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the systems that govern your daily life. When you stop at a red light, pay for groceries, or serve on a jury, you're participating in the social contract. These actions may seem mundane, but they represent profound choices made centuries ago, and continually renewed today, to live cooperatively. Yet, what happens when the contract feels broken? If a government fails to protect its citizens, neglects their rights, or prioritizes the interests of a few over the many, does the agreement still hold? History shows us that revolutions, protests, and reforms often arise when large groups of people believe the social contract has been violated. Consider this analogy. Imagine a neighborhood deciding to build a fence around their community to keep out intruders. Everyone agrees to contribute money and effort to maintain the fence, trusting that it will benefit them all. However, if some neighbors refuse to help while still enjoying the protection, tensions arise. Similarly, the social contract relies on mutual trust and participation. When individuals or institutions exploit the system without giving back, the entire structure risks collapsing. Philosophers have debated the implications of social contract theory for centuries, raising important questions about justice, legitimacy, and power. Is the social contract truly voluntary, or are we born into it without consent? How do we ensure that the terms of the contract remain fair and inclusive? And what recourse do we have when leaders abuse their authority? These debates continue to shape political philosophy, influencing everything from democratic elections to debates about taxation and civil liberties. As you reflect on social contract theory, consider how it shapes your understanding of citizenship and responsibility. Do you see yourself as an active participant in shaping the rules of society, or do you view governance as something imposed upon you? Are there areas where you feel the contract needs renegotiation, where voices are silenced or inequalities persist? These questions aren't abstract. They touch every aspect of our lives, from education and healthcare to policing and environmental policy. Ultimately, social contract theory invites us to recognize the delicate balance between freedom and obligation. It reminds us that civilization is not a given. It's a choice we make every day, through our actions and attitudes. By honoring the agreements we've inherited and advocating for improvements where needed, we uphold the fragile yet powerful bonds that hold society together. Perhaps the greatest challenge isn't simply accepting the contract but ensuring it reflects the values we wish to pass on to future generations. Number 23. Taoism and Wu Wei. Imagine flowing like water, adapting effortlessly to the curves and obstacles in your path, never forcing, never resisting, simply moving in harmony with the natural rhythm of life. This is the essence of Wu Wei, a central concept in Taoism that translates to non-action, or effortless action. It's not about laziness or passivity, rather it's about aligning yourself with the Tao, the way, the underlying flow of existence, and allowing things to unfold naturally without unnecessary struggle. At its heart, Taoism invites us to embrace simplicity, humility, and balance. The Tao Te Ching, attributed to the ancient sage Laozi, teaches that the universe operates according to an effortless, spontaneous order. When we try to control or manipulate this order, with forceful ambition, rigid plans, or excessive effort, we disrupt the natural harmony. Instead, Taoism encourages us to practice Wu Wei, acting in a way that feels so aligned with the moment that our actions seem almost effortless, like a tree bending gently in the wind or a river carving its course through a valley. Take a moment to sit with this idea. How often do you find yourself pushing against the current of life, striving for outcomes that feel just out of reach? Whether it's chasing success, seeking approval, or trying to fix problems, much of our energy is spent fighting what is, rather than working with it. Wu Wei offers a different approach, stepping back, observing the patterns around you and trusting that the right action will arise when you're in tune with the Tao. It's not about giving up, it's about letting go of resistance and finding grace in the flow. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on moments in your own life where you felt this sense of effortless action. Perhaps there was a time when everything seemed to fall into place without you having to force it. A creative project that flowed easily, a conversation that unfolded perfectly, or a decision that felt intuitively clear. These moments are glimpses of Wu Wei, reminders that sometimes the best way forward is to stop striving and start listening. Consider this analogy. Imagine planting a seed. You can't make it grow by tugging at it or shouting commands. You simply provide the right conditions, soil, water, sunlight, and then trust the process. In the same way, Wu Wei asks us to create space for growth and transformation, knowing that true progress often happens beneath the surface, unseen and unhurried. By releasing the need to micromanage every detail, we allow life to unfold as it should. Philosophers and practitioners of Taoism have long celebrated Wu Wei as a path to wisdom and peace. Unlike Western philosophies that emphasize mastery over nature and self, Taoism teaches that strength lies in yielding, clarity in stillness, and fulfillment in simplicity. This perspective challenges modern notions of productivity and achievement, reminding us that overexertion often leads to burnout, while patience and presence foster deeper connections with ourselves and the world. As you reflect on Taoism and Wu Wei, consider how they might shape your understanding of effort and ease. Are there areas of your life where you're expending too much energy, trying to force outcomes instead of trusting the process? Could you benefit from slowing down, observing more closely, and acting only when the timing feels right? These questions aren't just philosophical. They're practical tools for navigating the complexities of daily life. From relationships to work to personal goals, Wu Wei invites us to act with intention but without attachment, to engage fully yet remain open to change. Ultimately, Taoism and Wu Wei remind us that life is not something to be conquered. It's something to be lived in harmony with. They teach us to honor the ebb and flow of existence, to recognize beauty in imperfection, and to cultivate inner peace amidst external chaos. Perhaps the greatest lesson of all is this: when we stop trying so hard to control life, we discover that life itself becomes our greatest ally, guiding us gently along the way. Number 24. Buddhist Impermanence. Imagine watching a candle flame flicker in the dark. Its light dances, shifts, and eventually fades away, leaving only silence behind. This fleeting moment captures the essence of impermanence, a cornerstone of Buddhist philosophy that teaches nothing in life is fixed or eternal. Everything arises, changes, and passes away, from the seasons to relationships, from thoughts to entire civilizations. Understanding impermanence isn't just an intellectual exercise. It's a profound invitation to embrace the transient nature of existence with grace and mindfulness. At its heart, impermanence, anicca in Pali, reveals the truth that all things are in constant flux. The Buddha taught that clinging to permanence causes suffering, dukkha, because we inevitably face loss, change, and decay. When we resist this reality, holding tightly to possessions, identities, or expectations, we set ourselves up for disappointment and pain. But when we accept impermanence as the natural rhythm of life, we open ourselves to deeper peace, gratitude, and compassion. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the people, places, and experiences you cherish most. How have they changed over time? A childhood home may no longer stand, a friendship may evolve into something new, or even your own sense of self may shift as years go by. These transformations can feel unsettling at first, but they also carry beauty, the reminder that every ending makes space for renewal, every goodbye paves the way for hello. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on how impermanence shows up in your daily life. Notice the subtle changes around you, the fading sunlight at dusk, the shifting moods within yourself, the cycles of growth and decay in nature. Even the breath moving in and out of your body is a testament to impermanence, a continuous flow that sustains life yet never stays the same. By tuning into these rhythms, you begin to see impermanence not as a source of fear but as a wellspring of wonder and presence. Consider this analogy. Imagine holding sand in your hands. No matter how tightly you grip, the grains slip through your fingers, returning to the earth. Trying to hold on only creates tension and frustration. Instead, if you gently cup your palms and let the sand flow freely, you experience its texture, weight, and movement without resistance. In the same way, embracing impermanence allows us to fully inhabit each moment, savoring its richness without clinging to what cannot last. Philosophers, spiritual teachers, and scientists alike recognize impermanence as a universal truth. From Heraclitus' assertion that you cannot step into the same river twice, to modern physics describing the ever-changing states of matter and energy, the principle resonates across disciplines. Yet Buddhism takes this insight further, offering practical tools to work with impermanence. Through meditation, mindfulness, and ethical living, practitioners learn to observe change with equanimity, cultivating wisdom and reducing attachment to what is ultimately beyond their control. As you reflect on Buddhist impermanence, consider how it shapes your understanding of joy, loss, and resilience. Do you find yourself clinging to certain outcomes, fearing change, or resisting endings? What would it mean to let go, not out of resignation but out of trust in life's unfolding process? These questions invite you to live more consciously, cherishing the present while preparing for inevitable transitions. They remind us that impermanence is not a curse but a gift, an opportunity to appreciate the preciousness of each moment before it slips away. Ultimately, impermanence invites us to soften our grip on life and lean into its fluidity. It teaches us to celebrate beginnings without fearing endings, to honor losses while remaining open to new possibilities. Perhaps the greatest freedom lies in recognizing that everything is borrowed, even our very breath, and choosing to use this borrowed time wisely, kindly, and fully. After all, it is precisely because life is impermanent that it becomes so achingly beautiful. Number 25. Moral relativism. Imagine two people standing on opposite sides of a bridge, each holding a map. One map shows the path to the left as the correct route. The other insists the right is the way forward. Neither map is inherently wrong. They simply reflect different perspectives shaped by the landscapes their creators know best. This analogy mirrors moral relativism, the idea that moral values and judgments are not universal truths but rather products of cultural, historical, or individual contexts. What is right in one society may be deemed wrong in another, and both can be equally valid. At its core, moral relativism challenges the notion of absolute morality, a single, objective standard that applies to all humans regardless of time or place. Instead, it posits that ethics are fluid, shaped by factors like tradition, upbringing, religion, and environment. For example, in some cultures, eating certain animals might be considered taboo, while in others, it's an integral part of daily life. Similarly, practices such as arranged marriages, capital punishment, or gender roles evoke vastly different reactions depending on societal norms. Moral relativism asks us to step back from our own deeply ingrained beliefs and consider that what seems obvious to us might look entirely foreign, or even unjust, to someone else. Take a moment to sit with this idea. How often do you assume your moral compass reflects universal principles? When faced with behaviors or beliefs that conflict with your own, do you instinctively label them as wrong, or do you pause to consider the context behind them? Moral relativism invites us to question these reflexive judgments, recognizing that morality isn't carved into stone but woven from the threads of human experience. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on moments when you've encountered moral disagreements, whether over politics, lifestyle choices, or personal boundaries. Perhaps you've argued with a friend about fairness, debated cultural practices in the news, or wrestled with conflicting values within yourself. These tensions highlight the complexities of navigating a world where no single moral framework reigns supreme. Yet, they also reveal the richness of diversity, the ways in which differing perspectives can broaden our understanding of what it means to live well. Consider this analogy. Imagine walking through a bustling marketplace filled with stalls selling spices, fabrics, and artifacts from around the globe. Each item carries meaning specific to its origin. The vibrant red chili powder symbolizing warmth in one culture, restraint in another. The intricate embroidery representing celebration in one tradition, mourning in another. Just as these objects derive significance from their cultural contexts, so too do moral codes gain meaning through the histories and communities that shape them. To dismiss any one perspective outright is to overlook the depth and nuance of human expression. Philosophers and ethicists have long debated the merits and pitfalls of moral relativism. On one hand, it fosters tolerance and humility, encouraging us to approach unfamiliar customs with curiosity rather than condemnation. It reminds us that morality is not a monolith but a mosaic, pieced together by countless stories, struggles, and aspirations. On the other hand, critics argue that moral relativism risks undermining shared standards of justice, allowing harmful practices to persist under the guise of cultural acceptance. If everything is relative, how do we address atrocities like oppression, discrimination, or violence without imposing our own biases? As you reflect on moral relativism, consider how it shapes your understanding of right and wrong. Are there areas where you unconsciously impose your worldview onto others, assuming your values should apply universally? Conversely, are there instances where embracing moral diversity could enrich your perspective or foster greater empathy? These questions aren't just theoretical, they guide how we interact with the world, negotiate differences, and strive for collective progress. Ultimately, moral relativism invites us to balance openness with discernment. It teaches us to listen deeply, to honor the multiplicity of human experience, and to recognize that morality is less about rigid rules and more about fostering harmony within ever-shifting landscapes. Perhaps the greatest challenge lies not in finding definitive answers but in learning to navigate the gray areas with wisdom and compassion. After all, it is in grappling with these ambiguities that we grow, not only as individuals but as members of a global community striving to coexist. Number 26. Chinese Room Argument. Imagine being locked in a room filled with boxes of cards inscribed with Chinese characters, along with a detailed instruction manual. You don't understand Chinese, you can't read it, write it, or speak it, but the manual provides precise rules for matching symbols and arranging responses based on the input you receive. When someone outside the room slips a question written in Chinese under the door, you follow the instructions to craft an appropriate reply using the cards. To the person outside, your answers seem fluent, as though you truly understand the language. But inside the room, you're just manipulating symbols without comprehension. This is the essence of the Chinese room argument, a thought experiment proposed by philosopher John Searle to challenge the notion that machines can truly think. At its heart, the Chinese room argument questions whether artificial intelligence, AI, systems, no matter how sophisticated, can possess genuine understanding or consciousness. Proponents of strong AI argue that if a computer program can convincingly simulate human behavior, then it must be considered intelligent in the same way humans are. Searle disagrees. He contends that mere symbol manipulation, no matter how complex, does not equate to real cognition. The person in the room follows syntactic rules, how symbols relate to each other, but lacks semantic understanding what the symbols mean. In short, passing the Turing test, convincing someone you're human, isn't enough to prove true intelligence. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the difference between knowing how to do something and truly understanding it. For instance, you might memorize the steps to solve a math problem or recite lines from a foreign language, but that doesn't mean you grasp the underlying concepts or meanings. Similarly, a machine programmed to mimic conversation may produce impressive outputs, but it operates purely through algorithms, devoid of subjective experience or awareness. It has no inner life, no sense of what it feels like to think, feel, or exist. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of this argument. If machines cannot genuinely understand language, or anything else, they also cannot possess emotions, intentions, or self-awareness. Does this limit their potential? Or does it simply redefine what we expect from technology? The Chinese Room invites us to consider where the line lies between simulation and authenticity, between processing information and experiencing consciousness. Consider this analogy. Imagine watching a virtuoso pianist perform a breathtaking piece of music. Their fingers dance across the keys with effortless precision, evoking deep emotion in the audience. Now picture a robotic arm programmed to play the exact same notes at the exact same tempo. While the robot's performance might sound identical, it lacks the soulful connection to the music that makes the human performance so moving. The robot executes commands, the human expresses something profound. In the same way, the Chinese Room highlights the gap between mechanical execution and meaningful engagement. Philosophers and cognitive scientists have debated the Chinese Room argument extensively, offering both support and critique. Some argue that while individual components of a system, like the person in the room, may lack understanding, the entire system, including the manual, the cards, and the process, might collectively exhibit intelligence. Others counter that even if a system produces intelligent behavior, it still doesn't replicate the subjective experience of thought. These discussions extend beyond AI to touch on broader questions about the nature of mind, meaning, and consciousness itself. As you reflect on the Chinese Room argument, consider how it shapes your understanding of technology and humanity. Do you believe machines will ever achieve true understanding, or are they forever confined to the realm of simulation? What does it mean to understand something? To connect knowledge with context, emotion, and lived experience? These questions aren't just philosophical. They influence how we design, interact with, and trust AI systems in fields ranging from healthcare to education to entertainment. Ultimately, the Chinese Room argument reminds us of the mysteries of the human mind, the intangible qualities that make us more than the sum of our parts. It challenges us to appreciate the depth of our own cognitive abilities while remaining cautious about attributing similar capacities to machines. Perhaps the greatest lesson is humility, recognizing that intelligence, whether biological or artificial, is far more intricate and elusive than it appears on the surface. Number 27. Effective altruism. Imagine you're standing at the edge of a vast ocean, watching countless ships drift aimlessly, their crews struggling to stay afloat. You have the power to save lives, but your resources are limited. Do you rush toward the nearest ship, or do you take a moment to assess which vessel holds the most people, or which rescue would make the greatest impact? This is the essence of effective altruism, a philosophy that seeks to maximize the good we can do in the world by using evidence, reason, and careful prioritization. At its core, effective altruism challenges us to rethink how we approach charity and ethical action. It's not enough to simply do good. We must strive to do the most good possible with the resources we have. This means asking tough questions. Which causes will save or improve the most lives? Where can my time, money, or skills create the greatest positive impact? For example, donating to combat malaria in low-income countries might save more lives per dollar than supporting local arts programs, not because art isn't valuable, but because the scale and urgency of need differ vastly. Effective altruism encourages us to weigh these trade-offs thoughtfully, ensuring our efforts align with measurable outcomes. Take a moment to sit with this idea. How often do you give impulsively, moved by emotional appeals or proximity to a cause? While compassion is a powerful motivator, it can sometimes lead us to prioritize less impactful actions over those that could achieve far greater results. Effective altruism doesn't dismiss emotions. It refines them, combining heartfelt intentions with rigorous analysis to ensure our contributions truly matter. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the ways you currently engage with charitable acts or social issues. Are there opportunities where a shift in focus toward high-impact areas like global health, climate change mitigation, or existential risk reduction could amplify your influence? Or perhaps your unique talents such as coding, teaching, or advocacy could address systemic problems more effectively than monetary donations alone. These reflections invite us to think strategically about our potential to affect change, rather than relying solely on what feels familiar or convenient. Consider this analogy. Imagine planting a garden. If you scatter seeds randomly without considering soil quality, sunlight, or water availability, some plants may thrive while others wither. But if you carefully select locations based on conditions and needs, you'll cultivate a flourishing ecosystem. Similarly, effective altruism asks us to plant our efforts wisely, to direct resources where they'll grow into meaningful, sustainable benefits for the largest number of people. Philosophers and practitioners of effective altruism emphasize the importance of scalability, neglectedness, and tractability when evaluating causes. Scalability refers to whether solutions can be expanded to reach more individuals. Neglectedness highlights areas that receive little attention or funding despite significant need. And tractability assesses whether progress is realistically achievable. By applying these criteria, advocates aim to tackle pressing global challenges, from eradicating diseases to addressing artificial intelligence risks, with precision and accountability. As you reflect on effective altruism, consider how it shapes your understanding of generosity and responsibility. Does the idea of optimizing your impact resonate with you, or does it feel too calculated, even cold? Can compassion and rationality coexist, or must one always outweigh the other? These questions challenge us to balance empathy with pragmatism, recognizing that doing good well requires both heart and mind. Ultimately, effective altruism invites us to expand our moral imaginations, to see beyond immediate horizons and consider the ripple effects of our choices. It reminds us that every act of kindness matters, but some acts matter exponentially more. Perhaps the greatest gift of this philosophy is its call to action, to live deliberately, use our privileges responsibly, and leave the world better than we found it, not just for those close to us but for all who share it. Number 28. Foucault's Power/Knowledge Nexus. Imagine walking into a library where every book has been carefully curated, labeled, and shelved, not just for convenience but to shape the way you think. The categories, the language, even the silence of the space all guide how you understand the world. This is the essence of Michel Foucault's Power/Knowledge Nexus, a profound exploration of how power operates not through overt force, but through the subtle mechanisms of knowledge, discourse, and truth. For Foucault, knowledge is not neutral, it is deeply intertwined with power, shaping what we see as normal, true, or natural. At its core, Foucault's theory challenges the traditional view of power as something held by individuals or institutions and wielded over others. Instead, he argues that power is diffuse, embedded in the very structures of society, laws, education systems, medical practices, even language itself. These systems don't simply reflect reality, they construct it. For example, the way mental illness is diagnosed and treated isn't just about helping people. It also reinforces societal norms about behavior, labeling some actions as deviant while privileging others as healthy. Power, in this sense, doesn't repress so much as it produces. It creates categories, identities, and truths that govern how we live. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the ways your own understanding of the world has been shaped by institutions and experts. From school textbooks to news headlines, from medical diagnoses to legal definitions, much of what we take for granted as objective is actually constructed through systems of power. Even the questions we ask, and those we don't, are influenced by these frameworks. Knowledge, then, becomes a tool of normalization, subtly guiding us to conform to certain standards while marginalizing alternatives. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the invisible forces that shape your daily life. How often do you accept information without questioning who produced it, why it was created, or whose interests it serves? Consider the rise of experts in fields like science, medicine, or law. While expertise can be invaluable, Foucault reminds us that it also wields power, determining what counts as valid knowledge and excluding other perspectives. This isn't necessarily malicious, it's part of how societies organize themselves, but it does have consequences, particularly for those who fall outside dominant narratives. Consider this analogy. Imagine standing in a room lit by a single spotlight. Everything illuminated seems clear and true, while everything in shadow feels irrelevant or non-existent. The position of the light, controlled by unseen hands, determines what you focus on, what you value, and what you ignore. Similarly, Foucault's power/knowledge nexus suggests that the light of truth is never neutral. It is directed by power relations that privilege certain ideas and obscure others. To step out of the spotlight's beam, to question its placement, is to begin seeing the hidden dynamics at play. Philosophers and scholars have long debated the implications of Foucault's work, particularly in areas like politics, education, and social justice. His insights invite us to critically examine the sources of authority in our lives. Who decides what is normal? Whose voices are amplified and whose are silenced? How do institutions use knowledge to maintain control? And how can we resist or reshape these systems? While Foucault himself was wary of offering solutions, his work provides tools for deconstructing the status quo and imagining new possibilities. As you reflect on the power/knowledge nexus, consider how it shapes your understanding of truth and power. Are there areas in your life where you've accepted knowledge uncritically, assuming it to be objective or universal? Could questioning these assumptions open up space for alternative viewpoints or marginalized voices? These reflections aren't just academic. They influence how we navigate relationships, participate in communities, and advocate for change. Ultimately, Foucault's ideas remind us that knowledge is not a passive reflection of reality, it is an active force that shapes and reshapes the world. By becoming aware of the power embedded in what we know and don't know, we gain the ability to challenge, critique, and transform these structures. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies not in rejecting knowledge altogether, but in recognizing its power, and using it responsibly to create a more just and inclusive society. Number 29. Postmodern Critique of Reality. Imagine standing in a room filled with mirrors, each reflecting a slightly different version of yourself. Some reflections are distorted, others fragmented, and none seem to capture the true you. This disorienting experience mirrors the postmodern critique of reality, which challenges the idea that there is a single, objective truth waiting to be discovered. Instead, postmodern thinkers argue that reality is constructed, a patchwork of narratives, symbols, and interpretations shaped by culture, language, and power. At its heart, postmodernism questions the grand narratives, or meta-narratives, that have long dominated human thought. The belief in progress through science, the promise of universal truths, or the certainty of historical accounts. Thinkers like Jean-François Lyotard, Jacques Derrida, and Michel Foucault suggest that these narratives are not neutral. They are tools used to legitimize particular worldviews while marginalizing others. For example, history isn't just a record of events, it's a story told by those who hold power, often omitting the voices of the oppressed. Similarly, scientific discoveries are framed as objective facts, yet they emerge within specific cultural contexts and serve particular interests. Take a moment to sit with this idea. How often do you assume that what you see, hear, or read represents an unfiltered version of reality? When you watch the news, read a textbook, or even scroll through social media, you're engaging with stories crafted by individuals and institutions. These narratives may feel authoritative, but they are always filtered through perspectives, biases, and agendas. The postmodern critique invites us to question these constructions, to recognize that reality is not something we passively observe but something we actively create and interpret. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the ways language shapes your understanding of the world. Words don't merely describe reality, they construct it. For instance, calling someone a freedom fighter versus a terrorist changes how their actions are perceived, even if the behavior itself remains the same. Language acts as a lens, framing our experiences and influencing what we deem important or true. Postmodernism pushes us to examine these frames, to ask whose interests they serve and what alternatives might exist beyond them. Consider this analogy. Imagine walking through a museum where every painting tells a story about the world. Some paintings depict utopian futures, others portray heroic pasts, and still others highlight chaos and fragmentation. Each artwork reflects the artist's perspective, influenced by their time, culture, and values. Now imagine stepping back and realizing the entire museum itself is just one among many, each with its own curators, themes, and hidden rooms. In the same way, postmodernism encourages us to view reality as a gallery of competing narratives, none inherently superior to the others, all worthy of scrutiny. Philosophers and cultural critics have debated the implications of the postmodern critique for decades. On one hand, it liberates us from rigid dogmas, opening space for diverse voices and alternative ways of knowing. It reminds us that truth is plural, fluid, and contingent, an ongoing conversation rather than a fixed destination. On the other hand, critics argue that postmodernism risks undermining shared standards of evidence, ethics, and justice. If everything is relative, how do we navigate disagreements or address injustices without falling into paralysis or nihilism? As you reflect on the postmodern critique, consider how it shapes your understanding of knowledge, authority, and meaning. Are there areas in your life where you've accepted truths uncritically, assuming they were universal or self-evident? Could questioning these assumptions help you see the world more clearly, or more compassionately? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They influence how we engage with politics, art, relationships, and even our own identities. Ultimately, the postmodern critique invites us to embrace complexity and ambiguity. It teaches us to approach reality with curiosity and skepticism, recognizing that every story, including the ones we tell ourselves, is partial, provisional, and open to reinterpretation. Perhaps the greatest challenge and opportunity lies in learning to live comfortably within this multiplicity, finding beauty in the contradictions and strength in the diversity of human experience. Number 30. Marxism and class struggle. Imagine a factory where workers spend long hours operating machines, their labor transforming raw materials into products that generate immense wealth. Yet, at the end of each day they return home with barely enough to cover their basic needs, while the owner of the factory grows richer by the hour. This stark disparity lies at the heart of Marxism and its central focus on class struggle, the idea that society is defined by conflicts between those who control resources and those who provide labor. For Karl Marx, this tension wasn't just an economic issue, it was the driving force behind history, shaping everything from politics to culture. At its core, Marxism critiques capitalism as a system built on exploitation. The ruling class, the bourgeoisie, owns the means of production, factories, land, capital, and profits from the labor of the working class, the proletariat, who sell their time and energy to survive. Marx argued that this arrangement creates inherent inequality. The value produced by workers far exceeds what they are paid, with the surplus going to the owners. Over time, this dynamic leads to alienation, as workers become disconnected from the products of their labor, from one another, and even from their own humanity. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about your relationship to work. Do you feel a sense of ownership or fulfillment in what you do? Or does it sometimes feel like you're merely a cog in a machine, producing value for someone else's benefit? Marxism invites us to see these feelings not as personal failures but as symptoms of a broader structural imbalance, a system designed to prioritize profit over people. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the ways class struggle manifests in modern life. It's not always as visible as strikes or protests. Often it plays out in subtle ways: wage stagnation, precarious jobs, rising costs of living, or the growing divide between rich and poor. Marx believed that capitalism inherently produces these contradictions, which eventually lead to its downfall. As inequalities deepen, the working class becomes aware of its shared interests and organizes collectively to overthrow the system, replacing it with socialism, a society where resources and power are distributed equitably. Consider this analogy. Imagine a game of Monopoly where one player starts with 10 times the money of everyone else. No matter how skilled the other players are, the odds are stacked against them. They can try to adapt, form alliances, or take risks, but ultimately, the rules ensure that wealth concentrates in fewer hands. Similarly, Marxism views capitalism as a rigged game, where the rules favor those who already hold power. But unlike Monopoly, real life isn't just a game, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Philosophers, economists, and activists have debated Marxism's relevance since its inception. Supporters argue that it offers a powerful framework for understanding systemic inequality and envisioning alternatives. Critics, however, point to historical examples where attempts to implement Marxist ideals led to authoritarian regimes, economic inefficiency, or unintended consequences. Despite these debates, Marx's insights into the dynamics of power, labor, and exploitation remain influential, inspiring movements for workers' rights, social justice, and environmental sustainability. As you reflect on Marxism and class struggle, consider how they shape your understanding of fairness, power, and change. Are there areas in your life where you see evidence of exploitation or inequality? How might collective action, whether through unions, advocacy, or community organizing, address these imbalances? These questions aren't just theoretical. They guide how we navigate workplaces, communities, and societies striving for greater equity. Ultimately, Marxism challenges us to think critically about the systems we live within and the possibilities for transformation. It reminds us that history is shaped not by abstract forces but by human beings acting together to challenge injustice. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in recognizing our interconnectedness, that the fight for a better world isn't just about individual survival but about building solidarity across differences, creating a future where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Number 31. Panpsychism. Imagine a world where consciousness isn't confined to humans, animals, or even plants, but extends to everything. Every atom, every particle, every speck of dust carries within it some form of awareness, however faint. This is the essence of panpsychism, a philosophical perspective that suggests consciousness is a fundamental property of the universe, woven into the very fabric of existence. Rather than being an emergent phenomenon arising from complex systems like brains, consciousness is as basic as mass, charge, or gravity, a universal feature present in all things. At its core, panpsychism challenges the traditional view that mind and matter are separate. For centuries, thinkers have grappled with the hard problem of consciousness. How does subjective experience arise from physical processes? Panpsychism sidesteps this dilemma by proposing that consciousness doesn't emerge, it's already there. A rock, though seemingly inert, might possess a rudimentary form of awareness, while more complex beings like humans integrate countless tiny instances of consciousness into richer, unified experiences. Take a moment to sit with this idea. What would it mean if the chair you're sitting on, the air you breathe, and the stars above all had some glimmer of sentience? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of such a worldview. If consciousness is everywhere, then the line between alive and inanimate blurs. The laptop or phone you're using to read this text isn't just a collection of circuits and wires. It's built from materials imbued with their own primitive forms of awareness. Even the ground beneath your feet, composed of trillions of particles, might hum with a quiet, incomprehensible sense of being. While this notion may sound poetic or absurd, it forces us to reconsider our place in the cosmos. We are not isolated islands of consciousness surrounded by lifeless matter. We are part of a vast continuum of awareness. Consider this analogy. Imagine standing in a field at night, gazing up at the stars. Each star emits light, but alone, its glow is dim. Together, they form constellations, illuminating the sky with patterns and meaning. Similarly, panpsychism suggests that individual particles carry tiny sparks of consciousness, which combine in increasingly complex ways to create the vibrant, self-aware minds we associate with humans and other sentient creatures. Just as no single star defines the constellation, no solitary particle embodies full-blown awareness, but collectively they give rise to something extraordinary. Philosophers and scientists have debated panpsychism for decades, often finding themselves torn between its radical implications and its potential explanatory power. On one hand, it offers a solution to the mystery of consciousness by treating it as a fundamental aspect of reality, akin to space and time. On the other hand, critics argue that attributing awareness to rocks or atoms stretches credulity and risks anthropomorphizing the inanimate. Yet, proponents counter that dismissing panpsychism outright reflects a bias toward human-centric views of mind, one that assumes only advanced organisms can experience anything at all. As you reflect on panpsychism, consider how it shapes your understanding of connection and existence. Does the idea of universal consciousness inspire awe or discomfort? Could recognizing the presence of awareness in all things deepen our respect for the natural world, encouraging us to treat the environment not as a resource to exploit but as a living, feeling entity worthy of care? These questions invite us to expand our moral imagination, extending empathy beyond humans and animals to encompass the entire web of existence. Ultimately, panpsychism reminds us that the universe is far stranger, and perhaps far more wondrous, than we often allow ourselves to believe. It challenges us to let go of rigid distinctions between mind and matter, subject and object, self and other. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in humility, acknowledging that consciousness, in whatever form it takes, is not ours alone to claim. In a panpsychist cosmos, we are participants in a grand symphony of awareness, each note resonating through the infinite expanse of being. Number 32. Divine Command Theory. Imagine a world where morality isn't determined by human reason, cultural norms, or personal feelings, but by the will of a divine being. In this framework, what is right and wrong isn't up for debate, it's dictated by God's commands. This is the essence of divine command theory, a philosophical perspective that ties moral truths directly to the authority of a higher power. According to this view, acts like kindness, honesty, or justice aren't inherently good. They are good because God declares them so. Conversely, actions deemed immoral, like theft or murder, are wrong solely because they violate divine law. At its core, divine command theory seeks to anchor morality in something absolute and unchanging. Without such an anchor, proponents argue, ethics becomes subjective, shifting with time, culture, or individual preference. For believers, this framework provides clarity and certainty. If God exists and has spoken, then moral questions have definitive answers. Take a moment to sit with this idea. What would it mean to live in a world where every ethical decision, from how you treat others to how societies construct laws, is guided not by human judgment but by divine decree? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of grounding morality in divine authority. On one hand, it offers simplicity. When faced with a moral dilemma, you need only consult sacred texts, teachings, or traditions to discern the right course of action. There's no room for ambiguity or relativism. What God commands is final. Yet this rigidity raises profound questions. What happens when interpretations of divine will conflict? If two religious groups disagree about what God demands, how do we resolve the tension? And what about those who don't believe in God? Does their morality become invalid, or can they access ethical truths through other means? Consider this analogy. Imagine navigating a vast ocean using nothing but a single lighthouse as your guide. As long as the light shines brightly and consistently, you can steer your ship with confidence. But what if the weather changes, obscuring the beam? Or worse, what if multiple lighthouses appear, each signaling a different direction? Similarly, divine command theory relies on a clear and singular source of moral guidance. When that source becomes fragmented or contested, the entire system risks instability. Philosophers have debated divine command theory for centuries, often focusing on a classic challenge known as the Euthyphro dilemma. Named after a dialogue by Plato, the dilemma asks, is something good because God commands it, or does God command it because it is good? If the former, then morality feels arbitrary. If God had commanded cruelty instead of compassion, would we be obligated to embrace harm? If the latter, then goodness exists independently of God, undermining the theory's foundation. This paradox has sparked intense discussion among theologians, ethicists, and skeptics alike, pushing adherents of divine command theory to refine their arguments. As you reflect on divine command theory, consider how it shapes your understanding of morality and authority. Do you find comfort in the idea of an objective, divinely ordained ethical framework? Or does it feel limiting, even oppressive? How do you reconcile faith-based morality with pluralistic societies where diverse beliefs coexist? These questions aren't just theoretical. They influence everything from personal values to public policy, shaping debates over issues like human rights, social justice, and the separation of church and state. Ultimately, divine command theory invites us to wrestle with the nature of morality itself. Whether or not you accept its premises, it challenges us to think deeply about where our ethical principles come from, and why we hold them so dear. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in humility, recognizing that morality, whether rooted in divine will or human reason, remains one of humanity's most enduring mysteries. Number 33, Care Ethics. Imagine a world where moral decisions aren't made by weighing abstract principles or calculating consequences, but by listening to the needs of others and responding with compassion. This is the essence of care ethics, a philosophical perspective that shifts the focus from rules, rights, and duties to relationships, empathy, and responsibility. Rooted in feminist thought, care ethics challenges traditional ethical frameworks by emphasizing the importance of interconnectedness and the lived experiences of individuals, particularly those who are vulnerable or marginalized. At its core, care ethics argues that morality isn't about applying universal laws or maximizing utility, it's about fostering caring relationships and attending to the well-being of others. Thinkers like Carol Gilligan and Nell Noddings have highlighted how traditional theories, such as Kantian deontology or utilitarianism, often overlook the relational dimensions of human life. These frameworks assume that moral agents are independent, rational beings making detached decisions. But care ethics reminds us that humans are inherently interdependent. We thrive through connection, and our obligations to one another arise naturally from this web of relationships. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the moments in your life when you've acted out of care rather than principle. Perhaps you stayed up late comforting a friend in distress, even though it inconvenienced you. Or maybe you prioritized someone else's needs over your own because you recognized their vulnerability. In these acts, there's no rigid adherence to rules or calculations of benefit, just an intuitive sense of what feels right in the context of a relationship. Care ethics celebrates this kind of responsiveness, seeing it not as secondary to real morality but as central to it. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the ways relationships shape your understanding of right and wrong. How often do you make decisions based on the people involved, their emotions, histories, and circumstances, rather than abstract ideals? Consider the difference between telling someone, "You should do X because it's fair," versus saying, "I see you're struggling, let me help." The former appeals to justice while the latter embodies care. Neither approach is inherently superior, but care ethics invites us to value the latter more deeply, especially in intimate settings like families, friendships, and communities. Consider this analogy. Imagine tending a garden. A rule-based ethic might instruct you to water each plant equally, ensuring fairness across the entire plot. But a care-based ethic would encourage you to notice which plants need more attention. Perhaps one is wilting, another is overrun with weeds, and a third is thriving without intervention. By responding to the specific needs of each plant, you nurture the health of the whole garden. Similarly, care ethics asks us to attend carefully to the unique contexts and vulnerabilities of those around us, cultivating a moral landscape rooted in attentiveness and empathy. Philosophers and ethicists have debated the strengths and limitations of care ethics, particularly in relation to its applicability beyond personal relationships. Critics argue that focusing on care risks neglecting broader issues of justice, equality, and systemic change. How can we address societal problems like poverty or discrimination if we're solely concerned with individual cases? Proponents counter that care ethics doesn't exclude justice. Rather, it reframes it as part of a larger commitment to supporting human flourishing. They also point out that care ethics highlights voices often ignored in traditional frameworks, such as women, children, and marginalized groups, whose concerns are frequently dismissed as private or emotional. As you reflect on care ethics, consider how it shapes your understanding of morality and responsibility. Are there areas in your life where you prioritize relationships and compassion over abstract principles? Could adopting a care-based approach deepen your connections with others or inspire new ways of addressing social issues? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we navigate conflicts, build trust, and advocate for change. Ultimately, care ethics invites us to embrace vulnerability, not as a weakness but as a shared condition that binds us together. It challenges us to see morality not as a set of rigid rules but as an ongoing practice of listening, nurturing, and responding. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in recognizing that care is both deeply personal and profoundly political, a way of being in the world that honors our humanity and affirms our interconnectedness. Number 34. Virtue Ethics, Aristotle. Imagine a life guided not by rigid rules or calculated outcomes but by the cultivation of character, by becoming the kind of person who naturally acts with wisdom, courage, and compassion. This is the essence of virtue ethics, a philosophical framework rooted in the teachings of Aristotle. Rather than asking, "What should I do?" virtue ethics asks, "Who should I be?" It shifts the focus from specific actions to the broader goal of living a flourishing, meaningful life, a state Aristotle called eudaimonia, often translated as human flourishing or the good life. At its core, virtue ethics centers on the development of virtues, qualities like honesty, generosity, patience, and resilience, that enable individuals to live well within their communities. For Aristotle, these virtues are not innate. They are cultivated through practice and habit. Just as a musician becomes skilled through consistent rehearsal, so too does a person develop moral excellence by repeatedly choosing virtuous actions. The ultimate aim is to achieve a harmonious balance, avoiding extremes of excess or deficiency. Courage, for example, lies between recklessness, too much, and cowardice, too little. By striving for this golden mean, we align ourselves with reason and purpose, fulfilling our potential as rational and social beings. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the qualities you admire in others: the friend who listens without judgment, the leader who acts with integrity, the stranger who shows unexpected kindness. These traits don't emerge by accident. They're nurtured over time through deliberate effort and reflection. Virtue ethics invites us to ask, what habits am I cultivating in my own life? Am I becoming someone who contributes to the well-being of others and myself? Or am I allowing fear, selfishness, or apathy to shape my character? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the role of context in ethical decision-making. Unlike rule-based systems like deontology or utilitarianism, which provide clear guidelines for action, virtue ethics emphasizes flexibility and discernment. A virtuous person doesn't follow a script. They respond thoughtfully to the unique demands of each situation. For instance, telling the truth might sometimes require tact rather than bluntness, while showing courage might mean standing firm or knowing when to step back. This adaptability makes virtue ethics deeply practical, but also challenging as it requires constant self-awareness and growth. Consider this analogy. Imagine sculpting a statue. Each strike of the chisel shapes the marble, gradually revealing the form hidden within. Similarly, every choice we make sculpts our character, bringing us closer to, or further from, the person we aspire to be. Aristotle believed that true happiness comes not from fleeting pleasures or external achievements but from living in accordance with virtue. When we act with excellence, we honor both our individual nature and our place within the larger tapestry of humanity. Philosophers and ethicists have long debated the merits of virtue ethics, particularly in comparison to other frameworks. Critics argue that its lack of concrete rules can lead to ambiguity, leaving individuals uncertain about how to act in complex situations. Supporters counter that this very flexibility is its strength, allowing for nuanced responses tailored to real-life dilemmas. Moreover, virtue ethics addresses a dimension often neglected by other theories: the importance of personal growth and community. It reminds us that morality isn't just about doing the right thing, it's about becoming the right kind of person. As you reflect on virtue ethics, consider how it shapes your understanding of morality and fulfillment. Are there virtues you'd like to cultivate more fully? Perhaps patience in moments of frustration or humility in times of success? How might focusing on character influence your relationships, career, or contributions to society? These reflections aren't just theoretical, they guide how we navigate daily challenges and strive toward lasting meaning. Ultimately, virtue ethics invites us to see ethics as an art, a lifelong journey of shaping ourselves into better versions of who we are. It challenges us to embrace the messy, beautiful process of growth, recognizing that the good life isn't something we stumble upon by chance. It's something we create day by day, through the choices we make and the habits we nurture. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in remembering that being virtuous isn't about perfection. It's about progress, one small step at a time. Number 35. The Sublime Experience. Kant. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast canyon, its depths plunging into shadow while towering cliffs rise endlessly before you. A storm brews in the distance, lightning illuminating the horizon, and an overwhelming sense of awe washes over you. You feel both insignificantly small and profoundly alive, caught between fear and fascination. This is the essence of the sublime experience as articulated by Immanuel Kant. A moment when we encounter something so immense, so powerful, that it transcends our ability to fully comprehend or control it, yet fills us with a deep appreciation for the limits of human perception. At its core, the sublime is not just about beauty, it's about the tension between imagination and reason. For Kant, the sublime arises when we confront phenomena that overwhelm our senses and defy our capacity to measure or categorize them. Think of gazing up at a star-filled sky, witnessing a roaring ocean during a storm, or standing beneath a mountain whose peak disappears into the clouds. These experiences humble us, reminding us of nature's boundlessness and our own finitude. Yet paradoxically, they also elevate us as we recognize the power of our rational minds to grasp, even if imperfectly, the infinite. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Have you ever felt your breath catch in the presence of something vast and incomprehensible? Perhaps it was the silence of an ancient forest, the roar of a waterfall, or the sheer scale of a city skyline stretching beyond view. In such moments, the ordinary boundaries of self dissolve. We become aware of forces far greater than ourselves. The sublime doesn't comfort us, it unsettles us. But in doing so, it reveals the depth of what it means to be human, creatures capable of feeling both vulnerable and exalted. Pause here for a moment. reflect on the dual nature of the sublime experience. On one hand, there's a sense of dread or even terror, what Kant called the mathematical sublime, where the mind struggles to comprehend the enormity of space, time, or power. On the other hand, there's a profound reassurance, the dynamical sublime, as we realize that despite our physical limitations, our capacity for reason allows us to rise above them. We may never fully understand the cosmos, but we can still marvel at its mystery. This interplay between fear and wonder transforms the sublime into a deeply existential encounter. Consider this analogy. Imagine holding a mirror to infinity. No matter how hard you try, the reflection keeps receding, impossible to contain within your field of vision. Yet instead of frustration, you feel exhilaration, a thrill at glimpsing something beyond your grasp. Similarly, the sublime invites us to embrace the unknown, to find joy in the act of reaching rather than arriving. It reminds us that meaning isn't always found in mastery but often in surrender, to the grandeur of nature, the complexity of existence, and the unfathomable depths of thought itself. Philosophers and artists have long been captivated by the sublime, exploring its implications for art, spirituality, and human understanding. While earlier thinkers like Edmund Burke emphasized the emotional impact of the sublime, its ability to evoke feelings of terror and delight, Kant took a more analytical approach, linking it to the powers of the mind. He argued that the sublime isn't located in the external world but arises within us, as a testament to the strength of our intellectual faculties. Modern interpretations extend this idea further, connecting the sublime to environmental awareness, scientific discovery, and even digital technology, where virtual worlds offer new ways to explore immensity and transcendence. As you reflect on the sublime experience, consider how it shapes your relationship with the world around you. Do you seek out moments of awe, whether through travel, art, or quiet contemplation, or do you shy away from their unsettling intensity? How might embracing the sublime deepen your appreciation for life's complexities and uncertainties? These questions aren't just philosophical. They guide how we navigate our place in a universe that is both breathtakingly vast and intimately connected to our inner lives. Ultimately, the sublime challenges us to confront our limitations without despair, finding freedom in the recognition of what lies beyond us. It teaches us that true greatness isn't about domination or control but about reverence for the mysteries of nature, the resilience of the human spirit, and the infinite possibilities of thought. Perhaps the greatest lesson of the sublime is this: in acknowledging how much we cannot know, we discover how much there is to cherish. Number 36. Rawls' Veil of Ignorance. Imagine designing a society from scratch, but with one crucial twist. You have no idea who you will be within that society. You don't know your race, gender, wealth, talents, or social status. You are shrouded in what philosopher John Rawls called the veil of ignorance. This thought experiment challenges us to create a fair and just world without bias, ensuring that the rules we establish would benefit everyone equally, regardless of their position. It's not about crafting a perfect society, it's about building one that is equitable and just, even for the least advantaged. At its core, the veil of ignorance is a tool for ethical decision-making. By stripping away personal knowledge, your privileges, disadvantages, or preferences, you are forced to think impartially. Would you design a system where healthcare is accessible only to the wealthy if there's a chance you might be born poor? Would you accept vast inequalities in education if you could end up on the wrong side of them? Rawls argued that under the veil of ignorance, people would prioritize fairness, creating principles that protect the most vulnerable while still allowing for individual freedoms. The result is his famous difference principle. Social and economic inequalities are permissible only if they improve the lives of the least well-off. Take a moment to sit with this idea. What kind of society would you build if you couldn't guarantee your place within it? Would you advocate for universal rights like freedom of speech and equal opportunity? Or would you push for policies that redistribute resources to ensure no one falls too far behind? The veil of ignorance forces us to confront our biases and assumptions, asking us to imagine justice not as something that serves our immediate interests but as a framework that safeguards fairness for all. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on how the veil of ignorance might influence real-world decisions. Consider debates over taxation, healthcare, or criminal justice reform. If policymakers adopted this perspective, would they craft laws that disproportionately favor the rich and powerful, or would they strive to level the playing field? The veil of ignorance doesn't eliminate disagreement, but it reframes the conversation, shifting the focus from what's best for me to what's best for everyone. Consider this analogy. Imagine playing a board game where you choose the rules before knowing which player you'll become. If you knew you might start as the weakest character, would you allow certain players to hoard all the resources? Probably not. Instead, you'd aim for a set of rules that gives every player a fair shot at success, even if some luck or skill remains part of the equation. Similarly, the veil of ignorance encourages us to see society as a shared endeavor, where fairness isn't just a moral ideal but a practical necessity. Philosophers and political theorists have debated Rawls' ideas extensively, particularly the feasibility of implementing his principles in diverse, pluralistic societies. Critics argue that the veil of ignorance is too abstract, ignoring the complexities of culture, history, and competing values. Others question whether individuals can truly detach themselves from their identities when making decisions. Despite these critiques, Rawls' framework has profoundly influenced discussions about justice, inspiring movements for equality and policy reforms aimed at reducing systemic inequities. As you reflect on the veil of ignorance, consider how it shapes your understanding of fairness and responsibility. Are there areas in your life where you unconsciously favor policies or systems that benefit people like you? How might adopting this perspective change the way you think about privilege, inequality, and collective well-being? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we engage with issues like poverty, discrimination, and access to resources. Ultimately, the veil of ignorance invites us to step outside ourselves, to envision a world where everyone has a fair chance to thrive. It challenges us to act not out of self-interest but out of solidarity, recognizing that justice isn't just about protecting the rights of the few, it's about fostering conditions where everyone can flourish. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in humility, acknowledging that none of us chooses the circumstances of our birth, but together we can shape a society that honors the dignity of all. Number 37. Anarchism. Imagine a world without rulers, where authority is replaced by voluntary cooperation, mutual aid, and decentralized decision-making. Streets hum with the energy of self-organized communities. Workplaces thrive as worker-owned cooperatives. Resources are shared based on need rather than profit. This vision lies at the heart of anarchism, a philosophy that rejects hierarchical power structures and advocates for a society rooted in freedom, equality, and solidarity. Far from chaos or disorder, anarchism envisions a world where individuals and groups collaborate freely, building systems that empower everyone rather than privileging a few. At its core, anarchism challenges the legitimacy of centralized control, whether by governments, corporations, or other institutions. It argues that power corrupts, fostering inequality, oppression, and alienation. Instead of top-down governance, anarchists propose horizontal relationships, emphasizing direct action, grassroots organizing, and consensus-based decision-making. Thinkers like Mikhail Bakunin, Emma Goldman, and Peter Kropotkin have explored how societies can function without coercion, envisioning models of mutual support, ecological sustainability, and participatory democracy. For anarchists, liberation isn't just about overthrowing oppressive systems. It's about creating alternatives that nurture human creativity, dignity, and connection. Take a moment to sit with this idea. What would it feel like to live in a society where no one holds power over you? Where decisions are made collectively, not imposed from above? Imagine walking into a neighborhood meeting where everyone's voice matters equally, or joining a cooperative business where profits are shared among workers. These aren't utopian fantasies, they're glimpses of anarchist principles and practice, seen in movements like Zapatismo in Mexico, Rojava's democratic confederalism in Syria, or countless local initiatives worldwide. Anarchism invites us to imagine what might be possible if we trusted each other, and ourselves, to build a better world. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the ways hierarchy shapes your daily life. How often do you encounter rules, regulations, or expectations that seem arbitrary or unjust? Consider the workplace. Do you feel empowered to make decisions, or do you follow orders dictated by someone higher up the chain? Now think about government policies. Are they designed to serve the common good, or do they primarily benefit elites? Anarchism doesn't deny the need for organization. It simply insists that power should flow horizontally, not vertically, ensuring accountability and inclusivity. Consider this analogy. Imagine a garden tended by a community rather than a single owner. Each person contributes according to their abilities. Some plant seeds, others water, some harvest, and shares in the bounty. There's no boss dictating tasks. Instead, people communicate openly, resolve conflicts collaboratively, and adapt to changing conditions together. Similarly, anarchism views society as an ecosystem, thriving when diverse voices participate and stagnating when dominated by a single authority. The goal isn't perfection but resilience, a dynamic balance that evolves through collective effort. Philosophers and activists have debated anarchism's feasibility, particularly in large-scale societies. Critics argue that without centralized authority, coordination becomes impossible, leading to inefficiency or conflict. Proponents counter that hierarchies themselves create many of the problems anarchists seek to address: war, exploitation, environmental destruction, and point to historical examples of successful anarchist experiments. Moreover, they emphasize that anarchism isn't about abolishing all structure but about replacing rigid, coercive systems with flexible, consensual ones. As you reflect on anarchism, consider how it shapes your understanding of power, freedom, and community. Are there areas in your life where you could embrace more autonomy or collaboration? Could adopting anarchist principles inspire new ways of addressing issues like climate change, economic inequality, or social injustice? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we build relationships, organize projects, and advocate for systemic change. Ultimately, anarchism invites us to dream beyond the constraints of existing systems, recognizing that another world is possible, one built on trust, creativity, and shared responsibility. It challenges us to confront our own complicity in structures of domination while empowering us to act as agents of transformation. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in hope, believing that even in a world rife with injustice, we have the capacity to reimagine and rebuild it together. Number 38. Cosmopolitanism. Imagine a world where borders are more than lines on a map. They are bridges connecting humanity. A world where every person, regardless of nationality, race, or creed, is seen as part of a single global community. This is the essence of cosmopolitanism, a philosophy that envisions all humans as citizens of one shared planet, bound together by mutual respect, responsibility, and interconnectedness. Rooted in ancient Greek thought, the term comes from cosmopolites, meaning citizen of the world. Cosmopolitanism challenges us to transcend narrow loyalties to nation-states or local identities and embrace a broader ethic of care for all people, and even the earth itself. At its core, cosmopolitanism rests on two key principles: moral equality and universal obligation. It asserts that every individual possesses inherent worth and deserves equal consideration, regardless of their background or circumstances. Furthermore, it insists that our ethical responsibilities extend beyond our immediate communities to encompass all of humanity, and increasingly, the natural environment. Whether addressing global poverty, climate change, or human rights violations, cosmopolitanism calls on us to act as stewards of a collective future, recognizing that the well-being of others is inseparable from our own. Take a moment to sit with this idea. What would it mean to live as a true citizen of the world? How might your daily choices, from the products you buy to the causes you support, change if you viewed yourself as accountable not just to your family, friends, or country, but to everyone on Earth? Imagine walking through an airport and feeling a deep kinship with travelers from every corner of the globe, not as strangers but as fellow members of a vast human family. Cosmopolitanism invites us to see the world through this lens of unity, fostering empathy and solidarity across divides. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the ways nationalism, cultural differences, or economic competition often pit groups against one another. While these divisions can foster pride and identity, they also risk perpetuating exclusion, inequality, and conflict. Cosmopolitanism doesn't deny the value of local traditions or affiliations. Rather, it asks us to balance them with a wider perspective. For example, celebrating your heritage doesn't have to come at the expense of respecting others. Supporting your community doesn't preclude advocating for global justice. By expanding our moral horizons, we create space for both belonging and inclusivity. Consider this analogy. Imagine standing on the shore of a vast ocean, watching waves ripple outward endlessly. Each wave represents an action, a decision made by someone, somewhere, that affects countless others far beyond its origin. Similarly, cosmopolitanism reminds us that our lives are interconnected in profound ways. The carbon emissions from one country contribute to rising sea levels elsewhere. The exploitation of workers in one region impacts consumers halfway around the world. Acts of kindness or cruelty resonate across communities, shaping the fabric of global society. Recognizing these connections compels us to think and act globally. Philosophers and activists have long debated the practicality of cosmopolitan ideals, particularly in a world still structured by nation-states, economic disparities, and cultural barriers. Critics argue that cosmopolitanism is overly idealistic, ignoring the realities of power imbalances and resource constraints. Supporters counter that while full realization may be aspirational, striving toward cosmopolitan values can inspire meaningful progress. From international treaties combating climate change to movements for refugee rights and humanitarian aid. Moreover, as globalization accelerates and challenges like pandemics, migration, and environmental crises demand coordinated responses, cosmopolitan thinking becomes less optional and more urgent. As you reflect on cosmopolitanism, consider how it shapes your understanding of citizenship, responsibility, and connection. Are there areas in your life where you could expand your sense of belonging, to include not just those close to you but those far away? Could adopting a cosmopolitan mindset deepen your engagement with issues like fair trade, sustainable living, or social justice? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we navigate an increasingly interdependent world. Ultimately, cosmopolitanism invites us to reimagine what it means to be human, not as isolated individuals or competing factions, but as threads woven into a shared tapestry of existence. It challenges us to confront injustice, celebrate diversity, and nurture relationships across boundaries. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in hope, believing that despite our differences, we can build a world where everyone thrives, not because we're obligated to, but because we recognize that when others flourish, so do we. Number 39. Environmental Ethics. Imagine standing in a dense forest, sunlight filtering through the canopy, birdsong filling the air, and the earth beneath your feet teeming with life. Now imagine this ecosystem vanishing, replaced by barren land, polluted rivers, and skies choked with smog. This stark contrast lies at the heart of environmental ethics, a philosophical framework that challenges us to rethink our relationship with the natural world. It asks profound questions. What responsibilities do we have toward the environment? Do non-human entities, animals, plants, ecosystems, deserve moral consideration? And how should we balance human needs with the health of the planet? At its core, environmental ethics seeks to address the ethical dimensions of humanity's impact on the Earth. For centuries, Western thought has often positioned humans as separate from, and superior to, nature, treating the environment as a resource to be exploited for economic gain. Environmental ethics flips this paradigm, arguing that nature has intrinsic value beyond its utility to humans. Thinkers like Aldo Leopold, Arne Naess, and Peter Singer have explored different approaches, ranging from conservationism, protecting nature for future human use, to deep ecology, recognizing the interconnectedness of all living beings, and animal rights, extending moral consideration to sentient creatures. Take a moment to sit with this idea. How do you view the natural world? Is it merely a backdrop for human activity, or is it an integral part of existence worthy of respect and care? Consider the difference between seeing a tree as lumber for profit versus as a living being that provides oxygen, shelters wildlife, and contributes to ecological balance. Environmental ethics invites us to expand our moral circle, to see ourselves not as rulers of nature but as participants within it, dependent on its systems for survival. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the ways modern society prioritizes short-term convenience over long-term sustainability. Single-use plastics, deforestation, fossil fuel consumption. These practices may seem harmless in isolation, but collectively they devastate ecosystems and threaten the stability of the planet. Environmental ethics challenges us to confront these contradictions, asking whether our actions align with our values. Would you willingly destroy something precious if you fully understood the consequences? Or would you strive to protect it even at personal cost? Consider this analogy. Imagine living in a shared home where everyone takes what they want without considering the needs of others. Food disappears from the pantry, water runs dry, and trash piles up unchecked. Eventually, the house becomes uninhabitable, not just for some, but for everyone. Similarly, environmental ethics reminds us that Earth is our collective home. When we deplete resources, pollute habitats, or drive species to extinction, we undermine the foundation of life itself. The solution isn't just about individual actions. It's about fostering a culture of stewardship, cooperation, and accountability. Philosophers and activists have debated various strands of environmental ethics, each offering unique insights into how we might live more harmoniously with nature. Anthropocentrism focuses on protecting the environment for human benefit, while biocentrism and ecocentrism argue that all forms of life, and even entire ecosystems, have inherent worth. Meanwhile, indigenous philosophies emphasize reciprocity and kinship with the land, highlighting sustainable practices developed over millennia. These perspectives enrich the conversation, reminding us that there are many paths toward healing our relationship with the Earth. As you reflect on environmental ethics, consider how it shapes your understanding of responsibility and interdependence. Are there areas in your life where you could reduce harm by consuming less, supporting eco-friendly initiatives, or advocating for systemic change? Could adopting an ecological mindset inspire new ways of addressing issues like climate justice, biodiversity loss, or environmental racism? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we interact with the world around us. Ultimately, environmental ethics invites us to embrace humility, to recognize that we are part of a web of life far greater than ourselves. It challenges us to act not out of fear or guilt, but out of love and reverence for the intricate beauty of the planet. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in interconnectedness, understanding that when we harm the Earth, we harm ourselves, and when we heal it, we begin to heal too. Number 40, Animal Rights. Imagine looking into the eyes of a dog, a cow, or a chimpanzee and recognizing not just an animal, but a being capable of experiencing joy, pain, fear, and curiosity. This recognition lies at the heart of animal rights, a philosophical movement that challenges humanity's traditional view of animals as mere resources for food, labor, or entertainment. Instead, it asserts that non-human animals possess intrinsic value and deserve moral consideration equal to humans, not because they are useful to us, but because they are sentient beings with their own interests, desires, and lives. At its core, animal rights seeks to dismantle the hierarchical framework that places humans at the top of a moral pyramid, where animals exist solely to serve our needs. Philosophers like Peter Singer and Tom Regan have been pivotal in shaping this discourse. Singer's utilitarian approach, outlined in his seminal work Animal Liberation, argues that suffering matters regardless of species. Therefore, we should minimize harm by adopting practices like veganism and opposing factory farming. Reagan, on the other hand, advocates for a rights-based perspective, asserting that animals, like humans, are subjects of a life, who possess inherent dignity and should not be treated as property or means to an end. Take a moment to sit with this idea. How do you interact with animals in your daily life? Do you see them as companions, commodities, or something else entirely? Consider the difference between viewing a chicken as dinner versus seeing it as a living creature with the capacity to feel pain and pleasure. Animal rights invites us to confront these contradictions, asking whether our treatment of animals aligns with our professed values of compassion and justice. Would you inflict suffering on another being simply for convenience or tradition? Or would you choose kindness even if it requires sacrifice? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the ways society normalizes the exploitation of animals, from industrial farms and laboratory testing to zoos and circuses. These systems often operate invisibly, hidden behind walls or euphemisms like meat industry or scientific research. Yet when brought into the light, they reveal profound ethical dilemmas. Animal rights challenges us to ask, what gives us the right to dominate other species? And how can we justify causing harm to creatures whose only crime is being born different from us? Consider this analogy. Imagine a world where humans are treated the way animals often are, confined to cramped spaces, subjected to painful procedures without consent, or slaughtered en masse for trivial purposes. Most people would find such treatment morally abhorrent. Why then do we accept it for animals? The answer often lies in ingrained habits, cultural norms, and cognitive dissonance, the mental gymnastics we perform to avoid confronting uncomfortable truths. Animal rights urges us to break free from these patterns, fostering empathy and accountability instead. Philosophers and activists have debated various approaches within the animal rights movement, each offering unique insights into how we might coexist more ethically with non-human life. Abolitionists argue for the complete eradication of animal exploitation, while welfarists advocate for incremental reforms to improve conditions. Meanwhile, intersectional perspectives highlight the connections between animal oppression and other forms of injustice, such as racism, sexism, and environmental degradation, underscoring the need for holistic change. As you reflect on animal rights, consider how it shapes your understanding of morality, responsibility, and interconnectedness. Are there areas in your life where you could reduce harm by choosing plant-based foods, supporting cruelty-free products, or advocating for legislative protections? Could adopting an animal-centric mindset inspire new ways of addressing issues like biodiversity loss, climate change, or global health? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we treat the countless beings with whom we share this planet. Ultimately, animal rights invites us to expand our circle of compassion, to recognize that the boundaries we draw between us and them are arbitrary and harmful. It challenges us to act not out of superiority or obligation, but out of respect for the intrinsic worth of all living creatures. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in reciprocity, understanding that when we protect animals, we also protect ourselves and the shared ecosystems that sustain us all. Number 41. Buridan's ass. Imagine standing exactly halfway between two identical piles of hay, each equally distant, equally fresh, and equally appealing. You're a perfectly rational donkey, incapable of making arbitrary decisions. Faced with this symmetry, you freeze, unable to choose one pile over the other. And so, tragically, you starve to death despite being surrounded by food. This is Buridan's ass, a philosophical paradox named after the medieval philosopher Jean Buridan, though its origins trace back to Aristotle. It explores the limits of pure rationality when confronted with perfect equilibrium, raising profound questions about decision-making, free will, and the role of randomness in human behavior. At its core, Buridan's ass highlights the absurdity of indecision in situations where logic alone cannot break a tie. The paradox assumes that without some external factor, be it preference, impulse, or chance, a rational agent caught between two indistinguishable options will remain paralyzed indefinitely. While no actual donkey would starve under such conditions, instinct and slight variations would likely tip the scales. The thought experiment forces us to consider how humans navigate similar dilemmas. Do we rely solely on reason, or do emotions, habits, and even random choice play essential roles in our ability to act? Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about moments in your life when you've faced difficult choices. 2 job offers, 2 potential partners, 2 paths forward. What tipped the balance? Was it careful deliberation? Or something less calculated like intuition, gut feeling, or even flipping a coin? Buridan's ass invites us to reflect on the mechanisms of decision-making, challenging the assumption that pure rationality always leads to optimal outcomes. Sometimes, the inability to decide can be as paralyzing as the fear of making the wrong choice. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of this paradox. If rationality alone were sufficient, why do we often resort to non-rational methods to resolve ambiguity? Consider how small, seemingly insignificant factors influence big decisions. The way sunlight hits a room during an interview, the tone of someone's voice, or the flip of a coin. These elements may seem irrational, but they allow us to move beyond paralysis, enabling action where pure logic might fail. Perhaps what saves us from becoming Buridan's ass isn't superior reasoning but our capacity to embrace uncertainty and imperfection. Consider this analogy. Imagine balancing a pencil perfectly upright on its tip. In theory, if all forces acting on the pencil are equal, it should stay balanced forever. But in reality, tiny fluctuations, air currents, vibrations, or microscopic imperfections will inevitably cause it to fall. Similarly, Buridan's ass suggests that while perfect symmetry might exist in thought experiments, real-world decisions are rarely so evenly matched. Our minds and environments are full of subtle asymmetries that guide us toward resolution, even if we're not fully aware of them. Philosophers have debated Buridan's ass for centuries, using it to explore broader questions about determinism, free will, and agency. Critics argue that the paradox oversimplifies human cognition, ignoring the messy complexity of emotions, biases, and subconscious influences. Others see it as a cautionary tale against excessive reliance on rationality, emphasizing the importance of adaptability and pragmatism. Modern interpretations extend the paradox into fields like artificial intelligence, where algorithms must often make decisions amid imperfect information or conflicting priorities. As you reflect on Buridan's ass, consider how it shapes your understanding of choice and freedom. Are there areas in your life where overthinking has led to stagnation? Could embracing randomness or trusting your instincts help you overcome decision fatigue? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we navigate everyday challenges, from mundane preferences to life-altering crossroads. Ultimately, Buridan's ass reminds us that decision-making isn't just a matter of logic. It's a dance between reason and spontaneity, precision and chaos. It challenges us to recognize that sometimes, the best way to find clarity is to let go of the need for perfection and simply take a step, however uncertain. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in accepting that life's most meaningful choices often defy neat calculations, and that's okay. Number 42. Infinite Regress Problem. Imagine standing at the edge of a bottomless pit, tossing a pebble into its depths. The pebble falls endlessly, never hitting the ground. Now imagine this scenario not as a physical abyss but as a chain of reasoning. Every explanation you offer for something leads to another question, which in turn demands yet another explanation, and so on, forever. This is the infinite regress problem, a philosophical conundrum that arises when attempting to trace causes or justifications back to their ultimate origin. It challenges us to confront whether explanations can ever truly come to an end, or if we're doomed to spiral endlessly in search of foundational truths. At its core, the infinite regress problem questions the nature of justification and causality. In philosophy, regress arguments often emerge in discussions about knowledge, epistemology, existence, metaphysics, and morality. For example, if you claim to know something, what justifies that knowledge? If the justification itself requires further justification, and so on ad infinitum, does any belief have a solid foundation? Similarly, in metaphysics, if every event has a cause, what caused the first cause? And if there's no first cause, how do we account for the universe's existence without falling into infinite regression? Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the last time you asked why. Repeatedly, like a child interrogating the world around them. Why is the sky blue? Because molecules scatter light. Why do molecules scatter light? Because of their size relative to wavelengths. Why are wavelengths different? Eventually, answers become harder to find, or they loop back to earlier premises, creating circular reasoning. The infinite regress problem reminds us that explanations often feel incomplete, leaving us yearning for a bedrock truth that might not exist. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of infinite regress. Does it mean all knowledge is ultimately groundless, resting on assumptions we cannot prove? Or does it suggest that some things must simply be accepted as self-evident, foundational axioms beyond which inquiry cannot go? Philosophers have proposed various solutions to this dilemma. Some embrace foundationalism, arguing that certain beliefs or facts are inherently justified and require no further support. Others advocate for coherentism, suggesting that knowledge forms a web of interconnected ideas, where each part supports the whole without needing an ultimate starting point. Still, others accept infinite regress as unavoidable, viewing it not as a flaw but as a feature of human understanding. Consider this analogy. Imagine building a tower out of blocks, each one resting on the one below it. If you ask what supports the bottom block, you might add another beneath it, and then another and another, digging deeper into the earth without ever reaching a final foundation. Alternatively, you could decide that one block is sturdy enough to bear the weight of all the others, declaring it the base. Or perhaps you realize the entire structure holds together because all the blocks mutually reinforce one another, forming a stable system regardless of its depth. Each approach reflects a different way of addressing the infinite regress problem. Philosophers have debated the problem extensively, particularly in relation to cosmology and theology. For instance, Aristotle introduced the concept of an unmoved mover, a prime cause that initiates motion without itself being moved, to escape infinite regress in explaining the cosmos. Similarly, many religious traditions posit a divine creator as the ultimate answer to the question of origins. Modern science, too, grapples with the issue, proposing theories like the Big Bang or multiverse models, but these often raise new questions rather than resolving old ones. As you reflect on the infinite regress problem, consider how it shapes your understanding of certainty, causation, and limits of human knowledge. Are there areas in your life where you seek definitive answers, only to encounter more questions? Could accepting uncertainty, or even embracing mystery, offer a path forward? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we navigate ambiguity and strive for meaning in a complex world. Ultimately, the infinite regress problem invites us to embrace humility in our pursuit of truth. It reminds us that while explanations can illuminate much, they may never fully dispel the shadows of the unknown. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in recognizing that the journey of inquiry matters as much as, if not more than, the destination. After all, it is in asking why that we uncover wonder, curiosity, and the boundless potential of the human mind. Number 43. Compatibilism. Imagine standing at a crossroads faced with two paths. You choose the one that leads to a lush forest, feeling certain it aligns with your desires. But what if every step you took, every decision you made, was the inevitable result of prior causes stretching back through time? Would this mean you were never truly free? Or could your choice still be considered free if it perfectly aligned with your motivations and character? This is the essence of compatibilism, a philosophical stance that seeks to reconcile free will with determinism, the idea that all events, including human actions, are determined by preceding causes. At its core, compatibilism argues that freedom isn't about being uncaused or existing outside the chain of cause and effect. Rather, it's about acting in accordance with your own desires, intentions, and reasons without external coercion. For compatibilists, true freedom doesn't require randomness or metaphysical independence. It simply means having the ability to do what you want, provided no one is forcing you to act against your will. In this view, determinism and free will aren't mutually exclusive. They can coexist harmoniously. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about moments when you felt most free. Was it because your choices seemed entirely unpredictable, or because they reflected who you are, your values, preferences, and personality? Consider someone deciding between chocolate and vanilla ice cream. If their love for chocolate determines their choice, does that make them unfree? Compatibilism suggests not. As long as their decision stems from their authentic desires, and not from manipulation or constraint, they exercise free will even within a deterministic framework. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on how we often conflate freedom with unpredictability. Many people resist determinism because they fear it undermines moral responsibility. If our choices are caused, how can we hold ourselves or others accountable? Compatibilists argue that accountability remains intact as long as individuals act based on their internal deliberations and intentions. It's not whether your actions are caused that matters, but how they're caused. If your choices arise from your reasoning and desires, you're morally responsible, regardless of the causal chain behind them. Consider this analogy. Imagine sailing a boat across a river. The current represents determinism, the forces shaping your journey. Your rudder symbolizes free will, your ability to steer according to your goals and values. While the current influences your course, you still navigate intentionally, adjusting your direction to reach your destination. Similarly, compatibilism sees human agency as the capacity to shape our path within the constraints of causality, finding freedom not in escaping those constraints but in skillfully navigating them. Philosophers have debated compatibilism extensively, particularly in contrast to libertarian free will, the belief that humans have genuine, undetermined freedom, and hard determinism, the view that free will is an illusion. Critics argue that compatibilism redefines freedom too narrowly, reducing it to mere alignment with desires while ignoring the deeper question of whether those desires themselves are freely chosen. Supporters counter that compatibilism offers a pragmatic and psychologically realistic account of freedom, one that aligns with everyday experiences of choice and responsibility. As you reflect on compatibilism, consider how it shapes your understanding of autonomy, morality, and personal growth. Are there areas in your life where you feel constrained by circumstances yet still capable of meaningful action? Could embracing compatibilism help you focus less on abstract debates about fate and more on cultivating intentions and habits that align with your best self? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we approach decision-making, accountability, and resilience in the face of life's challenges. Ultimately, compatibilism invites us to redefine freedom, not as escape from causality but as mastery within it. It challenges us to recognize that while we may not control every factor influencing our lives, we retain the power to shape our responses and pursue what matters most. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in empowerment, understanding that true freedom resides not in defying the currents of existence but in learning to sail wisely amidst them. Number 44. Libertarian free will. Imagine standing at a fork in the road, faced with two equally viable paths. You pause, weigh your options, and then, without any external force dictating your decision, you choose one path freely, guided solely by your own volition. This is the essence of libertarian free will, a philosophical stance that asserts humans possess genuine freedom to make choices that are not determined by prior causes or random chance. Unlike compatibilism, which reconciles free will with determinism, libertarianism insists on true autonomy, the ability to act in ways that are entirely up to us, unbound by the chains of causality. At its core, libertarian free will challenges the deterministic view that every event, including human actions, is the inevitable result of preceding conditions. Proponents argue that if our choices are merely the product of genetics, environment, or divine fate, we cannot be held morally responsible for them. Instead, they posit that there exists an element of agent causation, where individuals have the power to initiate actions independently of any external influence. In this framework, freedom isn't just about following desires, it's about having the capacity to shape those desires and create new possibilities. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about moments when you felt truly free. Was it because you acted spontaneously, breaking away from predictable patterns? Or did you feel liberated precisely because you knew no external force compelled you? Libertarian free will suggests that such experiences reflect something profound, the existence of a space within us, a metaphysical gap, so to speak, where we can genuinely deliberate and decide without being fully determined by past events. It's here in this space that moral responsibility finds its footing, as our choices become authentic expressions of who we are. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of libertarian freedom. If our actions aren't predetermined, what does that mean for accountability? Could it also imply unpredictability, even chaos in human behavior? Critics often question whether such radical freedom is psychologically plausible, pointing out that much of our decision-making seems influenced by unconscious factors, habits, or social conditioning. Supporters counter that while these influences exist, they don't negate the possibility of moments when we step outside their grip and exercise pure agency. Moments when we could have done otherwise. Consider this analogy. Imagine a painter standing before a blank canvas. The colors, brushes, and techniques available to them represent the constraints of their environment. Yet, within those limits, the painter has complete freedom to create something original, something that wasn't preordained by the tools or materials. Similarly, libertarian free will sees human beings as creators of their own destinies, capable of introducing novelty into the world through their choices. These acts of creation aren't random, they stem from deliberation, but they're also not mechanically caused by earlier states of affairs. Philosophers have debated libertarian free will extensively, particularly in relation to ethics, neuroscience, and theology. For instance, some religious traditions embrace libertarianism as a way to uphold moral accountability and divine justice, arguing that God grants humans the freedom to choose between good and evil. Meanwhile, modern science raises questions about the brain's role in decision-making, suggesting that neural processes might precede conscious awareness of choice. Despite these challenges, libertarians argue that dismissing free will risks undermining personal responsibility, creativity, and the very notion of self-determination. As you reflect on libertarian free will, consider how it shapes your understanding of autonomy, morality, and human potential. Are there areas in your life where you feel constrained by circumstances yet still believe you have the power to transcend them? Could embracing libertarian freedom inspire greater intentionality in your actions, knowing that each choice contributes to shaping your identity and future? These reflections aren't just theoretical, They guide how we approach responsibility, ambition, and relationships. Ultimately, libertarian free will invites us to celebrate the mystery of human agency, the idea that despite the myriad forces acting upon us, we retain the ability to forge our own paths. It challenges us to recognize that freedom isn't merely a gift, it's a burden and a privilege requiring constant vigilance and effort. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in empowerment, understanding that while we may not control everything, we always retain the power to choose, and in doing so to define ourselves anew with every decision. Number 45. Eliminative Materialism. Imagine being told that the emotions you feel, love, anger, joy, are not real but rather illusions created by outdated ways of thinking. That the self you believe to be the core of your identity is nothing more than a convenient fiction, a story your brain tells itself to make sense of neural activity. This provocative idea lies at the heart of eliminative materialism, a radical philosophical stance that argues many of our most cherished concepts about the mind, such as beliefs, desires, and even consciousness, are fundamentally flawed and will eventually be replaced by a scientific understanding of brain processes. At its core, eliminative materialism challenges the traditional view of the mind as something distinct from the physical brain. Proponents argue that common-sense psychology, the way we talk about mental states using terms like belief, desire, or fear, is akin to pre-scientific theories such as ancient ideas about phlogiston, a supposed element in combustible materials, or the four humors of medicine. Just as these outdated notions were discarded when better scientific models emerged, so too will our folk psychological concepts give way to neuroscientific explanations. In this framework there are no beliefs or desires, only complex patterns of neurons firing in response to stimuli. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you describe your inner life. When you say, "I believe it will rain tomorrow," or "I want to eat ice cream," you're relying on language that assumes certain mental entities exist. But what if these descriptions are merely placeholders for processes we don't yet fully understand? What if what you call thinking is actually just electrochemical signals coursing through synapses? Eliminative materialism invites us to consider that much of what we take for granted about the mind may one day seem as quaint and incorrect as medieval astrology does today. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of eliminating familiar mental concepts. If beliefs and desires aren't real, how do we explain human behavior? Would morality lose its foundation if intentions and emotions are dismissed as fictions? Critics argue that eliminativism undermines the very tools we use to navigate relationships, culture, and society. After all, can you imagine functioning without referencing thoughts or feelings? Supporters counter that while this shift might feel disorienting, it would ultimately lead to a deeper, more accurate understanding of ourselves, one grounded in biology rather than metaphor. Consider this analogy. Imagine describing weather using only poetic terms like angry skies or weeping clouds. While evocative, these phrases don't capture the underlying mechanisms of atmospheric pressure, temperature gradients, and condensation cycles. Similarly, eliminative materialists argue that folk psychology provides an incomplete picture of the mind, masking the intricate workings of neural networks and biochemical interactions. By replacing vague, intuitive notions with precise scientific accounts, we could achieve a clearer, more reliable framework for understanding human nature. Philosophers and cognitive scientists have debated eliminative materialism extensively, often highlighting its radical departure from conventional views. Some critics question whether science can ever fully replace subjective experience. If we feel pain, isn't that evidence enough of its existence? Others worry that abandoning everyday psychological language would leave us unable to communicate effectively about human behavior. Meanwhile, proponents see eliminativism as a bold step toward intellectual progress, akin to earlier paradigm shifts in physics or biology. They suggest that discomfort with the theory stems from our attachment to familiar concepts, not their validity. As you reflect on eliminative materialism, consider how it shapes your understanding of selfhood, emotion, and cognition. Are there areas where you rely on folk psychology to make sense of your experiences, or those of others? Could reimagining the mind as purely physical inspire new approaches to mental health, education, or ethics? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They challenge how we perceive identity and interaction in daily life. Ultimately, eliminative materialism invites us to confront the limits of our current understanding of the mind. It challenges us to embrace uncertainty and curiosity, recognizing that some of humanity's deepest questions remain unanswered. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in humility, acknowledging that while our intuitions shape how we live, they may not always align with reality, and that's okay. After all, the journey toward truth often begins by questioning what seems most obvious. Number 46. Phenomenal conservatism. Imagine waking up in a dimly lit room, unsure of your surroundings. As your eyes adjust, you see a faint outline of a chair in the corner. You don't have proof it's really there. No one has told you and you haven't touched it. But something about how it appears to you makes you believe it exists. This intuitive reliance on appearances forms the foundation of phenomenal conservatism, an epistemological theory that suggests beliefs can be justified simply because they seem true to us. In other words, if something seems or appears to be the case, we are warranted in believing it unless we have a compelling reason to doubt it. At its core, phenomenal conservatism emphasizes the role of experience and perception in shaping knowledge. It argues that our beliefs often begin with basic, non-inferential intuitions, what philosophers call appearances or seemings. These aren't always sensory impressions. They can also include intellectual intuitions, memories, or even moral convictions. For example, when you look at a tree and think, "That's a tree," you don't typically reason your way to this conclusion. It just seems obvious based on how the world presents itself to you. Phenomenal conservatism holds that such seemings provide prima facie, initial, justification for belief, requiring no further evidence unless challenged by counter-evidence. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the countless beliefs you hold throughout the day. Do you question every single one? Likely not. Most of what you accept as true, from the existence of objects around you to broader assumptions about reality, is grounded in how things appear to your senses or reasoning. Phenomenal conservatism invites us to recognize that much of human cognition operates this way. We trust our immediate experiences until given a good reason not to. This approach doesn't guarantee infallibility but offers a practical framework for navigating an uncertain world. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of relying on appearances to form beliefs. Is it reasonable to trust your perceptions so deeply? What happens when appearances deceive you? A mirage in the desert, an optical illusion, or a false memory? Critics argue that phenomenal conservatism risks endorsing unjustified beliefs by placing too much weight on subjective impressions. Supporters counter that skepticism about all appearances would paralyze us, making it impossible to function. They contend that while appearances aren't infallible, they serve as a reliable starting point for inquiry, allowing us to build more robust knowledge over time. Consider this analogy. Imagine walking through a dense forest guided only by flashes of sunlight breaking through the canopy. Each beam illuminates a small patch of the path ahead, helping you decide where to step next. While the light may occasionally mislead you, perhaps reflecting off water or casting shadows, it generally provides enough clarity to move forward safely. Similarly, phenomenal conservatism sees appearances as guiding lights, imperfect but indispensable tools for navigating the terrain of belief and knowledge. Philosophers have debated phenomenal conservatism extensively, particularly in relation to foundationalism, the idea that some beliefs are self-justifying, and skepticism, the view that knowledge is impossible. Proponents argue that the theory aligns with common sense, explaining how humans naturally form beliefs without exhaustive evidence. Critics worry it opens the door to irrationality, potentially justifying beliefs based on misleading or biased seemings. Despite these concerns, phenomenal conservatism remains influential, especially in discussions of religious belief, ethical intuition, and perceptual justification. As you reflect on phenomenal conservatism, consider how it shapes your understanding of belief formation and justification. Are there areas in your life where you rely heavily on appearances or gut feelings to make decisions? Could embracing this perspective help you become more aware of the sources of your beliefs, and more open to revising them when faced with new evidence? These reflections aren't just theoretical, they guide how we engage with information, trust our instincts, and navigate uncertainty. Ultimately, phenomenal conservatism invites us to appreciate the power and limitations of human perception. It challenges us to balance openness to experience with critical scrutiny, recognizing that while appearances often lead us toward truth, they can also mislead us. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in discernment, learning to distinguish between trustworthy seemings and those that warrant deeper investigation. After all, the journey toward wisdom begins by questioning what seems most obvious, even as we acknowledge its initial plausibility. Number 47. Modal Realism, Lewis. Imagine a universe where every possible world you can conceive of, not just the one you inhabit, exists as vividly and concretely as your own. A world where dinosaurs never went extinct, another where humanity lives on Mars, and yet another where you chose a completely different career path. All are equally real, existing simultaneously in their own right. This is the provocative thesis of modal realism, proposed by philosopher David Lewis. It asserts that all possible worlds, every imaginable variation of reality, are as actual and tangible as the one we experience, challenging our conventional understanding of existence, possibility, and necessity. At its core, modal realism redefines what it means for something to exist. According to Lewis, when we say something is possible, such as unicorns or time travel, it doesn't merely mean it could happen within our world. Instead, it exists fully realized in some other possible world. Similarly, when we call something necessary, like the laws of logic, it means that feature is true across all possible worlds. In this framework, reality isn't confined to a single universe but sprawls infinitely across countless parallel worlds, each with its own distinct properties, inhabitants, and histories. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the infinite possibilities that branch off from every decision you make. What if you had accepted that job offer, moved to a different city, or pursued a childhood dream? For Lewis, these alternate scenarios aren't hypothetical figments of imagination. They're actual worlds, populated by versions of yourself living out those choices. While you exist only in your own world, the actual world, your counterparts in other worlds live lives shaped by the roads not taken. Modal realism invites us to see possibility not as an abstract concept but as a vast multiverse of concrete realities. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of such a radical view. If every possible world exists, then everything that could ever happen does happen somewhere. Does this diminish the significance of your life in this world, knowing there's another version of you experiencing radically different circumstances? Or does it amplify wonder, filling the cosmos with endless diversity and complexity? Critics argue that modal realism strains credulity, multiplying entities beyond necessity and cluttering ontology with countless inaccessible realms. Supporters counter that it provides an elegant solution to philosophical puzzles about modality, questions concerning what is possible, necessary, or contingent, by grounding them in literal existence rather than abstract speculation. Consider this analogy. Imagine standing in a library filled with books, each containing a unique story. Some stories overlap slightly, sharing characters or settings, while others diverge dramatically, exploring entirely different plots. Now imagine stepping into these books, finding yourself transported into each narrative as though it were real. Similarly, modal realism envisions the multiverse as a cosmic library, where every book represents a possible world unfolding independently of the others. Our task is simply to recognize that the fiction of possibility is no fiction at all, it's reality writ large. Philosophers have debated modal realism extensively, often grappling with its counterintuitive nature. While some find beauty in its boldness, a vision of reality so expansive it defies comprehension, others dismiss it as metaphysical extravagance. Yet even detractors acknowledge its explanatory power, particularly in fields like semantics, metaphysics, and modal logic. By positing the literal existence of possible worlds, Lewis provides a rigorous foundation for analyzing concepts like causation, identity, and counterfactual reasoning. As you reflect on modal realism, consider how it shapes your understanding of possibility, choice, and identity. Are there moments in your life where contemplating alternate outcomes feels comforting or unsettling? Could embracing this perspective inspire greater curiosity about the infinite potentialities of existence? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They touch on how we interpret regret, ambition, and the human condition itself. Ultimately, modal realism invites us to expand our imagination beyond the confines of a single reality. It challenges us to confront the staggering scope of being, recognizing that the boundaries of possibility are far broader than we often assume. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in awe, marveling at the sheer richness of existence, whether contained within one world or scattered across infinite ones. After all, the wonder of the cosmos may not lie in its singularity but in its boundless plurality. Number 48. Counterfactuals. Imagine standing at a crossroads in your life, reflecting on the path you didn't take. What if you had chosen the other road? Would it have led to greater happiness, success, or fulfillment? Or would it have ended in regret and missed opportunities? These what-if scenarios are known as counterfactuals, hypothetical situations that explore alternatives to what actually happened. They allow us to mentally simulate different outcomes, probing the boundaries of possibility and causation while reshaping how we understand choice, consequence, and identity. At their core, counterfactuals are tools for reasoning about reality by imagining variations of it. They often begin with phrases like, if only, or what if. For example, if I had studied harder, I would have passed the exam, or what if humanity had never discovered fire? While these statements may seem speculative, they play a crucial role in human cognition, helping us make sense of the past, navigate the present, and plan for the future. By exploring alternative possibilities, we gain insight into causality, what caused an event, responsibility, who is accountable, and meaning, why things matter. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about moments when you've indulged in counterfactual thinking. Perhaps after a setback, you replayed events in your mind, imagining how small changes might have altered the outcome. Or maybe during moments of triumph, you reflected on the delicate chain of decisions that brought you there. Counterfactuals invite us to recognize the fragility of our circumstances, the countless ways life could have unfolded differently, and remind us of the agency we wield over our choices. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the dual nature of counterfactuals. On one hand, they can be empowering, offering lessons and motivation to improve. For instance, thinking, if I had started earlier, I wouldn't have been so stressed, might inspire better time management next time. On the other hand, they can trap us in cycles of regret, fixating on roads not taken or mistakes made. The key lies in balancing reflection with acceptance, using counterfactuals to learn without letting them overshadow the reality of what is. Consider this analogy. Imagine playing chess. After each move, you analyze potential alternatives. What would have happened if you'd moved your knight instead of your bishop? By simulating these scenarios, you refine your strategy for future games. Similarly, counterfactuals serve as mental rehearsals, enabling us to anticipate consequences and adapt our behavior accordingly. However, unlike chess, real life doesn't provide clear rules or definitive answers. Our imagined alternatives remain just that, imaginings shaped by limited knowledge and subjective interpretation. Philosophers and psychologists have long explored the significance of counterfactuals, particularly in relation to causation, ethics, and decision-making. David Lewis, a prominent philosopher, argued that counterfactuals help define causal relationships. If A hadn't occurred, B wouldn't have followed. Meanwhile, cognitive scientists emphasize their role in emotional processing. Studies show that upward counterfactuals, imagining better outcomes, foster resilience and growth, while downward counterfactuals, imagining worse outcomes, promote gratitude and perspective. Despite their utility, counterfactuals also raise philosophical questions. Do these alternate realities exist in any meaningful sense, or are they purely constructs of the mind? And how do we distinguish plausible counterfactuals from mere fantasy? As you reflect on counterfactuals, consider how they shape your understanding of cause, effect, and personal responsibility. Are there areas in your life where dwelling on what-ifs has hindered progress, or conversely inspired change? Could embracing counterfactual thinking help you approach challenges more creatively, recognizing the myriad paths available even within constraints? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we process experiences, assign blame, and envision possibilities. Ultimately, counterfactuals invite us to embrace the complexity of human existence. They challenge us to see the world not as fixed and inevitable but as malleable and open to reinterpretation. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in balance, acknowledging the power of imagination to illuminate new perspectives, while grounding ourselves in the reality of the choices we've made and the lives we lead. After all, every moment is shaped by countless unseen forks in the road, but it's the one we walk that defines us. Number 49, Thrownness, Heidegger. Imagine being suddenly thrust into a vast, unfamiliar landscape without a map or compass. You didn't choose to be there, you simply find yourself in the midst of it, tasked with navigating its terrain. This disorienting yet profound experience captures the essence of thrownness, Geworfenheit, a concept introduced by philosopher Martin Heidegger in his seminal work Being and Time. Thrownness refers to the condition of human existence as fundamentally unchosen. We are thrown into a world not of our making, shaped by circumstances, history, and context beyond our control. Yet, within this state of apparent passivity lies the seed of freedom, the ability to confront and reinterpret our situation. At its core, thrownness underscores the tension between fate and agency. We do not choose where, when, or how we are born, nor do we select the cultural norms, societal structures, or historical legacies that define our lives. These factors form what Heidegger calls the facticity of our existence, the given conditions that precede and shape us. However, while these conditions constrain us, they also provide the raw material for self-understanding and action. Thrownness is not merely about resignation to circumstance but about recognizing the interplay between what is imposed on us and what we make of it. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Reflect on your own life. How much of who you are, your family background, language, education, even your physical body, is truly yours? Much of it was handed to you before you had any say in the matter. Yet, despite this lack of choice, you have the capacity to engage with your situation meaningfully, to ask questions like, who am I? And what should I do? Thrownness invites us to embrace the paradox of being both passive recipients of existence and active interpreters of it. Pause here for a moment. Consider the weight of thrownness. On one hand, it can feel oppressive, a reminder that so much of life is out of our hands. On the other hand, it can be liberating, freeing us from the illusion that we must create ourselves entirely from scratch. Instead, we are invited to work with what has been given, finding purpose and authenticity within the constraints of our facticity. For Heidegger, this process of engagement is central to living an authentic life, one that acknowledges the inevitability of thrownness while striving to transcend it through thoughtful action. Consider this analogy. Imagine being handed a deck of cards at random. You didn't pick the cards and you can't change them once they're dealt, but you still have the power to play them wisely, adapting your strategy to the game at hand. Similarly, thrownness describes the initial deal of life, the circumstances we inherit, but leaves room for us to respond creatively, reshaping our trajectory through choices and interpretations. Philosophers and existentialists have grappled with thrownness, often highlighting its role in shaping human identity and responsibility. While some view it as a source of existential dread, emphasizing the arbitrariness and contingency of existence, others see it as a call to action, urging individuals to confront their limitations head-on and forge meaning amidst uncertainty. Heidegger himself saw thrownness as part of a broader framework for understanding Dasein, human being, as always already situated in a world rich with possibilities, even if those possibilities are bounded by context. As you reflect on thrownness, consider how it shapes your understanding of identity, freedom, and responsibility. Are there areas in your life where you've resisted acknowledging the unchosen aspects of your existence? Could embracing thrownness help you cultivate greater acceptance, and perhaps even gratitude, for the conditions that shape you? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we navigate relationships, careers, and personal growth. Ultimately, thrownness invites us to reconcile ourselves to the mystery of existence, not as something we fully control but as something we participate in. It challenges us to recognize that while we cannot choose the stage or script of our lives, we can decide how to perform, infusing each moment with intention and care. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in humility, understanding that our freedom arises not from escaping our circumstances but from engaging deeply with them, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. Number 50. Dasein, Heidegger. Imagine standing on the edge of a cliff, gazing out at an endless horizon. You are not merely observing the landscape, you are deeply aware of your own presence within it, your breath mingling with the wind, your thoughts shaped by the vastness before you. This profound awareness of being, this conscious, embodied existence in the world, is what Martin Heidegger called Dasein. Translated literally as being there, Dasein refers to the unique way humans inhabit the world, not as detached observers but as fully immersed participants, constantly questioning, interpreting, and shaping their reality. At its core, Dasein is about more than just existing. It's about being in the world, in der Welt sein, a term Heidegger used to emphasize that human existence cannot be separated from the context in which it unfolds. Unlike objects or animals, Dasein is characterized by self-awareness and the capacity to reflect on its own being. We don't simply live, we question why we live, how we should live, and what it means to live authentically. For Heidegger, this existential inquiry is central to understanding who we are, not as static entities but as dynamic processes always in the act of becoming. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the ways you experience the world. When you walk through a forest, you're not just moving through trees, you're engaging with them, noticing their textures, sounds, and scents, and perhaps reflecting on their significance. Similarly, when you interact with others, you bring your history, emotions, and intentions into the encounter, creating a shared space of meaning. Dasein invites us to recognize that our existence is inherently relational. We are always intertwined with the environments, tools, and people around us, shaping and being shaped by them in turn. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of Dasein. What does it mean to be a being there? It suggests that we are never neutral or passive. We are always already involved in the world, projecting ourselves forward into possibilities while carrying the weight of our past. This temporal dimension is crucial for Heidegger. He saw Dasein as fundamentally temporal, existing in a constant interplay between past facticity, present engagement, and future potentiality. Our choices matter because they define not only what we do but who we become. Consider this analogy. Imagine playing a musical instrument. The notes you play aren't isolated. They emerge from the rhythm of the piece, the resonance of the room, and your relationship with the instrument itself. Similarly, Dasein describes human existence as a kind of improvisation, where every action arises from and contributes to the larger symphony of life. Yet unlike music, which follows a score, Dasein operates without predetermined rules, leaving us free and responsible to create our own melody. Philosophers and existentialists have long debated the significance of Dasein, particularly in relation to authenticity and freedom. Heidegger argued that much of human life is spent in what he called inauthenticity, where individuals conform to societal norms and roles without critically examining their own values. Authentic Dasein, by contrast, involves confronting the anxiety of freedom, embracing the uncertainty of existence, and taking ownership of one's choices. While this process can be daunting, it also opens up the possibility of living a life that feels genuinely meaningful, a life aligned with one's deepest truths. As you reflect on Dasein, consider how it shapes your understanding of identity, purpose, and connection. Are there moments in your life where you felt truly present, fully engaged with yourself and the world around you? Could cultivating this awareness help you navigate challenges more thoughtfully or build deeper relationships? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we approach work, love, loss, and everything in between. Ultimately, Dasein invites us to embrace the complexity of human existence. It challenges us to see ourselves not as isolated beings but as integral parts of a rich, unfolding tapestry of meaning. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in presence, recognizing that the essence of life is found not in escaping the world but in immersing ourselves in it, asking questions, forging connections, and continually striving to understand what it means to be. Number 51. Pragmatism, James Dewey. Imagine standing at a fork in the road, unsure which path to take. Rather than spending hours debating the true or correct direction, you decide based on what will most likely lead to a meaningful outcome: a scenic view, a safe journey, or simply reaching your destination on time. This practical approach to decision-making lies at the heart of pragmatism, a philosophical tradition championed by thinkers like William James and John Dewey. Pragmatism shifts the focus from abstract truth to tangible consequences, arguing that ideas gain their value not from some inherent correctness but from how well they work in practice. At its core, pragmatism challenges traditional notions of absolute truth, suggesting instead that knowledge is always provisional, shaped by experience and context. For pragmatists, beliefs are tools for navigating life, not rigid doctrines to be defended at all costs. As William James famously put it, the truth is what works. If an idea leads to successful action, fosters growth, or solves problems, then it holds value. If it doesn't, it's time to revise or discard it. Similarly, John Dewey emphasized the importance of inquiry and experimentation, framing philosophy as a method for addressing real-world concerns rather than pondering eternal questions. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the ways you evaluate information in your daily life. Do you cling to rigid ideologies, or do you adjust your views based on new evidence and experiences? Consider how scientific theories evolve over time. What was once considered true about the universe has been revised countless times as better explanations emerge. Pragmatism invites us to adopt this same mindset in all areas of life, testing ideas against reality, embracing uncertainty, and valuing adaptability over dogma. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of prioritizing practical outcomes over theoretical purity. Does this approach risk undermining principles or ethics if they don't yield immediate results? Critics argue that pragmatism can justify moral relativism or short-term thinking, while supporters counter that ethical considerations themselves must also pass the test of practicality. If a principle consistently harms people, perhaps it needs rethinking. The key is balance. Pragmatism doesn't dismiss ideals. It asks us to ground them in lived experience, ensuring they serve human flourishing. Consider this analogy. Imagine building a bridge. Engineers don't rely solely on abstract formulas. They test materials, simulate conditions, and refine designs until the structure stands firm. Similarly, pragmatism sees thought and action as iterative processes. Ideas are hypotheses to be tested, refined, or abandoned based on their ability to address real challenges. Success isn't measured by adherence to theory but by whether the bridge holds under pressure. In other words, whether the solution actually works. Philosophers and educators have long celebrated pragmatism for its emphasis on progress, democracy, and education. Dewey, in particular, saw schools as laboratories for cultivating critical thinking and civic engagement, where students learned through doing rather than rote memorization. He believed that knowledge should empower individuals and communities to solve collective problems, fostering a culture of collaboration and innovation. Meanwhile, James applied pragmatism to psychology and religion, arguing that spiritual beliefs could be judged by their effects on personal well-being and social harmony. As you reflect on pragmatism, consider how it shapes your understanding of truth, learning, and problem-solving. Are there areas in your life where clinging to fixed beliefs has hindered progress? Could adopting a pragmatic mindset help you tackle challenges more effectively, focusing less on perfection and more on improvement? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we approach relationships, careers, activism, and even creativity. Ultimately, pragmatism invites us to embrace flexibility and curiosity, recognizing that life is too complex for easy answers. It challenges us to see ideas not as ends in themselves but as means to an end, creating a better, richer, more fulfilling existence. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in adaptability, understanding that wisdom isn't found in certainty but in the willingness to experiment, fail, and grow. After all, the best solutions often arise not from rigid adherence to doctrine but from rolling up our sleeves and trying something new. Number 52. Constructivism. Imagine standing in a room filled with mirrors, each reflecting not just your image but also the unique perspectives of everyone around you. The way you see yourself, your identity, values, and beliefs, is shaped by these reflections, constantly evolving as new voices and experiences enter the space. This is the essence of constructivism, a philosophical framework that posits reality is not an objective, fixed entity waiting to be discovered but rather something actively built through human thought, language, and social interaction. In this view, knowledge is not passively received. It is constructed collaboratively, influenced by cultural, historical, and contextual factors. At its core, constructivism challenges the notion of absolute truth, suggesting instead that our understanding of the world is mediated by the lenses we use to interpret it. Whether discussing science, morality, or art, constructivists argue that what we consider true or real is deeply intertwined with the frameworks, narratives, and agreements we create collectively. For example, scientific theories are not eternal truths carved into the fabric of the universe. They are models developed within specific communities, tested, revised, and sometimes replaced as new evidence emerges. Similarly, moral principles reflect societal norms and values, which shift over time and across cultures. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Reflect on how your own worldview has been shaped by the people, institutions, and environments you've encountered. Think about the stories you tell yourself, the assumptions you hold about success, love, or justice, and how they might differ from someone else's. Constructivism invites us to recognize that much of what we take for granted as natural or obvious is actually the product of shared meaning-making, shaped by dialogue and negotiation. It challenges us to remain open to alternative perspectives, acknowledging that truth is rarely singular but often plural. Pause here for a moment. Consider the implications of living in a constructed reality. If knowledge and meaning are socially produced, does this undermine their validity? Critics worry that constructivism leads to relativism, where all viewpoints are seen as equally valid regardless of evidence or consequences. Supporters counter that recognizing the constructed nature of reality doesn't negate its importance. It highlights the responsibility we bear in shaping it. By becoming aware of the processes through which ideas gain legitimacy, we can engage more critically and creatively in constructing a better future. Consider this analogy. Imagine architects designing a city. Each building reflects not only practical needs like shelter and functionality but also aesthetic preferences, cultural traditions, and political ideologies. Over time, the skyline evolves as new generations contribute their visions, tearing down old structures and erecting new ones. Similarly, constructivism sees society as a dynamic architecture of ideas, continually remodeled by those who inhabit it. What remains stable isn't the buildings themselves but the ongoing process of construction. Philosophers, educators, and sociologists have explored constructivism extensively, particularly in fields like epistemology, education, and anthropology. Jean Piaget and Lev Vygotsky applied constructivist principles to learning, emphasizing that individuals build knowledge through active engagement with their environment. Meanwhile, thinkers like Thomas Kuhn revolutionized philosophy of science by showing how scientific paradigms are constructed and reconstructed through communal consensus. More recently, postmodern and critical theorists have extended constructivism to examine power dynamics, asking whose voices dominate the construction of knowledge and whose are marginalized. As you reflect on constructivism, consider how it shapes your understanding of truth, education, and social change. Are there areas in your life where you've unconsciously accepted dominant narratives without questioning their origins? Could embracing constructivism inspire greater curiosity and empathy, encouraging you to seek out diverse perspectives and co-create solutions to complex problems? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we navigate relationships, institutions, and movements for justice. Ultimately, constructivism invites us to embrace the fluidity and multiplicity of human experience. It challenges us to see ourselves not as passive recipients of reality but as active participants in its creation. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in collaboration, recognizing that the richest truths emerge when we listen deeply, share openly, and work together to weave fragmented insights into a tapestry of understanding. After all, the world we live in is not something we find, it's something we make, moment by moment, story by story. Number 53, Falsificationism. Imagine a scientist standing in a laboratory, testing a bold hypothesis about how the world works. Instead of seeking evidence to confirm their theory, they design experiments aimed at disproving it. This counterintuitive approach lies at the heart of falsificationism, a philosophy of science championed by Karl Popper. Falsificationism argues that scientific knowledge advances not by proving theories true but by rigorously attempting to falsify them, by searching for evidence that could show they are wrong. Only those theories that withstand repeated attempts at falsification earn provisional acceptance, while those that fail are discarded or revised. At its core, falsificationism challenges the traditional view of science as a process of accumulating verified truths. Popper contended that no amount of positive evidence can definitively prove a theory correct. After all, future observations might contradict it, but a single piece of negative evidence can conclusively refute it. For example, the statement, "all swans are white," cannot be proven true by observing countless white swans. However, the discovery of a single black swan immediately falsifies the claim. In this way, falsificationism emphasizes the importance of testability and openness to criticism, ensuring that science remains dynamic and self-correcting. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how we often seek confirmation in our daily lives, favoring information that aligns with our beliefs while ignoring evidence that challenges them. Confirmation bias is a natural human tendency, but falsificationism invites us to resist it. Instead of asking, "What supports my view?" we should ask, "What could disprove it?" By adopting this mindset, we cultivate intellectual humility, recognizing that even our most cherished ideas must remain open to scrutiny. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of prioritizing falsifiability over verification. Does this approach risk making science overly skeptical, dismissing promising ideas before they've had a chance to mature? Critics argue that some fields, like evolutionary biology or climate science, rely on cumulative evidence rather than decisive falsifications, complicating Popper's strict criteria. Supporters counter that falsificationism provides a safeguard against pseudoscience, distinguishing legitimate inquiry from unfalsifiable claims like astrology or conspiracy theories. The key is balance, using falsifiability as a guiding principle without rigidly excluding nuanced forms of investigation. Consider this analogy. Imagine a fortress surrounded by moats and walls designed to repel invaders. Each wall represents a layer of defense, theories fortified by rigorous testing and unbroken by contradictory evidence. Yet, if an invader, a falsifying observation, breaches even one wall, the entire structure collapses. Similarly, falsificationism sees scientific theories as provisional fortresses, strong enough to endure attacks until proven otherwise. The goal isn't perfection but resilience, a willingness to rebuild when weaknesses are exposed. Philosophers and scientists have debated falsificationism extensively, particularly in relation to its practical application. While many admire its emphasis on critical thinking and accountability, others point out that real-world science often involves ambiguity and uncertainty. Thomas Kuhn, for instance, argued that paradigm shifts occur not through isolated falsifications but through broader changes in scientific consensus. Nevertheless, falsificationism has profoundly influenced the scientific method, encouraging researchers to prioritize transparency, reproducibility, and skepticism. As you reflect on falsificationism, consider how it shapes your understanding of truth, inquiry, and progress. Are there areas in your life where you cling to beliefs despite contradictory evidence? Could adopting a falsificationist mindset help you navigate debates more objectively, focusing less on defending positions and more on uncovering flaws? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we engage with knowledge, solve problems, and build trust in institutions. Ultimately, falsificationism invites us to embrace doubt as a cornerstone of discovery. It challenges us to see failure not as an endpoint but as a vital step toward deeper understanding. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in courage, recognizing that the pursuit of truth requires us to let go of certainty, confront uncomfortable realities, and remain open to revision, even when it means dismantling what we thought we knew. After all, the strongest foundations are built not by avoiding mistakes but by learning from them. Number 54. Reliabilism. Imagine relying on a weather app to decide whether to carry an umbrella. You trust the app not because you understand its complex algorithms but because it has consistently predicted rain or shine accurately in the past. This practical reliance on reliable processes forms the foundation of reliabilism, an epistemological theory that suggests knowledge is justified not by how something feels or appears but by the reliability of the methods used to produce it. In essence, if a belief is formed through a process that reliably leads to true outcomes, then that belief is considered justified, regardless of subjective reasoning or introspection. At its core, reliabilism shifts the focus from internal justification, how confident or certain we feel, to external reliability, how dependable the process is. For example, your belief that it will rain tomorrow is justified if it comes from a trusted meteorological model rather than a random guess. Similarly, scientific instruments like microscopes or thermometers justify beliefs about the world because they are reliable tools for gathering accurate information. According to reliabilists, what matters most is not the internal coherence of our thoughts but the track record of the mechanisms producing them. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Reflect on the ways you form beliefs in everyday life. Do you rely on gut feelings, intuition, or authority figures? Or do you lean on systems and processes known for their consistency? Consider how perceptions like vision or hearing work. You don't question whether the sky is blue because your eyes have proven trustworthy over time. Reliabilism invites us to extend this principle more broadly, trusting cognitive processes, like memory, perception, and reasoning, that have demonstrated reliability, while being cautious of those prone to error, such as biases or hasty generalizations. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of grounding knowledge in reliability rather than personal conviction. Does this approach risk undervaluing introspection or subjective experience? Critics argue that reliabilism overlooks the importance of understanding why a belief is true. If a person unknowingly uses a flawed method that accidentally produces correct results, should they still be considered justified? Supporters counter that justification doesn't require perfect awareness. What matters is the overall dependability of the process generating the belief. The key is recognizing that reliability provides a pragmatic standard for evaluating truth claims without requiring absolute certainty. Consider this analogy. Imagine using a GPS device to navigate unfamiliar roads. You may not fully grasp how the device calculates routes, but you trust it because it has guided you safely in the past. If the GPS suddenly sends you off course, you'd likely recalibrate your trust until it proves itself again. Similarly, reliabilism sees belief formation as a navigation system. Some methods lead reliably to truth, while others frequently steer us wrong. Our task is to identify and prioritize the former. Philosophers and cognitive scientists have debated reliabilism extensively, particularly in relation to traditional theories of justification like foundationalism, which relies on self-evident truths, and coherentism, which emphasizes interconnectedness among beliefs. While some praise reliabilism for offering a clear, objective criterion for knowledge, others worry it reduces epistemology to mechanical processes, ignoring the richness of human thought. Despite these critiques, reliabilism has influenced fields ranging from artificial intelligence to education, highlighting the value of evidence-based decision-making. As you reflect on reliabilism, consider how it shapes your understanding of knowledge, trust, and inquiry. Are there areas in your life where you've relied on unreliable sources or methods, only to be misled? Could adopting a reliabilist mindset help you evaluate information more critically, prioritizing dependable processes over fleeting impressions? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we assess expertise, interpret data, and make informed choices. Ultimately, reliabilism invites us to embrace a pragmatic approach to truth-seeking. It challenges us to look beyond appearances and emotions, focusing instead on the robustness of the tools and methods we use. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in humility, acknowledging that our beliefs are only as strong as the processes that underpin them, and that cultivating reliable habits of thought is essential for navigating an uncertain world. After all, the best way to find solid ground is to build on foundations that have stood the test of time. Number 55. Radical Interpretation, Davidson. Imagine landing on an alien planet where the inhabitants speak a language entirely foreign to you. You have no dictionary, no translator, and no shared cultural reference points, yet you must somehow decipher their words and intentions. This thought experiment captures the essence of radical interpretation, a philosophical concept introduced by Donald Davidson. It explores how we can understand others' beliefs, desires, and meanings, even when starting from scratch without prior assumptions or common ground. At its core, radical interpretation challenges us to consider how communication and mutual understanding are possible in the absence of direct access to another's mind. At its heart, radical interpretation posits that interpretation is not merely about decoding symbols or mapping one language onto another. It involves attributing meaning based on observable behavior and the principle of charity, the assumption that other statements are largely rational and coherent. For Davidson, this process reveals something profound. Our ability to interpret others depends not on accessing some hidden inner truth but on constructing a framework of shared understanding through interaction. In other words, meaning arises not from isolated minds but from the dynamic interplay between speaker and interpreter. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about conversations you've had where you didn't fully understand someone at first. Perhaps because they used unfamiliar jargon, spoke metaphorically, or came from a different cultural background. How did you bridge the gap? Likely you relied on context, gestures, tone, and your own reasoning to infer what they meant. Radical interpretation invites us to recognize that all communication operates similarly. We constantly reconstruct others' thoughts by piecing together clues, guided by the assumption that their words make sense within their worldview. This process isn't passive, it's creative, collaborative, and deeply embedded in social practice. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of interpreting without certainty. If we never have direct access to someone else's thoughts, does this mean understanding is always partial or provisional? Critics argue that radical interpretation risks relativism, suggesting that meanings are endlessly malleable depending on the interpreter's perspective. Supporters counter that the principle of charity anchors interpretation, ensuring coherence and consistency while allowing room for error and revision. The key is recognizing that interpretation isn't about achieving perfect correspondence with another's mind. It's about finding enough overlap to enable meaningful exchange. Consider this analogy. Imagine two musicians improvising together without sheet music. One begins playing a melody and the other responds building on what they hear. They don't need to agree on every note beforehand. They rely instead on shared conventions, cues, and mutual responsiveness to create harmony. Similarly, radical interpretation sees communication as a kind of improvisation, where speakers and listeners continuously adjust their contributions to align with each other. Meaning emerges not from fixed rules but from the ongoing negotiation of perspectives. Philosophers and linguists have debated radical interpretation extensively, particularly in relation to theories of meaning, intentionality, and intersubjectivity. Davidson's work bridges analytic philosophy and pragmatism, emphasizing the importance of public, observable behavior over private mental states. He argues that language and thought are inherently social phenomena. Our concepts and beliefs take shape only through interaction with others. This insight has influenced fields ranging from cognitive science to anthropology, challenging traditional views of individual cognition and highlighting the communal nature of knowledge. As you reflect on radical interpretation, consider how it shapes your understanding of communication, empathy, and human connection. Are there moments in your life where misinterpretations led to conflict, or deeper understanding once clarified? Could embracing this perspective help you navigate differences more effectively, focusing less on getting it right and more on fostering dialogue? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we build relationships, resolve conflicts, and engage across divides. Ultimately, radical interpretation invites us to embrace uncertainty and creativity in our interactions. It challenges us to see communication not as a straightforward transfer of information but as a dynamic, interpretive act requiring patience, openness, and imagination. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in humility, recognizing that understanding others, and being understood ourselves, is always a collaborative effort, shaped by shared practices and mutual goodwill. After all, meaning isn't something we possess alone, it's something we create together. Number 56. Logical Positivism. Imagine standing in a courtroom where every statement is scrutinized for its verifiability. If a claim cannot be proven true or false through empirical evidence or logical reasoning, it is dismissed as meaningless, no matter how profound or poetic it may sound. This rigorous insistence on verification forms the foundation of logical positivism, a philosophical movement that emerged in the early 20th century, championed by thinkers like the members of the Vienna Circle, including Moritz Schlick and Rudolf Carnap. Logical positivism asserts that meaningful statements must either be analytically true by definition such as all bachelors are unmarried, or empirically verifiable, testable through observation or experience. Anything else, metaphysical claims, ethical pronouncements or theological assertions, is deemed cognitively meaningless. At its core, logical positivism seeks to purge philosophy of what its proponents saw as empty speculation, focusing instead on clarity, precision, and scientific rigor. Inspired by advances in logic and the success of the natural sciences, logical positivists aim to establish a strict criterion for meaningful discourse, the verification principle. According to this principle, a proposition is only meaningful if there exists a method to verify or falsify it. For example, the statement, "the moon orbits the Earth," is meaningful because it can be tested astronomically, whereas, "the universe has a purpose," is deemed nonsensical because no empirical procedure could confirm or refute it. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Reflect on the kinds of statements you encounter daily. How often do you engage with claims that cannot be verified, such as expressions of beauty, morality, or existential purpose? Consider the difference between saying this painting is beautiful, a subjective judgment, and this painting was created in 1889, an objective fact. Logical positivism invites us to distinguish sharply between these realms, valuing the latter while dismissing the former as outside the scope of meaningful inquiry. It challenges us to strip away rhetorical flourishes and focus solely on what can be known with certainty. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of adopting such a stringent standard for meaning. Does this approach risk impoverishing human experience by excluding art, ethics, and spirituality from serious consideration? Critics argue that logical positivism's verification principle is self-defeating. If the principle itself cannot be empirically verified, isn't it also meaningless? Supporters counter that the goal is not to negate the importance of non-verifiable domains but to clarify their role, reserving cognitive significance for propositions that can be tested and debated scientifically. The key lies in recognizing the limits of language without dismissing its broader expressive power. Consider this analogy. Imagine a gardener tending to a plot of land, carefully distinguishing between plants that bear fruit and those that merely produce flowers. While both contribute to the garden's beauty, the gardener prioritizes cultivating crops that sustain life. Similarly, logical positivism sees intellectual inquiry as a cultivated field, favoring propositions that yield tangible knowledge over those that merely decorate the landscape of thought. Yet, even the most pragmatic gardener might acknowledge the value of flowers in attracting pollinators, just as the positivist might concede the cultural importance of poetry or religion. Philosophers and scientists have debated logical positivism extensively, particularly in relation to its impact on metaphysics, ethics, and the philosophy of science. While many admire its emphasis on clarity and evidence-based reasoning, others criticize its narrow conception of meaning, arguing that it fails to account for the richness of human expression and the complexities of moral and aesthetic judgment. Over time, logical positivism gave way to new movements like pragmatism and post-positivist philosophy of science, which sought to address its limitations while retaining its commitment to rational inquiry. As you reflect on logical positivism, consider how it shapes your understanding of truth, knowledge, and communication. Are there areas in your life where you prioritize verifiable facts over subjective interpretations, or vice versa? Could embracing this perspective help you navigate debates more objectively, filtering out untestable claims while focusing on actionable insights? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we evaluate information, resolve disputes, and make decisions. Ultimately, logical positivism invites us to cultivate intellectual discipline, challenging us to separate signal from noise in our pursuit of truth. It reminds us that clarity and rigor are indispensable tools for navigating a complex world, but also that some of the most profound aspects of human existence lie beyond the reach of empirical verification. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in balance, recognizing that while science illuminates much, it does not exhaust the full spectrum of human understanding. After all, the stars may be studied, but they are also gazed upon in wonder. Number 57. Private language argument, Wittgenstein. Imagine trying to create a secret language that only you can understand. A code so personal that no one else could ever decipher it, not even if they had access to your thoughts. Now imagine attempting to use this language to describe your innermost sensations, like the exact shade of red you see when looking at a rose or the peculiar ache in your chest after a long day. According to Ludwig Wittgenstein's private language argument, such a language is not just impractical, it's impossible. The argument challenges the very notion of a private, subjective language, asserting that meaningful communication requires shared rules and public criteria for verification. At its core, the private language argument explores the relationship between language, meaning, and experience. Wittgenstein argues that for words to have meaning, they must be anchored in publicly observable behavior or practices. A private word, one used solely by an individual to refer to their own internal states, would lack any external reference point, making it impossible to distinguish correct usage from incorrect. For example, if you invent a word like squiggle to describe a specific sensation, how would you know whether you're using it consistently over time? Without a shared framework for comparison, the word becomes meaningless, floating untethered from any objective standard. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you describe your feelings or experiences to others. When you say, "I'm happy," or "this hurts," you rely on conventions established through interaction with others. These expressions gain meaning because they are part of a communal language game, shaped by social norms and mutual understanding. Wittgenstein invites us to recognize that even our most intimate thoughts are inseparable from the linguistic and cultural context in which we live. There is no purely private realm of meaning. All language, and therefore all thought, is inherently social. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of rejecting the possibility of private language. Does this mean our inner lives are inaccessible or less real? Critics argue that Wittgenstein underestimates the depth of subjective experience, suggesting that his view reduces consciousness to mere public performance. Supporters counter that the argument doesn't deny the existence of private sensations. It simply highlights their dependence on shared structures for expression and interpretation. The key is understanding that while we may feel things deeply and uniquely, we cannot make sense of those feelings without connecting them to a broader web of meaning. Consider this analogy. Imagine playing chess alone, inventing new rules as you go along but never explaining them to anyone else. Over time, you might forget why certain moves were allowed or prohibited, rendering the game chaotic and unplayable. Similarly, Wittgenstein sees language as a rule-governed activity that requires participants to agree on the rules, even implicitly, for communication to function. Without this agreement, the game collapses into confusion. Philosophers and cognitive scientists have debated the private language argument extensively, particularly in relation to theories of mind, consciousness, and selfhood. While some interpret it as a critique of Cartesian dualism, the idea of a detached, thinking self, others see it as a defense of intersubjectivity, emphasizing the communal nature of human cognition. The argument has also influenced fields like psychology and artificial intelligence, prompting researchers to consider how machines might develop meaningful language systems grounded in interaction rather than isolation. As you reflect on the private language argument, consider how it shapes your understanding of language, identity, and connection. Are there moments in your life where you felt misunderstood or struggled to articulate your inner world? Could embracing this perspective help you appreciate the power of shared language, not as a limitation but as a bridge that connects us to others? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we express ourselves, interpret others, and build relationships. Ultimately, the private language argument invites us to embrace the communal roots of meaning. It challenges us to see language not as a solitary tool for describing private realities but as a dynamic medium for creating shared ones. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in interdependence, recognizing that our ability to think, feel, and communicate depends not on isolation but on connection. After all, the richness of human experience emerges not from what we keep to ourselves but from what we share with the world. Number 58. Performative Utterances, Austin. Imagine standing at a wedding, watching as the officiant turns to the couple and asks, "Do you take this person to be your lawfully wedded partner?" When one of them responds, "I do," something extraordinary happens. In that moment, the words themselves aren't just descriptive. They do something. They create a new reality, transforming two individuals into spouses. This is the essence of performative utterances, a concept introduced by philosopher J.L. Austin. Performative utterances are statements that don't merely report or describe. They actively bring about the actions they signify, shaping the world through language. At its core, the theory of performative utterances challenges traditional views of language as purely representational, a tool for conveying information about an already existing reality. Instead, Austin argues that many uses of language are performative. They enact or accomplish something in the act of being spoken. For example, when a judge declares, "I sentence you to 5 years in prison," their words don't simply describe a punishment, they impose it. Similarly, when someone says, "I apologize," or "I promise," they aren't merely stating facts, they're performing acts of contrition or commitment. These utterances derive their power not from what they mean but from what they do. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the ways language operates in your daily life. How often do you use words to change situations rather than merely describe them? Consider moments like saying, "I forgive you," to heal a rift, or "you're hired" to offer someone a job. Each of these phrases carries weight because it performs an action, forgiveness, employment, or reconciliation, that alters relationships and circumstances. Performative utterances invite us to recognize the dynamic, creative potential of language. It doesn't just reflect the world, it shapes it. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the conditions that make performative utterances effective. Not every statement has the power to perform an action. For instance, yelling, "I now pronounce us married," at a random dinner party won't actually marry anyone unless certain conventions are followed. The speaker must have the authority, intention, and context necessary for the utterance to succeed. Critics argue that Austin's framework risks oversimplifying complex social dynamics, while supporters emphasize its ability to illuminate how rituals, institutions, and interpersonal exchanges rely on shared linguistic practices. The key lies in recognizing that performativity depends not only on words but also on the broader systems of meaning within which they operate. Consider this analogy. Imagine a conductor leading an orchestra. The wave of the baton doesn't just signal the start of the music. It initiates it, setting the tempo and tone for the performance. Similarly, performative utterances serve as catalysts, triggering changes in social realities through carefully timed and contextualized speech acts. Without the right conditions, the presence of musicians, instruments, and an audience, the conductor's gestures would lose their effect. Likewise, performative language requires alignment between speaker, listener, and environment to achieve its intended impact. Philosophers and linguists have debated performative utterances extensively, particularly in relation to speech act theory, pragmatics, and the philosophy of language. Building on Austin's work, thinkers like John Searle expanded the concept, categorizing different types of speech acts, such as declarations, directives, and expressives, and exploring their implications for ethics, politics, and identity. Performative language has also influenced fields such as law, literature, and gender studies, where scholars examine how words construct legal frameworks, literary narratives, and even personal identities. As you reflect on performative utterances, consider how they shape your understanding of communication, power, and transformation. Are there moments in your life where words have created, altered, or dissolved relationships, commitments, or obligations? Could embracing this perspective help you wield language more intentionally, recognizing its capacity to enact change rather than simply convey ideas? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we navigate conversations, resolve conflicts, and build communities. Ultimately, performative utterances remind us that language is not a passive medium but an active force capable of reshaping the world. They challenge us to see words not just as tools for description but as instruments of creation. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in responsibility, recognizing that what we say matters, not only because it reflects our thoughts but because it can transform the lives of those who hear it. After all, sometimes the simplest phrase carries the weight of entire worlds. Number 59. Extended Mind Hypothesis. Imagine solving a complex math problem, not by relying solely on your brain, but by jotting down equations on paper, rearranging symbols, and visualizing patterns that only emerge when you externalize your thoughts. Now imagine that the pencil in your hand, the paper beneath it, and even the desk supporting you are not just tools but extensions of your cognitive process. This is the provocative idea behind the extended mind hypothesis, proposed by philosophers Andy Clark and David Chalmers. It challenges the traditional boundary between mind and world, arguing that our mental processes extend beyond the skull to include external objects, technologies, and environments that actively shape our thinking. At its core, the extended mind hypothesis questions the Cartesian notion of the mind as an isolated, internal entity. Instead, it posits that cognition is distributed across the brain, body, and environment, forming an integrated system where external resources play a crucial role in thought. For example, consider using a smartphone to remember appointments or consulting a map to navigate unfamiliar terrain. These tools aren't merely aids, they become part of the cognitive architecture itself, allowing us to offload memory, enhance reasoning, and solve problems more effectively. The hypothesis suggests that what counts as thinking isn't confined to neural activity. It encompasses the entire loop of interaction between humans and their surroundings. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how often you rely on external tools to think, learn, or create. When you write notes to clarify your thoughts, use a calculator to perform computations, or organize sticky notes on a wall to brainstorm ideas, you're engaging in extended cognition. These practices don't simply support your mental processes, they are integral to them. The extended mind hypothesis invites us to recognize that intelligence isn't something we possess in isolation. It's something we co-construct with the world around us. Our minds spill out into the physical and digital spaces we inhabit, blurring the line between inner and outer. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of extending cognition beyond the individual. Does this mean our identities, or even our sense of self, are less bounded than we assume? Critics argue that the hypothesis risks diluting the concept of mind, stretching it too far to include mundane objects like notebooks or hammers. Supporters counter that the key lies in functional equivalence. If an external tool performs a task traditionally attributed to the brain, like storing information or facilitating decision-making, it deserves to be considered part of the cognitive system. The challenge is determining which artifacts qualify and under what conditions they integrate seamlessly into our thinking. Consider this analogy. Imagine a spider weaving a web. The web isn't just a product of the spider's behavior. It becomes an extension of its sensory apparatus, enabling it to detect vibrations and capture prey. Similarly, humans construct cognitive webs through language, technology, and culture, embedding themselves in networks that amplify their intellectual capabilities. Just as the spider relies on its web to survive, so too do we depend on external scaffolds to think, communicate, and innovate. Philosophers, cognitive scientists, and technologists have debated the extended mind hypothesis extensively, particularly in relation to artificial intelligence, education, and human-computer interaction. While some praise its potential to redefine intelligence and creativity, others question whether it undermines the uniqueness of human consciousness. Despite these debates, the hypothesis has influenced fields ranging from neuroscience to design, inspiring new approaches to learning, accessibility, and technological development. For instance, wearable devices, augmented reality systems, and collaborative platforms are increasingly designed to augment human cognition, reflecting the principles of distributed thinking. As you reflect on the extended mind hypothesis, consider how it shapes your understanding of intelligence, creativity, and embodiment. Are there areas in your life where external tools have become indispensable parts of your thought process? Could embracing this perspective help you rethink how you engage with technology, collaborate with others, or structure your environment to enhance productivity and insight? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we adapt to an increasingly interconnected and tech-saturated world. Ultimately, the extended mind hypothesis invites us to embrace a more expansive view of what it means to think. It challenges us to see ourselves not as isolated minds trapped within bodies but as dynamic systems entangled with the material and social worlds we inhabit. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in interdependence, recognizing that our most profound ideas often arise not from solitary genius but from the rich interplay between brains, bodies, and tools. After all, the mind doesn't stop at the skin. It flows outward, finding expression in everything we touch, build, and share. Number 60. Process philosophy. Imagine a river, its waters constantly flowing, shifting, and reshaping the landscape as they move forward. The river is never static. It is always becoming, always in motion, with each moment giving rise to something new. This dynamic view of reality lies at the heart of process philosophy, a philosophical tradition that emphasizes change, growth, and interconnectedness over fixed substances or eternal truths. Championed by thinkers such as Alfred North Whitehead and Henri Bergson, process philosophy challenges the traditional metaphysical framework that sees the world as composed of static entities. Instead, it proposes that reality is fundamentally a web of processes, where everything is in flux and interrelated. At its core, process philosophy shifts the focus from being to becoming. Rather than viewing objects, people, or events as discrete, unchanging things, it understands them as ongoing processes shaped by their relationships with other elements in the universe. For example, a tree isn't just a static object standing in a forest. It's a living system continuously interacting with sunlight, soil, water, and air. Similarly, human identity isn't a fixed essence but an evolving narrative shaped by experiences, relationships, and choices. In this view, existence itself is a creative unfolding, a perpetual dance of creation, transformation, and renewal. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you perceive time and change in your own life. Do you see yourself as a finished product, or as someone still in the process of becoming? Consider moments of growth, learning a skill, forming a relationship, overcoming adversity, and how these experiences have reshaped who you are. Process philosophy invites us to embrace impermanence, recognizing that life's richness lies not in stasis but in movement, connection, and evolution. It challenges us to let go of rigid categories and instead appreciate the fluidity of existence. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of seeing reality as fundamentally dynamic. Does this perspective alter how you relate to the world around you? For instance, if you view nature not as a collection of objects to be controlled but as a vibrant network of interdependent processes, might you approach environmental issues differently? Critics argue that process philosophy risks undermining stability and structure, while supporters counter that it offers a more accurate and holistic understanding of reality, one that aligns with modern science, particularly fields like quantum mechanics and ecology. The key is balance, appreciating both the constant flow of change and the patterns that emerge within it. Consider this analogy. Imagine watching a fireworks display. Each burst of light appears briefly, dazzling the sky before fading away, yet together they create a spectacular show. Similarly, process philosophy sees the universe as a vast constellation of fleeting events, each contributing to the larger tapestry of existence. No single event is permanent, but their interactions generate beauty, complexity, and meaning. Our task is to recognize ourselves as participants in this cosmic performance, co-creators of the ever-unfolding story of reality. Philosophers, theologians, and scientists have explored process philosophy extensively, particularly in relation to questions of causality, ethics, and spirituality. Whitehead's process theology, for example, reimagines God not as an omnipotent ruler but as a participant in the creative process, influencing and being influenced by the unfolding of the universe. Meanwhile, ecological thinkers draw on process philosophy to advocate for sustainability, emphasizing humanity's embeddedness within the natural world rather than its dominance over it. Even contemporary debates about artificial intelligence and digital technologies resonate with process philosophy, highlighting the importance of adaptability and relationality in navigating rapid technological change. As you reflect on process philosophy, consider how it shapes your understanding of time, change, and interconnectedness. Are there areas in your life where embracing impermanence could help you navigate transitions more gracefully? Could adopting a process-oriented mindset inspire greater creativity, empathy, or resilience? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we engage with uncertainty, build relationships, and contribute to the collective evolution of society. Ultimately, process philosophy invites us to reimagine reality as a living, breathing organism, a symphony of processes continually shaping and reshaping one another. It challenges us to see ourselves not as isolated individuals but as threads woven into a vast, dynamic fabric. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in presence, recognizing that every moment is an opportunity to participate in the unfolding miracle of existence. After all, life is not something we passively observe, it's something we actively create moment by moment in concert with the world around us. Number 61. Occasionalism. Imagine a world where every action, thought, and event is directly orchestrated by a higher power. When you raise your hand to wave, it isn't your muscles or nervous system that cause the movement. It's God Himself who intervenes at that precise moment to make it happen. This striking vision of causality lies at the heart of occasionalism, a philosophical doctrine developed primarily by medieval Islamic thinkers like Al-Ghazali and later adopted by some European philosophers such as Nicolas Malebranche. Occasionalism posits that no created thing has the inherent power to cause anything. Instead, all events are occasions upon which God acts directly to produce effects in the world. At its core, occasionalism challenges the common-sense notion of causation, the idea that one thing naturally leads to another. For example, when a billiard ball strikes another, we assume the first ball causes the second to move. However, occasionalists argue that this assumption is mistaken. Created entities, like the billiard balls, lack true causal powers. They merely provide the occasion for divine intervention. In this framework, God alone is the ultimate and sole cause of all phenomena, ensuring coherence and order in the universe while maintaining complete sovereignty over creation. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you typically understand cause and effect. When you flip a light switch and the room illuminates, do you attribute the outcome to the wiring and electricity? Or might you see it as an instance of divine agency, with the act of flipping the switch simply serving as the occasion for God to bring light into the room? Occasionalism invites us to reconsider our assumptions about autonomy and agency, not just in physical processes but also in human actions, thoughts, and desires. It suggests that everything unfolds according to God's will, leaving no room for independent causation. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of living in a universe governed entirely by divine intervention. Does this perspective diminish human responsibility, or does it deepen our sense of dependence on a higher power? Critics argue that occasionalism undermines scientific inquiry, rendering natural laws irrelevant if everything is divinely caused. Supporters counter that it preserves both divine omnipotence and the appearance of regularity in nature, since God consistently follows patterns that humans interpret as laws. The key lies in recognizing that occasionalism doesn't deny the existence of apparent causes. It reinterprets them as opportunities for divine activity. Consider this analogy. Imagine a puppet show. The puppets appear to interact with each other, moving and speaking as if they have their own agency. Yet everyone knows that the puppeteer pulls the strings, controlling every motion from behind the scenes. Similarly, occasionalism sees the visible world as a grand performance staged by God, where objects and beings serve as instruments through which divine will operates. While the puppets seem autonomous, their every action depends entirely on the puppeteer's skillful manipulation. Philosophers and theologians have debated occasionalism extensively, particularly in relation to questions of free will, determinism, and the problem of evil. If God is the sole cause of all events, what happens to moral accountability? How can humans be held responsible for their actions if they lack genuine causal power? Defenders of occasionalism respond that free will exists within the framework of divine providence. Our choices and intentions are themselves occasions for God to act in alignment with His purposes. Others critique occasionalism for making God the author of suffering and injustice, questioning how a benevolent deity could orchestrate harmful events. As you reflect on occasionalism, consider how it shapes your understanding of causality, agency, and divine presence. Are there moments in your life where you felt guided or sustained by a higher power? Could adopting this perspective help you cultivate gratitude, humility, or trust in the face of uncertainty? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we make meaning of our experiences and navigate the complexities of faith and reason. Ultimately, occasionalism invites us to embrace a radically different view of reality, one rooted in divine immediacy rather than natural independence. It challenges us to see the hand of God not as distant or abstract but as intimately involved in every detail of existence. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in surrender, recognizing that while we may seek explanations and control, the true source of all things remains beyond our grasp, and closer than we imagine. After all, in a universe governed by occasionalism, nothing happens without purpose, and every moment is infused with sacred significance. Number 62. Multiverse Theory. Imagine standing on a hilltop, gazing out at an endless horizon where countless versions of reality stretch infinitely in every direction. In one universe, you're an astronaut exploring distant galaxies. In another, you never took that fateful step toward your dreams and remained in a small town. Each possibility, every decision made or unmade, every random event that could have unfolded differently, exists as its own distinct cosmos. This mind-expanding vision lies at the heart of multiverse theory, a concept rooted in physics, cosmology, and philosophy that suggests our observable universe is just one of many, perhaps infinite, universes coexisting simultaneously. At its core, multiverse theory challenges the traditional view of a singular, self-contained universe governed by fixed laws and boundaries. Instead, it proposes that multiple universes, each with potentially different physical constants, histories, and even dimensions, exist alongside ours, forming a vast multiverse. These parallel worlds may arise from quantum mechanics, where wave functions collapse into alternate realities, cosmic inflation, where regions of space expand independently, or mathematical frameworks suggesting that all logically possible universes must exist somewhere. While the specifics vary depending on the model, the overarching idea remains the same. What we perceive as reality is only a fraction of a much larger, more complex whole. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the choices you've made in your life, the paths taken and untaken. Now imagine each of those decisions branching off into separate timelines, creating alternate versions of yourself living out divergent lives. Multiverse theory invites us to consider that these possibilities aren't merely hypothetical. They might be real, playing out in other layers of existence beyond our perception. It challenges us to confront the staggering implications of infinity. If everything that can happen does happen, then no outcome is truly final, and no version of ourselves is definitive. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the philosophical and existential weight of such a theory. Does the existence of infinite universes diminish the significance of individual actions within any single reality? Or does it amplify wonder, filling the cosmos with endless diversity and potential? Critics argue that multiverse theory risks becoming metaphysical speculation, lacking empirical evidence and testability. Supporters counter that it offers elegant solutions to unresolved questions in physics, such as why the constants of nature seem fine-tuned for life. The key is balance, embracing curiosity while remaining grounded in scientific rigor. Consider this analogy. Imagine flipping a coin repeatedly. Each toss yields two outcomes, heads or tails, but over time the sequence creates an intricate pattern of probabilities. Now extend this idea infinitely. Every flip spawns entire branches of reality, each representing a unique combination of results. Similarly, multiverse theory suggests that the fundamental randomness of quantum events gives rise to a sprawling web of universes, each shaped by its own set of outcomes. Our task is not to see them directly but to infer their presence through the patterns and principles governing our own corner of existence. Physicists, philosophers, and mathematicians have debated multiverse theory extensively, particularly in relation to string theory, quantum mechanics, and cosmological models like eternal inflation. While some dismiss it as unfalsifiable conjecture, others celebrate its explanatory power, arguing that it reframes humanity's place in the cosmos, not as central actors but as participants in an unimaginably vast and varied tapestry of realities. The theory also raises profound ethical and metaphysical questions. If every choice exists somewhere, how do we define responsibility, morality, or purpose? As you reflect on multiverse theory, consider how it shapes your understanding of possibility, identity, and meaning. Are there moments in your life where contemplating alternate realities inspires awe or anxiety? Could adopting this perspective help you embrace uncertainty, recognizing that failure in one universe might lead to success in another? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we navigate regret, ambition, and the human condition itself. Ultimately, multiverse theory invites us to expand our imagination beyond the confines of a single reality. It challenges us to confront the limits of knowledge while marveling at the boundless creativity of existence. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in humility, acknowledging that while we inhabit one universe among many, the richness of our experience arises not from exclusivity but from connection, to the infinite possibilities around us and the shared mystery of being. After all, the multiverse reminds us that even in a sea of infinitude, every moment matters uniquely. Number 63. Dualism, Descartes. Imagine standing at the intersection of two vast realms, one made of matter, governed by physical laws, and the other composed of immaterial thought, shaped by reason, emotion, and consciousness. This profound division between mind and body lies at the heart of dualism, a philosophical framework famously articulated by René Descartes in his seminal work Meditations on First Philosophy. Dualism posits that the human experience is fundamentally split into two distinct substances: the residential cogitans, the thinking thing, and the residential extensa, the extended thing. According to Descartes, while the body operates as a machine subject to the laws of physics, the mind, or soul, is an independent, non-physical entity capable of thought, will, and self-awareness. At its core, dualism seeks to resolve one of philosophy's most enduring questions: what is the nature of the self? For Descartes, the answer came during his quest for certainty, a process that led him to doubt everything except the undeniable fact of his own existence. Cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. From this foundation, he concluded that the essence of the self lies not in the body but in the mind, which exists independently of physical reality. The body, though intimately connected to the mind, belongs to the material world, subject to decay and imperfection, whereas the mind is eternal, rational, and free. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you perceive yourself. When you reflect on your identity, do you identify more closely with your thoughts, emotions, and sense of awareness, or with your physical form, sensations, and bodily functions? Dualism invites us to recognize this duality within ourselves, suggesting that while our bodies anchor us in the material world, our minds transcend it, enabling abstract reasoning, creativity, and moral judgment. It challenges us to consider whether this self we experience is primarily a product of neural activity or something deeper, more intangible, and perhaps even immortal. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of dividing the self into mind and body. Does this separation clarify the mysteries of human existence, or does it complicate them further? Critics argue that dualism creates an explanatory gap. How can an immaterial mind interact with a physical body if they belong to entirely different realms? Supporters counter that the distinction provides a coherent framework for understanding phenomena like consciousness, free will, and spirituality, which seem irreducible to purely material processes. The key lies in grappling with the tension between these domains without collapsing them into one another. Consider this analogy. Imagine a pianist playing a grand piano. The instrument represents the body, a finely tuned mechanism governed by mechanical principles. Yet the music arises not from the keys themselves but from the pianist's mind, translating intention and emotion into sound. Similarly, dualism sees the body as the medium through which the mind expresses itself, creating harmony between the material and the immaterial. However, unlike the pianist who directly touches the keys, the interaction between mind and body remains elusive, raising profound questions about causation and unity. Philosophers, scientists, and theologians have debated dualism extensively, particularly in relation to neuroscience, artificial intelligence, and religious beliefs about the soul. While some view dualism as outdated in light of modern brain science, others see it as a necessary counterbalance to reductionist views that equate mind with matter. Descartes' legacy endures in debates over personal identity, the nature of consciousness, and the possibility of life after death. Even today the question persists: are we merely biological machines, or is there something beyond the flesh that gives rise to our inner lives? As you reflect on dualism, consider how it shapes your understanding of selfhood, morality, and spirituality. Are there moments in your life where you felt the pull between your physical needs and your mental aspirations? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate struggles like illness, aging, or existential doubt by focusing on the enduring qualities of the mind? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we make meaning of suffering, purpose, and the human condition. Ultimately, dualism invites us to confront the enigma of our dual nature. It challenges us to see ourselves not as unified beings but as bridges between worlds, rooted in the tangible yet reaching toward the transcendent. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in balance, recognizing that while our bodies ground us in the present, our minds allow us to dream of eternity. After all, the beauty of humanity may lie precisely in this duality, the interplay between what we are and what we aspire to become. Number 64. Monism. Imagine standing on the edge of a vast ocean, watching as the waves crash against the shore. At first glance, the water seems separate from the sand, the sky distinct from the earth. But upon closer reflection, you realize that everything around you, the air you breathe, the ground beneath your feet, even the thoughts swirling in your mind, are all manifestations of a single unified reality. This profound vision of interconnectedness lies at the heart of monism, a philosophical perspective that asserts there is only one fundamental substance or principle underlying all existence. Whether framed as material, spiritual, or neutral, monism challenges the dualistic view of reality by insisting that the apparent divisions between mind and body, self and world, matter and spirit, are ultimately illusory. At its core, monism seeks to resolve the fragmentation of reality into discrete categories by positing a unifying essence. For materialist monists, this essence is physical matter. Everything, including consciousness, arises from the interactions of atoms and energy. Idealist monists, on the other hand, argue that reality is fundamentally mental or spiritual, with the material world being a projection of thought or divine will. Neutral monists propose a third option, suggesting that both mind and matter emerge from a more fundamental, indescribable substance. Regardless of the specific interpretation, monism emphasizes unity over division, coherence over separation. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you typically perceive the world, as a collection of distinct objects, people, and ideas, or as part of a seamless whole. When you touch a tree's bark, do you see it as something external to you, or do you recognize that the same elements, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, that compose the tree also flow through your own body? Monism invites us to transcend the boundaries we impose on reality, seeing ourselves not as isolated individuals but as expressions of a greater continuum. It challenges us to embrace interconnectedness, recognizing that what happens to one part of the system affects the whole. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of viewing reality as a unified whole. Does this perspective diminish individuality, or does it amplify our sense of belonging and responsibility? Critics argue that monism risks oversimplifying the complexity of existence, collapsing meaningful distinctions into an undifferentiated oneness. Supporters counter that it provides a holistic framework for understanding phenomena like consciousness, ecology, and ethics, revealing the deep interdependence of all things. The key is balance, appreciating the diversity within unity without reducing everything to sameness. Consider this analogy. Imagine a symphony orchestra. Each instrument plays its unique part, contributing distinct melodies, harmonies, and rhythms. Yet when experienced together, these individual sounds merge into a cohesive whole, a single piece of music that transcends any one component. Similarly, monism sees reality as a grand symphony, where every element, no matter how small, participates in the unfolding of a universal composition. Our task is not to isolate the notes but to hear the music they create collectively. Philosophers, mystics, and scientists have explored monism extensively, often bridging disciplines to uncover its implications. Ancient traditions like Advaita Vedanta, non-dual Hindu philosophy, and Taoism celebrate the unity of all things, while modern thinkers like Baruch Spinoza and Alfred North Whitehead offer rigorous metaphysical frameworks for understanding oneness. In contemporary science, fields like quantum physics and systems theory resonate with monistic principles, highlighting the interconnected nature of particles, ecosystems, and consciousness itself. As you reflect on monism, consider how it shapes your understanding of identity, morality, and purpose. Are there moments in your life where embracing interconnectedness has inspired compassion, creativity, or peace? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate conflicts, environmental crises, or personal struggles by fostering a sense of shared responsibility? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we relate to others, care for the planet, and find meaning in our brief time here. Ultimately, monism invites us to see beyond appearances, to recognize that the boundaries we perceive are porous, the separations fleeting. It challenges us to live as if everything truly matters because everything is connected. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in wholeness, understanding that while we may appear as fragments, we are never truly alone. After all, in a universe woven from one thread, every action resonates infinitely, and every being reflects the entirety. Number 65. Aristotle's Four Causes. Imagine standing before a beautifully crafted marble statue, marveling at its intricate details and the skill of the artist who created it. As you reflect on its existence, you might ask, what is this statue made of? What brought it into being? What purpose does it serve? And what makes it the kind of thing it is? These questions correspond to Aristotle's Four Causes, a cornerstone of his philosophy that offers a comprehensive framework for understanding why things are the way they are. Far from being mere abstractions, these causes provide a practical lens through which we can examine the world around us, whether we're contemplating art, nature, or even human actions. At its core, Aristotle's theory of causation identifies four distinct but interconnected ways of explaining anything that exists. 1. Material cause. This asks what something is made of. For the statue, the material cause is the marble, the physical substance from which it is formed. 2. Efficient cause. This refers to the agent or process that brings something into existence. In this case, it's the sculptor and their tools, whose craftsmanship transforms raw stone into a work of art. 3. Formal cause. This concerns the form or essence of an object, the blueprint or design that defines it. The formal cause of the statue is the idea or pattern in the sculptor's mind, which gives shape and meaning to the material. 4. Final cause. This explores the purpose or goal of a thing. Why was the statue created? Perhaps it was meant to honor a deity, commemorate a hero, or inspire beauty, a reason that guides its creation and use. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how these four causes apply to everyday objects or events in your life. Consider a chair. Its material cause is wood or metal. Its efficient cause is the carpenter or factory that constructed it. Its formal cause is the design that determines its structure, and its final cause is the function of providing a place to sit. By analyzing phenomena through this multifaceted lens, Aristotle invites us to appreciate the complexity and intentionality underlying all aspects of reality. It challenges us to see beyond surface appearances and delve deeper into the why behind things. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of adopting Aristotle's framework. Does it change how you perceive the world? Modern science often focuses on material and efficient causes, e.g., matter and energy, sometimes neglecting formal and final causes, e.g., purpose and essence. Critics argue that focusing too much on purpose risks anthropomorphizing nature, attributing goals where none exist. Supporters counter that ignoring final causes impoverishes our understanding, stripping away the richness of teleology, the study of purpose, that informs fields like biology, ethics, and art. The key lies in balancing explanation with interpretation, recognizing both the mechanics and the meaning of existence. Consider this analogy. Imagine baking a cake. The ingredients, flour, eggs, sugar, represent the material cause. The baker mixing and baking them embodies the efficient cause. The recipe serves as the formal cause, dictating the cake's structure, and the celebration or occasion for which the cake is baked reflects the final cause. Each element contributes to the whole, and omitting any one would leave the process incomplete. Similarly, Aristotle's four causes remind us that true understanding requires considering multiple dimensions of causation. Philosophers, scientists, and theologians have debated Aristotle's four causes extensively, particularly in relation to metaphysics, theology, and natural philosophy. While some later thinkers dismissed the notion of final causes as outdated, others revived it, arguing that purposes remain essential for explaining living organisms, human behavior, and moral values. Even today, Aristotle's framework resonates in disciplines ranging from engineering, design principles, to medicine, understanding health as a functional goal. As you reflect on Aristotle's four causes, consider how they shape your understanding of creativity, purpose, and order. Are there areas in your life where examining the why behind actions or objects reveals new insights? Could applying this framework help you better analyze problems, design solutions, or articulate intentions? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we make decisions, create meaning, and interact with the world. Ultimately, Aristotle's four causes invite us to embrace a holistic view of reality, one that integrates materials, processes, forms, and purposes into a unified whole. They challenge us to see the world not as a collection of isolated facts but as a web of interrelated explanations. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in curiosity, recognizing that every object, event, and idea has layers of significance waiting to be uncovered. After all, understanding isn't just about knowing what something is, it's about grasping why it matters. Number 66. Plato's Theory of Forms. Imagine standing in a dimly lit cave, chained so that you can only gaze at the wall before you. On this wall, shadows flicker and dance, projections cast by objects passing in front of a fire behind you. To those bound in the cave, these shadows appear to be the ultimate reality, the sum total of what exists. But now imagine being freed, turning around to see the fire, the objects creating the shadows, and finally stepping out into the sunlight, where you encounter the true, perfect essence of everything you once knew only as fleeting silhouettes. This allegory of the cave, one of Plato's most famous metaphors, encapsulates his theory of forms. The idea that beyond the imperfect, transient world we perceive lies a realm of eternal, unchanging truths, the forms that represent the ultimate reality. At its core, Plato's theory of forms posits that the physical world we inhabit is a mere shadow or imitation of a higher, immaterial realm. In this higher domain, perfect archetypes, or forms, exist for every object, concept, and quality. For example, while there are countless tables in the material world, each flawed, temporary, and unique, they all derive their tableness from the form of the table, an ideal, abstract template that defines what it means to be a table. Similarly, virtues like justice, beauty, and goodness have corresponding forms, embodying their purest, most universal expressions. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the concepts you take for granted. What makes something beautiful, just, or real? According to Plato, our understanding of these ideas stems not from sensory experience but from innate knowledge of the forms. When you recognize beauty in a sunset or fairness in an action, you're glimpsing fragments of the eternal forms, even if you don't consciously realize it. The theory of forms invites us to transcend the limitations of perception, striving toward wisdom by contemplating the timeless principles that underlie the chaotic surface of existence. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of dividing reality into two realms: the visible, ever-changing world of appearances and the intelligible, immutable realm of forms. Does this distinction clarify the nature of truth, or does it create a chasm between the practical and the ideal? Critics argue that Plato's theory risks undermining the value of the material world, dismissing it as illusory or inferior. Supporters counter that it provides a profound explanation for universals, why different cultures agree on certain concepts like justice or equality, and inspires humanity to aspire toward perfection. The key lies in balance, appreciating both the shadows we live among and the light they point toward. Consider this analogy. Imagine a painter working on a canvas. The brush strokes, colors, and textures represent the physical world, the imperfect attempts to capture beauty. Yet the inspiration guiding the artist, the vision of harmony, proportion, and meaning, resides in the realm of forms. Similarly, Plato sees human endeavors as efforts to approximate the divine archetypes, whether in art, governance, or personal development. Our task is not to abandon the material world but to align it more closely with the ideals it reflects. Philosophers, theologians, and mathematicians have debated Plato's theory of forms extensively, particularly in relation to epistemology, how we know things, metaphysics, the nature of reality, and ethics, how we should live. While some later thinkers rejected the dualism inherent in the theory, such as Aristotle, who emphasized the unity of form and matter, others embraced and adapted it, influencing fields as diverse as Christian theology, Renaissance art, and modern mathematics. Even today, echoes of Plato's forms resonate in debates about objective truth, morality, and the nature of abstraction. As you reflect on the theory of forms, consider how it shapes your understanding of perfection, knowledge, and aspiration. Are there moments in your life where you felt drawn to something greater than yourself? A sense of beauty, justice, or purpose that transcends everyday experience? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by focusing on enduring principles rather than fleeting circumstances? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we pursue excellence, interpret the world, and seek fulfillment. Ultimately, Plato's theory of forms invites us to look beyond the immediate and tangible, striving instead for the eternal and sublime. It challenges us to see ourselves not merely as inhabitants of a flawed, temporal world but as seekers of a deeper, more meaningful reality. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in aspiration, recognizing that while perfection may elude us, the pursuit of it elevates both our lives and the world around us. After all, the shadows on the cave wall gain significance only when we remember the light that casts them. Number 67. Qualia. Imagine biting into a ripe, juicy strawberry. The burst of sweetness, the vivid red hue, the cool sensation against your tongue, these rich, subjective experiences are what philosophers call qualia. They represent the ineffable, first-person aspects of consciousness that make our encounters with the world deeply personal and unique. While science can describe the chemical composition of the strawberry or the neural activity in your brain as you eat it, qualia refer to the what it is like of the experience. The raw, unmediated feeling that cannot be fully captured by objective measurement or third-person description. At its core, the concept of qualia challenges us to confront one of philosophy's most enduring mysteries, the nature of subjective experience. How do physical processes in the brain give rise to the private, qualitative sensations we associate with perception, emotion, and thought? For example, when you see the color blue, hear a melody, or feel pain, there is something it is like to undergo those states, an intrinsic, qualitative dimension that seems irreducible to mere data or function. Qualia highlight the gap between the objective and the subjective, raising profound questions about the relationship between mind and matter. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the richness of your sensory experiences. What does it feel like to watch a sunset, smell fresh rain, or listen to your favorite song? These moments are more than just information processed by your brain. They are lived, felt realities that shape how you engage with the world. Qualia invite us to recognize the mystery at the heart of consciousness. Why does experience have a qualitative aspect at all? And why does it feel the way it does rather than some other way, or none at all? Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of qualia for understanding consciousness. If subjective experience resists reduction to physical terms, does this mean materialism, the view that everything can be explained in terms of matter and energy, is incomplete? Critics argue that focusing on qualia risks descending into solipsism, where only one's own mind is certain to exist, while supporters counter that they reveal the limits of current scientific paradigms, pointing toward new ways of thinking about reality. The key lies in grappling with the tension between explanation and experience, recognizing that qualia pose both a challenge and an opportunity for deeper inquiry. Consider this analogy. Imagine two people standing before a painting. One sees vibrant colors and feels moved by its beauty. The other perceives shapes and notes technical details but remains indifferent. Though they stand side by side, their experiences differ profoundly because qualia are inherently subjective. Similarly, no amount of external analysis can fully capture what it is like to inhabit another person's perspective, to see the world through their eyes, hear with their ears, or feel with their skin. Our inner worlds remain uniquely ours, accessible only indirectly through language, art, and shared human connection. Philosophers, neuroscientists, and cognitive scientists have debated qualia extensively, particularly in relation to the so-called hard problem of consciousness, formulated by David Chalmers. While some seek to explain qualia in terms of neural correlates or computational models, others argue that they defy conventional scientific explanation altogether. Thought experiments like Thomas Nagel's "What Is It Like to Be a Bat?" and Frank Jackson's "Mary the Color Scientist" further illuminate the difficulty of bridging the explanatory gap between physical processes and subjective experience. As you reflect on qualia, consider how they shape your understanding of selfhood, empathy, and the human condition. Are there moments in your life where heightened awareness of your own qualia has deepened your appreciation for existence? Could embracing this perspective help you cultivate greater mindfulness, curiosity, or compassion for others' experiences? These reflections aren't just theoretical, they guide how we relate to ourselves, others, and the world around us. Ultimately, qualia remind us that consciousness is not merely a mechanism, it is a mystery infused with wonder. They challenge us to embrace the ineffability of experience, recognizing that while words and equations may approximate reality, they can never fully contain it. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in presence, acknowledging that every moment carries within it a depth of feeling that transcends description, inviting us to live more fully in the now. After all, the essence of being human lies not in what we know but in what we feel. Number 68. Empiricism. Locke. Hume. Imagine a newborn child, their mind like an empty slate, smooth, untouched, and ready to be inscribed by the world around them. Every sight, sound, touch, and experience etches itself onto this blank canvas, gradually shaping the person they will become. This vivid metaphor of the tabula rasa, blank slate, encapsulates the essence of empiricism, a philosophical tradition championed by thinkers such as John Locke and David Hume. Empiricism asserts that all knowledge originates from sensory experience, rejecting the notion of innate ideas or pre-existing truths. In this view, the human mind is not born with fixed content but builds understanding through observation, experimentation, and reflection. At its core, empiricism challenges the rationalist belief that significant truths can be known through pure reason alone. For empiricists, knowledge begins with the senses. We perceive the world, gather data, and construct ideas based on patterns and associations. Locke famously argued that the mind starts as a blank slate, tabula rasa, and acquires knowledge through experience, dividing these experiences into two categories: sensation, external impressions received via the five senses, and reflection, internal operations of the mind such as thinking and reasoning. Similarly, Hume extended this framework by emphasizing the role of habit and custom in forming beliefs, arguing that even our most cherished assumptions about causality and identity are grounded in repeated observations rather than logical necessity. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you acquire knowledge in your daily life. When you learn a new skill, like cooking or playing an instrument, you rely on trial and error, feedback, and practice. Even abstract concepts such as justice or love are shaped by concrete examples and lived experiences. Empiricism invites us to recognize that our understanding of the world is built incrementally, piece by piece, through interaction with our environment. It challenges us to remain open to revision, acknowledging that what we know today may evolve as we encounter new evidence tomorrow. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of grounding knowledge in sensory experience. Does this approach risk undermining certainty, leaving us adrift in a sea of subjective impressions? Critics argue that empiricism struggles to account for universal principles, such as mathematics or morality, which seem independent of individual perception. Supporters counter that while no single experience provides ultimate truth, the cumulative weight of consistent observations offers a reliable foundation for knowledge. The key lies in recognizing the provisional nature of empirical inquiry while celebrating its adaptability and growth. Consider this analogy. Imagine building a mosaic. Each tile represents a discrete observation, a sensation, fact, or insight gathered from the world. Individually, the tiles may appear random or disconnected, but when assembled together, they form a coherent picture. Similarly, empiricism sees knowledge as a mosaic constructed over time, where each piece contributes to a larger, evolving understanding. The beauty of the image depends not on any single tile but on the relationships and patterns that emerge among them. Philosophers and scientists have debated empiricism extensively, particularly in relation to epistemology, the study of knowledge, metaphysics, the nature of reality, and the philosophy of science. While Locke's emphasis on experience laid the groundwork for modern psychology and education, Hume's skepticism pushed the boundaries of what could be known with confidence, influencing later thinkers like Immanuel Kant. Today, empiricism remains central to scientific methodology, guiding researchers to prioritize evidence-based reasoning and testable hypotheses over speculative theories. As you reflect on empiricism, consider how it shapes your understanding of learning, discovery, and progress. Are there areas in your life where relying on direct experience has led to deeper insights or unexpected surprises? Could adopting this perspective help you approach problems more methodically, testing assumptions and seeking verifiable evidence before drawing conclusions? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we navigate uncertainty, make decisions, and innovate. Ultimately, empiricism invites us to embrace curiosity and humility, recognizing that knowledge is a journey rather than a destination. It challenges us to see ourselves not as possessors of absolute truth but as explorers continually refining our maps of the world. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in openness, understanding that every observation, no matter how small, adds to the grand mosaic of human understanding. After all, the most profound discoveries often begin with simple acts of noticing. Number 69. Rationalism, Descartes, Leibniz. Imagine sitting in a quiet room, shutting out all distractions, and turning inward to examine the contents of your own mind. Without relying on sensory experience or external observation, you uncover timeless truths, principles so certain and universal that they could not have been learned from the imperfect, fleeting world around you. This act of introspective discovery lies at the heart of rationalism, a philosophical tradition championed by thinkers like René Descartes and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. Rationalism asserts that reason is the primary source of knowledge, capable of arriving at fundamental truths through innate ideas, logical deduction, and intellectual intuition, independent of sensory input. At its core, rationalism challenges the empiricist belief that all knowledge originates from experience. For rationalists, some ideas are innate, present within us from birth, and others can be derived through rigorous reasoning. Descartes famously demonstrated this approach with his method of systematic doubt, stripping away everything he could question until he arrived at the indubitable foundation of existence. Cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. From this starting point, he used pure reason to deduce the nature of God, the mind, and the material world. Similarly, Leibniz argued that reality is governed by logical principles accessible to the intellect, envisioning a universe composed of simple, indivisible substances called monads, whose harmonious interactions reflect an underlying rational order. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you arrive at certain beliefs or conclusions. When you grasp mathematical truths such as 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, or recognize the law of non-contradiction, that something cannot both be and not be at the same time, Do you rely on sensory evidence, or does the truth feel self-evident? Rationalism invites us to recognize that some knowledge transcends experience, residing in the structure of thought itself. It challenges us to trust the power of reason, seeing it not as a tool subordinate to observation but as a faculty capable of accessing eternal, unchanging realities. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of privileging reason over sensation. Does this approach risk alienating us from the tangible, lived world, reducing it to mere illusion or secondary importance? Critics argue that rationalism underestimates the role of experience in shaping our understanding, while supporters counter that empirical data alone cannot account for abstract concepts like justice, infinity, or causality. The key lies in balance, acknowledging the strengths of reason without dismissing the richness of sensory engagement. After all, even Descartes conceded that observation complements reason, especially when investigating the physical world. Consider this analogy. Imagine constructing a building. The blueprint represents the work of reason, the abstract, logical framework that ensures structural integrity and coherence. The materials and labor symbolize sensory experience, the concrete actions needed to bring the design into reality. While the blueprint provides essential guidance, the completed structure depends on both elements working together. Similarly, rationalism sees reason as the architect of knowledge, laying the groundwork upon which experience builds. Philosophers and mathematicians have debated rationalism extensively, particularly in relation to epistemology, the study of knowledge, metaphysics, the nature of reality, and ethics, the basis of moral principles. While Descartes' emphasis on foundational certainty influenced modern philosophy and science, Leibniz's vision of a rationally ordered cosmos inspired developments in mathematics, logic, and theoretical physics. Even today, rationalism resonates in fields like artificial intelligence, where algorithms mimic deductive reasoning to solve complex problems. As you reflect on rationalism, consider how it shapes your understanding of truth, inquiry, and human potential. Are there moments in your life where relying on reason has led to clarity, or perhaps rigidity? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate ambiguity by focusing on principles that withstand scrutiny, rather than being swayed by transient impressions? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we evaluate arguments, construct ethical frameworks, and pursue intellectual growth. Ultimately, rationalism invites us to celebrate the power of the mind, recognizing that some truths are universal and immutable, accessible through the disciplined application of thought. It challenges us to see ourselves not merely as creatures of habit or instinct but as beings endowed with the capacity to discern profound insights. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in confidence, trusting that reason, properly cultivated, can illuminate the darkest corners of ignorance and reveal the elegant architecture of reality. After all, the light of understanding often begins with a single spark of logic. Number 70. Skepticism. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, foggy plain. You can see shapes and shadows moving in the mist, but no matter how hard you squint, their true forms remain elusive. Is that a tree or a person? A path or an illusion? Skepticism invites us to linger in this state of uncertainty, questioning whether we can ever truly know anything with absolute certainty. At its core, skepticism is a philosophical stance that challenges the reliability of human knowledge, urging us to doubt claims until they are rigorously justified. Rather than accepting beliefs at face value, skeptics demand evidence, probing the limits of perception, reason, and experience. At its heart, skepticism questions the foundations upon which we build our understanding of reality. Ancient skeptics like Pyrrho argued that because our senses can deceive us and our reasoning is fallible, we should suspend judgment, epiche, on all matters that cannot be conclusively proven. Later philosophers such as David Hume extended this line of inquiry, arguing that even seemingly self-evident principles, like causality, are based not on logic but on habit and custom. Modern skepticism often focuses on specific domains, such as scientific, moral, or existential skepticism, asking whether we can trust our instruments, ethical intuitions, or life's purpose. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the beliefs you hold dear, the things you take for granted every day. How do you know the external world exists beyond your mind? That history happened as it's told? Or that your memories accurately reflect past events? Skepticism invites us to interrogate these assumptions, recognizing that much of what we consider knowledge rests on shaky ground. It challenges us to cultivate intellectual humility, acknowledging the provisional nature of our beliefs while remaining open to revision. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of embracing skepticism. Does this perspective liberate us from dogma, or does it paralyze us with doubt? Critics argue that radical skepticism undermines action, making it impossible to live meaningfully if nothing can be known for sure. Supporters counter that skepticism fosters critical thinking, guarding against gullibility and encouraging rigorous inquiry. The key lies in balance, using skepticism as a tool to refine knowledge without succumbing to nihilism or paralysis. After all, questioning is not the same as rejecting, it's a step toward deeper understanding. Consider this analogy. Imagine walking through a dense forest at night with only a flickering lantern. The light reveals fragments of the path ahead, but much remains hidden in shadow. A skeptic might caution against assuming the entire trail is safe just because part of it appears clear. Similarly, skepticism reminds us that while we may glimpse portions of truth, the full picture often eludes us. Our task is not to abandon the journey but to proceed cautiously, testing each step before committing fully. Philosophers and scientists have debated skepticism extensively, particularly in relation to epistemology, the study of knowledge, metaphysics, the nature of reality, and ethics, the basis of moral judgments. While some view skepticism as a destructive force, others see it as a vital corrective, preventing overconfidence and fostering intellectual rigor. In science, skepticism drives the peer review process and demands reproducibility. In law, it ensures evidence meets high standards before convictions are made. Even in daily life, healthy skepticism protects us from misinformation and manipulation. As you reflect on skepticism, consider how it shapes your approach to learning, decision-making, and relationships. Are there areas where uncritical acceptance has led you astray, or where excessive doubt has hindered progress? Could adopting a skeptical mindset help you navigate complex issues by demanding better evidence and clearer reasoning? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we evaluate authority, interpret data, and engage with others. Ultimately, skepticism invites us to embrace the complexity of human understanding. It challenges us to see knowledge not as a destination but as an ongoing process, a continual refinement of ideas in response to new evidence and perspectives. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in curiosity, recognizing that doubt is not the enemy of truth but its ally, pushing us to dig deeper, ask harder questions, and remain vigilant against complacency. After all, the pursuit of wisdom begins not with answers but with wonder, and with the courage to admit when we don't know. Number 71. Sublime Experience. Kant. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, roaring ocean during a storm. The waves crash with overwhelming force, stretching endlessly toward the horizon, while the sky above churns with dark clouds and flashes of lightning. You feel both awe and insignificance, a mixture of exhilaration and humility that defies simple description. This profound emotional response lies at the heart of the sublime experience, as articulated by philosopher Immanuel Kant in his Critique of Judgment. For Kant, the sublime is not merely an aesthetic reaction to beauty but a deeply transformative encounter with something so immense, powerful, or infinite that it transcends our ability to fully comprehend it. At its core, the sublime experience challenges the boundaries of human perception and reason. Unlike beauty, which pleases through harmony, proportion, and accessibility, the sublime evokes feelings of wonder and even terror because it overwhelms our senses and cognitive capacities. Kant distinguishes between two types of sublimity: the mathematical sublime, which arises from contemplating vastness, such as the infinity of the cosmos, and the dynamical sublime, which stems from encountering overwhelming power, like a raging storm or towering mountain. In both cases, the experience begins with a sense of inadequacy, our inability to grasp or withstand what we are witnessing, but ultimately leads to a reaffirmation of our inner strength and rational faculties. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about moments when you've encountered something so vast or powerful that it left you speechless. Perhaps it was gazing up at a star-filled night sky, standing before a colossal mountain range, or hearing the deafening roar of a waterfall. These experiences remind us of our smallness in the grand scheme of things, yet they also awaken a deeper awareness of our capacity to reflect on and rise above such immensity. The sublime invites us to confront the limits of our understanding while celebrating the resilience of the human spirit. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the dual nature of the sublime, how it combines fear and fascination, vulnerability and empowerment. Does this paradox resonate with your own encounters with overwhelming phenomena? Critics argue that the sublime risks glorifying chaos or despair, while supporters counter that it offers a unique opportunity for self-transcendence. The key lies in recognizing that the sublime does not diminish us, it expands us, revealing the interplay between fragility and fortitude within the human condition. Consider this analogy. Imagine standing on the shore watching a tsunami approach. At first, you might feel paralyzed by its sheer scale and destructive potential. Yet, as you step back and observe it from a safe distance, you begin to marvel at its raw power and majesty. Similarly, the sublime experience forces us to confront forces greater than ourselves, pushing us to acknowledge our limitations while simultaneously affirming our ability to endure and interpret them. It is in this tension, between being overwhelmed and finding meaning, that the sublime achieves its profound impact. Philosophers, artists, and writers have explored the concept of the sublime extensively, particularly in relation to aesthetics, ethics, and existential philosophy. While earlier thinkers like Edmund Burke emphasized the physiological effects of the sublime, such as terror and delight, Kant shifted the focus inward, arguing that the true power of the sublime resides in its effect on the mind. Later Romantic poets and painters embraced the sublime as a way to explore themes of nature, divinity, and human aspiration. Even today, the sublime continues to inspire discussions about environmental ethics, technological innovation, and humanity's place in the universe. As you reflect on the sublime experience, consider how it shapes your understanding of awe, courage, and transcendence. Are there moments in your life where encountering vastness or power has inspired growth, or perhaps fear? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by reframing obstacles as opportunities for reflection and renewal? These reflections aren't just theoretical, they guide how we relate to the unknown, find meaning in adversity, and connect with something larger than ourselves. Ultimately, the sublime experience invites us to embrace the mystery of existence. It challenges us to see beyond the familiar and comfortable, confronting the infinite and uncontrollable aspects of life with humility and resolve. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in perspective, recognizing that while we may be small in the face of enormity, our capacity to contemplate and create meaning makes us participants in the grandeur of the cosmos. After all, the sublime reminds us that wonder and wisdom often arise from the collision of opposites, the fragile and the infinite, the finite and the eternal. Number 72. Art as Expression, Tolstoy. Imagine standing before a painting so vivid, a piece of music so haunting, or a story so moving that it seems to reach into your soul and awaken emotions you didn't know you had. This profound connection between art and emotion lies at the heart of Leo Tolstoy's theory of art as expression. For Tolstoy, art is not merely decoration, entertainment, or technical skill. It is a deeply human act of communication, where the artist conveys their inner feelings and experiences to others in a way that fosters genuine emotional understanding and unity. True art, he argues, transcends individual expression. It creates a bridge between souls, allowing people to share in each other's joys, sorrows, fears, and hopes. At its core, Tolstoy's philosophy rejects superficial or purely aesthetic notions of art. He insists that the value of art lies not in its complexity, novelty, or adherence to tradition but in its ability to transmit authentic emotion from the artist to the audience. According to Tolstoy, when an artist genuinely feels something, a moment of love, despair, awe, or gratitude, and successfully communicates that feeling through their work, they create a shared experience that unites humanity. For example, a folk song sung by peasants might be more artistic than a technically perfect symphony if it expresses sincere emotion and resonates with listeners on a deeper level. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the artworks that have touched you most profoundly. Was it a novel that made you see the world differently? A melody that brought tears to your eyes? Or perhaps a sculpture that seemed to embody a universal truth? Tolstoy invites us to recognize that these moments of connection are not accidental. They arise because the artist has succeeded in sharing a part of themselves, inviting us to feel what they felt. Art becomes a form of empathy, breaking down barriers and reminding us of our shared humanity. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of defining art as emotional expression. Does this perspective elevate certain kinds of art, like folk traditions or heartfelt poetry, while dismissing others such as abstract or experimental works? Critics argue that Tolstoy's emphasis on sincerity risks oversimplifying the diversity of artistic intent, while supporters counter that his focus on emotional authenticity restores meaning to art in an age of commercialism and detachment. The key lies in recognizing that art's power comes not from its form but from its ability to move and unite us. Consider this analogy. Imagine a letter written by hand. The words themselves may be simple, but the tone, rhythm, and care with which they are expressed can convey far more than the literal message. Similarly, Tolstoy sees art as a kind of emotional correspondence, where the artist's sincerity shines through every stroke of the brush, note of the melody, or line of the poem. When we engage with art, we are reading this letter, connecting with the artist across time and space. Philosophers, critics, and artists have debated Tolstoy's theory extensively, particularly in relation to aesthetics, ethics, and cultural context. While some praise his insistence on the moral dimension of art, its potential to foster compassion and solidarity, others question whether all great art must serve an explicitly emotional or communicative purpose. Despite these debates, Tolstoy's ideas continue to influence discussions about the role of art in society, inspiring movements that prioritize accessibility, authenticity, and social impact over elitism or abstraction. As you reflect on art as expression, consider how it shapes your understanding of creativity, connection, and community. Are there moments in your life where art has helped you process emotions, understand others, or find solace? Could adopting this perspective help you approach art making or appreciation with greater intentionality, focusing less on technique and more on emotional resonance? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we create, consume, and value art in our daily lives. Ultimately, Tolstoy's vision of art invites us to embrace its transformative power. It challenges us to see art not as a luxury or distraction but as a vital means of human connection, a way to break free from isolation and participate in the collective heartbeat of humanity. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in vulnerability, recognizing that the most impactful art arises from honesty, courage, and a willingness to share one's deepest self. After all, art is not just something we make or admire, it's something we live, breathe, and become. Number 73. Formalism. Imagine standing before a painting, not to decipher its meaning or connect with the artist's emotions, but to marvel at the interplay of shapes, colors, and textures. You're drawn to the way lines curve and intersect, how contrasting hues create tension or harmony, and how the composition feels balanced yet dynamic. This focus on the structural and aesthetic qualities of art, rather than its content, context, or emotional impact, lies at the heart of formalism. For formalists, the true essence of art resides in its form, the arrangement of elements like color, line, rhythm, and proportion that make a work visually compelling and intellectually engaging. At its core, formalism strips away extraneous concerns, such as historical background, cultural significance, or personal expression, and zeroes in on what can be directly perceived within the artwork itself. According to this philosophy, the value of art is determined not by external narratives or emotional responses but by the internal coherence and mastery of its formal properties. For example, when viewing a Mondrian painting, a formalist might appreciate the precision of geometric forms and the balance of primary colors without needing to know anything about the artist's intentions or the societal influences behind the work. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you typically engage with art. Do you find yourself asking questions like, "What does it mean?" or "How does it make me feel?" Or are you more captivated by the visual language, the way light dances across a surface, the rhythm of repeating patterns, or the spatial relationships between objects? Formalism invites us to shift our gaze from interpretation to observation, focusing on the intrinsic qualities that define an artwork's structure and design. It challenges us to see beauty and meaning not in symbolism or sentiment but in craftsmanship and composition. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of prioritizing form over content. Does this approach risk reducing art to mere decoration, stripping it of its emotional depth and social relevance? Critics argue that formalism ignores the broader context that gives art its power and purpose, while supporters counter that it allows for a purer, more universal appreciation of artistic achievement. The key lies in recognizing that form and content are not mutually exclusive, they often work together. But formalism highlights the importance of paying attention to the foundational elements that underpin all great art. Consider this analogy. Imagine listening to a piece of music not to understand its lyrics or cultural origins but to experience the interplay of melody, harmony, and rhythm. A formalist might admire the way a composer uses dissonance to create tension or resolves it into consonance, finding joy in the technical brilliance of the composition rather than any narrative it conveys. Similarly, formalism sees art as a kind of visual symphony, where the arrangement of elements creates an experience that transcends individual interpretation. Philosophers, critics, and artists have debated formalism extensively, particularly in relation to aesthetics, modernism, and the role of art in society. While some celebrate its emphasis on universality and objectivity, others criticize it for being overly detached or elitist, dismissing the diverse ways people engage with art. Despite these debates, formalism has had a profound influence on movements like abstract art, minimalism, and architecture, inspiring creators to explore the expressive potential of pure form. As you reflect on formalism, consider how it shapes your understanding of creativity, perception, and evaluation. Are there moments in your life where focusing on the formal qualities of an artwork has deepened your appreciation, or perhaps left you feeling disconnected? Could adopting this perspective help you cultivate a sharper eye for detail, noticing nuances in design and technique that you might otherwise overlook? These reflections aren't just theoretical, they guide how we analyze, critique, and enjoy art in everyday life. Ultimately, formalism invites us to embrace the discipline and rigor of artistic creation. It challenges us to see art not as a vessel for storytelling or emotion but as a carefully constructed system of relationships, a puzzle of visual or auditory elements that rewards close attention and contemplation. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in attentiveness, recognizing that even the simplest line or color choice carries weight and intention, inviting us to slow down and savor the intricacies of human ingenuity. After all, sometimes the most profound experiences come not from what art says but from how it says it. Number 74. Emotionalism. Imagine standing before a painting that seems to pulse with raw emotion, its swirling colors and jagged lines evoking feelings of turmoil, joy, or longing. You don't need to analyze its historical context, decode its symbolism, or admire its technical precision. The artwork speaks directly to your heart, bypassing reason and striking at the core of your being. This visceral connection between art and emotion lies at the heart of emotionalism, a theory that asserts the primary purpose of art is to evoke, express, or communicate feelings. For emotionalists, the true measure of an artwork's value lies not in its form, content, or intellectual complexity but in its ability to stir the soul and awaken deep emotional responses. At its core, emotionalism celebrates art as a universal language of the heart. It rejects rigid formalism and overly analytical approaches, instead emphasizing the power of art to transcend boundaries and foster empathy. Whether through a haunting melody, a poignant poem, or a vibrant canvas, art becomes a conduit for shared human experience. A way to process emotions, connect with others, and confront the complexities of existence. According to this view, when an artist pours their innermost feelings into their work and the audience responds emotionally, a profound exchange occurs. One that validates both the individuality of the creator and the universality of human emotion. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the artworks that have moved you most deeply. Was it a song that captured the ache of heartbreak? A film that left you breathless with hope? Or perhaps a sculpture that seemed to embody resilience or despair? Emotionalism invites us to recognize that these moments of connection are not incidental. They are the essence of art itself. Art becomes a mirror reflecting our own emotions and a window into the hearts of others, reminding us that we are never truly alone in our joys and sorrows. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of defining art primarily by its emotional impact. Does this perspective elevate certain kinds of art, like expressive abstract works or deeply personal poetry, while dismissing others such as highly technical or conceptual pieces? Critics argue that emotionalism risks reducing art to mere sentimentality, prioritizing subjective reactions over objective standards. Supporters counter that art's ultimate goal is to touch the human spirit, and any work that achieves this deserves recognition, regardless of its adherence to traditional criteria. The key lies in balancing emotional resonance with artistic integrity, ensuring that feeling does not come at the expense of thoughtfulness or craft. Consider this analogy. Imagine attending a live concert where the musician pours every ounce of passion into their performance. The notes may waver, the technique may falter, but the sheer intensity of emotion grips the audience, leaving them breathless and transformed. Similarly, emotionalism sees art as a kind of emotional transmission, a direct channel between the artist's inner world and the viewer's receptive heart. When we engage with art, we are not merely observing or analyzing. We are participating in an emotional dialogue that transcends words. Philosophers, critics, and artists have debated emotionalism extensively, particularly in relation to aesthetics, psychology, and cultural studies. While some celebrate its emphasis on authenticity and emotional truth, others question whether all great art must prioritize feeling over form, intellect, or social commentary. Despite these debates, emotionalism continues to influence discussions about the role of art in society, inspiring movements that prioritize personal expression, catharsis, and communal healing. As you reflect on emotionalism, consider how it shapes your understanding of creativity, connection, and meaning. Are there moments in your life where art has helped you navigate emotions, understand others, or find solace? Could adopting this perspective help you approach art making or appreciation with greater vulnerability, focusing less on perfection and more on emotional honesty? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we create, consume, and value art in our daily lives. Ultimately, emotionalism invites us to embrace the transformative power of feeling. It challenges us to see art not as a detached intellectual exercise but as a vital means of emotional expression and connection, a way to honor the full spectrum of human experience. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in openness, recognizing that the most impactful art arises from courage. The courage to feel deeply, share openly, and trust in the power of emotion to unite us. After all, art is not just something we make or admire, it's something we feel, breathe, and become. Number 75. Cognitive Theory of Art. Imagine standing before a painting that seems to invite you into its world, not just to admire its beauty or feel an emotional response, but to think deeply about the ideas it conveys. Its composition might challenge your assumptions, provoke new insights, or illuminate hidden connections between seemingly unrelated concepts. This intellectual engagement lies at the heart of the cognitive theory of art, which posits that art is not merely decorative, expressive, or emotionally evocative, it is fundamentally a form of knowledge. According to this theory, artworks serve as vehicles for understanding, offering unique ways to explore complex ideas, cultural values, and the human condition. At its core, the cognitive theory of art shifts the focus from emotion or form to the intellectual and conceptual dimensions of artistic experience. It argues that art plays a crucial role in shaping how we perceive the world, interpret experiences, and construct meaning. Whether through narrative, symbolism, metaphor, or abstraction, art provides frameworks for thinking about abstract or difficult subjects, such as morality, identity, history, or existential questions, that might otherwise elude straightforward explanation. For example, Picasso's Guernica does more than evoke horror. It forces viewers to grapple with the brutality of war and the fragility of human life, inviting reflection on political violence and suffering. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how certain artworks have expanded your perspective or deepened your understanding of a topic. Perhaps a novel revealed the intricacies of a historical event, or a film explored the nuances of a moral dilemma. The cognitive theory of art invites us to recognize that these moments of insight are not accidental. They arise because art is a powerful tool for cognition, capable of presenting ideas in ways that engage both the intellect and imagination. Art becomes a laboratory for exploring possibilities, questioning norms, and reimagining reality. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of viewing art primarily as a source of knowledge. Does this perspective elevate certain kinds of art, like conceptual installations or thought-provoking literature, while dismissing others such as purely decorative works? Critics argue that the cognitive theory risks neglecting the sensory and emotional dimensions of art, reducing it to a mere instrument of thought. Supporters counter that art's ability to generate understanding sets it apart from other forms of communication, allowing it to address complex issues in holistic and transformative ways. The key lies in recognizing that cognition and emotion often intertwine, enriching rather than competing with one another. Consider this analogy. Imagine reading a philosophical essay versus experiencing a surrealist painting. Both aim to convey profound truths, but the painting does so indirectly, using visual metaphors and juxtapositions to bypass rational defenses and spark intuitive leaps of understanding. Similarly, the cognitive theory of art sees art as a kind of thinking through images, where ideas are embedded in form and content, challenging us to decode their meanings actively. When we engage with art, we are not passive recipients but active participants in the process of discovery. Philosophers, critics, and educators have debated the cognitive theory of art extensively, particularly in relation to aesthetics, epistemology, the study of knowledge, and education. While some praise its emphasis on intellectual rigor and interdisciplinary potential, others question whether all great art must prioritize cognitive engagement over aesthetic pleasure or emotional resonance. Despite these debates, the theory has influenced fields like museum studies, art therapy, and curriculum design, highlighting the educational value of art in fostering critical thinking, empathy, and cultural literacy. As you reflect on the cognitive theory of art, consider how it shapes your understanding of creativity, learning, and communication. Are there moments in your life where art has helped you see the world differently, understand a complex issue, or connect disparate ideas? Could adopting this perspective help you approach art making or appreciation with greater curiosity, focusing less on surface impressions and more on underlying concepts? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we analyze, critique, and integrate art into our daily lives. Ultimately, the cognitive theory of art invites us to embrace the intellectual richness of artistic expression. It challenges us to see art not as escapism or ornamentation but as a vital means of expanding consciousness. A way to ask big questions, test hypotheses, and reimagine what is possible. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in inquiry. Recognizing that art has the power to teach us not just about the world around us but also about ourselves. After all, the most enduring artworks are those that continue to inspire wonder, dialogue, and deeper understanding long after they are created. Number 76. Death of the Author, Barthes. Imagine reading a novel that stirs deep emotions and sparks profound thoughts within you. You feel compelled to understand its meaning, so you turn to interviews with the author, hoping for clarity. But what if those insights, the author's intentions, biography, or explanations, were irrelevant? What if the true meaning of the text lies not in the mind of its creator but in the hands of its readers? This radical idea is at the heart of The Death of the Author, a seminal essay by French literary theorist Roland Barthes. In this work, Barthes argues that once a text is written, it detaches from its author and becomes an independent entity, open to infinite interpretations shaped by the reader's perspective rather than the writer's intent. At its core, The Death of the Author challenges traditional notions of authorship and authority in literature and art. For centuries, critics and audiences have looked to authors as the ultimate arbiters of meaning, privileging their intentions, context, and personal history when analyzing a work. Barthes rejects this approach, asserting that focusing on the author limits the richness and multiplicity of interpretation. Instead, he proposes that texts are tissues of quotations, woven from countless influences, references, and cultural codes. The act of reading then becomes a creative process where the reader, not the author, takes center stage, constructing meaning through their unique lens. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you typically engage with books, films, or other artworks. Do you find yourself searching for definitive answers about what the author meant? Or do you allow yourself the freedom to interpret the work in ways that resonate personally, even if they diverge from the creator's original vision? The Death of the Author invites us to let go of the need for singular, authoritative meanings and embrace the fluidity and plurality of interpretation. It challenges us to see texts not as closed systems with fixed messages but as dynamic spaces where new ideas can emerge endlessly. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of declaring the author dead in the interpretive process. Does this liberate readers to explore texts more freely, or does it risk undermining the value of artistic intention and craftsmanship? Critics argue that dismissing the author entirely erases important contextual information, while supporters counter that it democratizes art, empowering diverse voices and perspectives to shape its meaning. The key lies in recognizing that neither the author nor the reader holds exclusive ownership over a text. They exist in dialogue, each contributing to its ongoing life. Consider this analogy. Imagine a piece of music performed live. While the composer provides the score, a set of instructions for creating sound, the musicians bring it to life, infusing it with their own style, tempo, and emotion. Similarly, Barthes sees texts as scores waiting to be performed by readers, whose interpretations transform static symbols into living experiences. Just as no two performances of a symphony are identical, No two readings of a text will ever be exactly alike, and that variability is precisely the point. Philosophers, critics, and scholars have debated the death of the author extensively, particularly in relation to literary theory, postmodernism, and cultural studies. While some celebrate its emphasis on reader agency and open-ended interpretation, others question whether it goes too far in sidelining the role of creators. Despite these debates, Barth's ideas continue to influence discussions about intellectual property, media consumption, and the nature of creativity itself. They remind us that art is not a one-way communication but a collaborative exchange between makers and receivers. As you reflect on the death of the author, consider how it shapes your understanding of authorship, interpretation, and creativity. Are there moments in your life where letting go of preconceived notions about a work's meaning has enriched your experience, or perhaps left you feeling adrift? Could adopting this perspective help you approach art with greater curiosity, allowing yourself to co-create meaning alongside the artist? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we consume, critique, and connect with culture. Ultimately, the death of the author invites us to reclaim our role as active participants in the artistic process. It challenges us to see texts not as closed containers of meaning but as boundless fields of possibility, inviting endless exploration and reinvention. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in empowerment, recognizing that every reader has the power to make art their own, finding truths and connections that transcend the boundaries of individual creation. After all, stories belong not only to those who tell them but also to those who hear them, and give them new life. Number 77. Camp Aesthetic. Imagine walking into a room filled with objects so extravagantly ornate, dramatically artificial, or playfully over the top that they seem to wink at you, daring you to take them seriously. A chandelier dripping with crystals, a neon pink feather boa, or a movie scene where the villain cackles maniacally while stroking a cat. All of these embody what Susan Sontag famously described as the camp aesthetic. In her groundbreaking essay, Notes on Camp, Sontag explores this sensibility as an embrace of artifice, exaggeration, and theatricality, celebrating style over substance, irony over earnestness, and delight in the absurd. For those who appreciate camp, beauty lies not in perfection but in the audacity of excess. At its core, the camp aesthetic challenges conventional notions of taste by elevating what is often dismissed as kitsch, tacky, or unserious. It revels in the exaggerated, the flamboyant, and the intentionally artificial, transforming what might be seen as flaws into virtues. Rather than striving for authenticity or profundity, camp delights in surface-level spectacle, treating culture as a stage for playful self-expression. Think of drag queens donning glittering gowns, pop art's bold appropriation of commercial imagery, or films like the Rocky Horror Picture Show. All examples of camp's ability to blur boundaries between high and low culture, sincerity and parody, seriousness and silliness. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about moments when something outrageously stylized or deliberately excessive has caught your eye. Was it a fashion statement that pushed boundaries, a film so melodramatic it became hilarious, or a piece of decor so garish it felt strangely compelling? The camp aesthetic invites us to suspend judgment and instead revel in the joy of creative freedom, the way something can be both ridiculous and mesmerizing, frivolous yet deeply meaningful. It challenges us to see value not just in refinement but in boldness, humor, and subversion. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of embracing camp as a valid form of artistic expression. Does this perspective democratize aesthetics, allowing space for experimentation and inclusivity? Or does it risk trivializing art by prioritizing entertainment over depth? Critics argue that camp's focus on irony and detachment undermines emotional resonance, while supporters counter that its celebration of excess and irreverence opens up new possibilities for creativity and resistance. The key lies in recognizing that camp doesn't negate seriousness, It reframes it, using wit and flair to critique societal norms and celebrate individuality. Consider this analogy. Imagine attending a masquerade ball where everyone wears masks far more elaborate than their faces. These masks aren't meant to hide identity but to amplify it, turning each person into a living work of art. Similarly, the camp aesthetic sees adornment and exaggeration not as deception but as transformation, a way to reimagine reality through layers of fantasy and fun. When we engage with camp, we are invited to step outside ordinary expectations and enter a world where rules are bent, boundaries blurred, and imagination reigns supreme. Philosophers, artists, and cultural critics have debated the significance of the camp aesthetic, particularly in relation to queer theory, postmodernism, and popular culture. While some dismiss it as superficial or escapist, others celebrate its radical potential to challenge dominant ideologies, disrupt hierarchies, and empower marginalized voices. Camp has been especially influential within LGBTQ+ communities, offering a mode of self-expression that embraces difference, resists conformity, and turns adversity into art. Its legacy continues to shape fields like fashion, film, music, and performance art, inspiring creators to push limits and defy categorization. As you reflect on the camp aesthetic, consider how it shapes your understanding of beauty, originality, and rebellion. Are there moments in your life where indulging in the outrageous or unconventional has brought you joy, or perhaps discomfort? Could adopting this perspective help you embrace imperfection, celebrate eccentricity, or find humor in situations that feel stiflingly serious? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we express ourselves, interpret culture, and connect with others. Ultimately, the camp aesthetic invites us to embrace life as a grand performance, filled with opportunities for reinvention and delight. It challenges us to see value not just in what is good or beautiful, according to traditional standards, but in what is surprising, provocative, and unapologetically alive. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in liberation, recognizing that sometimes the most profound truths are revealed not through solemnity but through laughter, glitter, and unabashed exuberance. After all, why settle for ordinary when you can be extraordinary? Number 78. Mimesis. Imagine standing in front of a painting so lifelike that it tricks your eye into believing the scene is real. A still life of fruit so vivid you could almost reach out and pluck an apple, or a landscape so immersive you feel the breeze on your skin. This act of imitation, this mirroring of reality through art, is at the heart of mimesis, a concept rooted in ancient philosophy that explores the relationship between art and the world it represents. From Plato and Aristotle to modern thinkers, mimesis has been central to debates about the purpose and nature of art. Is art merely a copy of reality, or does it hold the power to reveal deeper truths? At its core, mimesis refers to the process of representation or imitation in art, where the artist recreates aspects of the natural world, human experience, or abstract ideas. However, interpretations of mimesis vary widely. For Plato, art was a mere imitation of the physical world, which itself was already an imperfect reflection of the ideal forms. As such, art stood two steps removed from ultimate truth, making it potentially deceptive and morally questionable. In contrast, Aristotle saw mimesis as a creative and transformative act, capable of revealing universal patterns and evoking catharsis by presenting recognizable yet heightened versions of life. Rather than simply replicating reality, art could distill its essence, offering insight and emotional resonance. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the artworks that have moved you most deeply. Were they literal reproductions of the world, or did they reinterpret reality in ways that felt more profound? Perhaps a novel captured the complexities of human emotion better than real-life interactions ever could, or a sculpture conveyed the weight of sorrow without uttering a word. Mimesis invites us to reflect on how art imitates life, not always as a mirror but often as a lens, magnifying hidden dimensions of existence and inviting us to see familiar things anew. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the dual nature of mimesis. Does art's ability to imitate reality enhance our understanding, or does it risk reducing the richness of life to superficial appearances? Critics argue that excessive focus on imitation can stifle originality, while supporters counter that even the most fantastical works rely on mimetic elements to resonate with audiences. The key lies in recognizing that mimesis is not confined to realism. It encompasses abstraction, metaphor, and imagination, allowing artists to recreate the world in ways that transcend literal replication. Consider this analogy. Imagine watching a play unfold on stage. The actors don't literally become the characters they portray, they mimic gestures, tones, and emotions, creating an illusion that feels authentic. Yet their performance isn't just mimicry, it's interpretation, infusing the script with personal nuance and cultural relevance. Similarly, mimesis sees art as both reflective and generative, a dialogue between what exists and what might be. When we engage with art, we are not passive observers but active participants in this ongoing exchange. Philosophers, critics, and artists have debated mimesis extensively, particularly in relation to aesthetics, ethics, and the role of art in society. While some view it as a cornerstone of artistic practice, others challenge its dominance, arguing that art should prioritize innovation, expression, or social critique over representation. Despite these debates, mimesis remains a powerful framework for understanding how art bridges the gap between creator and audience, past and present, reality and possibility. It reminds us that even the most imaginative works are grounded in shared human experiences. As you reflect on mimesis, consider how it shapes your understanding of creativity, communication, and connection. Are there moments in your life where art has helped you see the world differently, uncover hidden truths, or find solace in familiarity? Could adopting this perspective help you appreciate the interplay between imitation and invention in the works you encounter, or create yourself? These reflections aren't just theoretical, they guide how we interpret, critique, and value art in our daily lives. Ultimately, mimesis invites us to embrace the paradox of art, that by imitating life, it can transform it. It challenges us to see beyond surface-level resemblance and recognize the deeper patterns, emotions, and insights that art reveals. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in perspective, recognizing that every act of creation is both a reflection of the world and a window into something greater. After all, art doesn't just show us what is, it shows us what could be. Number 79. Avant-Garde. Imagine stepping into an art gallery where nothing is as it seems. A urinal signed with a pseudonym stands on a pedestal, challenging your notions of what constitutes art. Nearby, performers dressed in surreal costumes recite fragmented poetry while abstract shapes pulse and flicker on a screen behind them. This spirit of radical innovation and boundary pushing defines the avant-garde, a movement that rejects established norms and conventions to explore uncharted territories of creativity. Rooted in the French term meaning advance garde, the avant-garde positions itself at the forefront of cultural change, often provoking shock, confusion, or awe as it seeks to redefine the very essence of art, literature, music, and thought. At its core, the avant-garde is driven by a desire to disrupt tradition and challenge societal expectations. It questions not only what art is but also why it exists and whom it serves. By experimenting with form, content, and medium, avant-garde artists aim to break free from the constraints of institutionalized culture, offering alternatives that are provocative, experimental, and often politically charged. For example, movements like Dada rejected rationality and logic in response to the horrors of World War I, creating nonsensical collages and performances that mocked the absurdity of war. Similarly, Surrealism sought to unlock the unconscious mind, blending dreamlike imagery with unexpected juxtapositions to reveal deeper truths about human psychology. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about moments when you've encountered something so unconventional it forced you to rethink your assumptions. Was it a piece of music that defied genre, a film that abandoned narrative structure, or a building designed to look like it's melting? The avant-garde invites us to embrace discomfort and uncertainty, recognizing that true progress often begins with disruption. It challenges us to see art not as a static object of admiration but as a dynamic force capable of questioning authority, inspiring revolution, and expanding consciousness. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of embracing the avant-garde ethos. Does this relentless pursuit of novelty risk alienating audiences or diluting meaning? Critics argue that some avant-garde works prioritize shock value over substance, leaving viewers confused or indifferent. Supporters counter that its purpose is precisely to unsettle, to push boundaries and provoke dialogue, even if the initial reaction is resistance. The key lies in understanding that the avant-garde is less about pleasing everyone and more about challenging complacency, opening doors to new ways of seeing, thinking, and being. Consider this analogy. Imagine a scientist conducting experiments in a lab. Some experiments yield immediate results, while others produce chaos, spills, explosions, or strange odors, but each contributes to a broader understanding of the unknown. Similarly, the avant-garde sees art as a laboratory for ideas, testing hypotheses about form, function, and society. When we engage with avant-garde works, we are invited to participate in this process, allowing ourselves to be unsettled, inspired, or transformed by the unfamiliar. Philosophers, critics, and historians have debated the role and impact of the avant-garde, particularly in relation to modernism, postmodernism, and political activism. While some celebrate its revolutionary potential, others question whether its rejection of tradition undermines continuity and coherence in culture. Despite these debates, the avant-garde continues to influence fields ranging from visual arts and performance to technology and social movements, reminding us that innovation requires courage, and sometimes controversy. As you reflect on the avant-garde, consider how it shapes your understanding of creativity, rebellion, and progress. Are there moments in your life where encountering unconventional ideas has sparked inspiration, or perhaps frustration? Could adopting this perspective help you approach challenges with greater boldness, breaking free from conventional thinking to explore untested possibilities? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we innovate, critique, and connect with the world around us. Ultimately, the avant-garde invites us to embrace the unknown, recognizing that growth often begins at the edges of comfort. It challenges us to see art not as a finished product but as an ongoing experiment, a call to action that urges us to question, reimagine, and reinvent. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in daring, understanding that the most transformative breakthroughs arise not from following the crowd but from forging ahead into uncharted territory. After all, the future belongs to those who dare to defy the status quo. Number 80. Ugliness in art. Imagine standing before a painting that repels rather than attracts. A distorted face contorted in anguish, jagged lines slashing across the canvas, or colors so clashing they make your eyes ache. Instead of turning away, you find yourself transfixed, unable to look elsewhere. This visceral reaction lies at the heart of ugliness in art, a concept that challenges conventional notions of beauty and aesthetic value. Far from being merely undesirable or offensive, ugliness in art serves as a powerful tool for provocation, critique, and emotional depth, forcing us to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves and the world around us. At its core, ugliness in art disrupts expectations, rejecting harmony, symmetry, and refinement in favor of dissonance, asymmetry, and rawness. While beauty has long been celebrated as the ultimate goal of artistic expression, ugliness demands attention precisely because it resists easy consumption. It unsettles, disturbs, and interrogates, often revealing aspects of human experience that polite society prefers to ignore: pain, decay, injustice, and chaos. For example, Francisco Goya's The Disasters of War series depicts brutal violence and suffering with unflinching honesty, while Francis Bacon's grotesque portraits expose the fragility and darkness lurking beneath the surface of humanity. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about moments when you've encountered something ugly yet compelling in art. Was it a film character whose moral ambiguity made them unforgettable? A sculpture so rough and unfinished it seemed alive with tension? Or perhaps a piece of music so discordant it evoked unease but lingered in your mind long after it ended? Ugliness in art invites us to lean into discomfort, recognizing that what is jarring or unpleasant can also be profound, thought-provoking, and even beautiful in its own way. It challenges us to see beyond superficial appeal and engage with the complexity of existence. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of embracing ugliness in art. Does this perspective expand our understanding of creativity, or does it risk glorifying negativity and despair? Critics argue that focusing on ugliness can alienate audiences or undermine art's potential to uplift and inspire. Supporters counter that confronting ugliness is essential for growth, offering a mirror to societal flaws and personal vulnerabilities that demand acknowledgement. The key lies in balance, recognizing that ugliness is not an end in itself but a means of deepening our engagement with truth, emotion, and meaning. Consider this analogy. Imagine walking through a garden filled with both roses and thorns. The roses catch your eye with their delicate petals and sweet fragrance, but the thorns prick your skin, reminding you of nature's dual capacity for beauty and danger. Similarly, ugliness in art acts as the thorn, piercing through complacency and inviting us to grapple with the complexities of life. When we engage with such works, we are not seeking comfort but confrontation, an opportunity to wrestle with difficult questions and emerge changed. Philosophers, critics, and artists have debated the role of ugliness in art, particularly in relation to aesthetics, ethics, and cultural values. While some dismiss ugliness as antithetical to art's purpose, others celebrate its subversive power to challenge norms, provoke empathy, and reveal hidden dimensions of reality. Movements like Expressionism, Surrealism, and Punk have embraced ugliness as a form of resistance, using it to critique social injustices, explore psychological depths, and reclaim marginalized voices. Even today, ugliness continues to shape contemporary art, inspiring creators to push boundaries and redefine what is considered valuable or meaningful. As you reflect on ugliness in art, consider how it shapes your understanding of beauty, authenticity, and resilience. Are there moments in your life where encountering something ugly has opened your eyes to new perspectives, or perhaps forced you to confront painful truths? Could adopting this perspective help you appreciate the full spectrum of human experience, finding value not just in perfection but in imperfection, struggle, and grit? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we interpret, create, and connect with art in everyday life. Ultimately, ugliness in art invites us to embrace contradiction and complexity. It challenges us to see beauty not as a fixed standard but as a dynamic interplay between light and shadow, harmony and discord, pleasure and pain. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in courage, recognizing that facing ugliness is not an act of defeat but an act of strength, one that allows us to grow, heal, and transform. After all, the most enduring works of art are those that dare to hold up a cracked and imperfect mirror to the soul. Number 81. Paradox of the Heap. Saw writes, imagine standing before a towering heap of sand, grain by grain meticulously removed until only a single speck remains. At what precise moment did it cease to be a heap? This deceptively simple question lies at the heart of the paradox of the heap, also known as the Sorites paradox, from the Greek word soros, meaning heap. The paradox challenges our intuitions about vague concepts, exposing the difficulty of drawing sharp boundaries in language and thought. It forces us to confront the unsettling possibility that seemingly clear ideas, like what constitutes a heap, may dissolve into ambiguity under close scrutiny. At its core, the Sartre's paradox arises from the tension between incremental change and categorical distinctions. Consider the following reasoning. A heap of sand is still a heap if you remove one grain. In repeating this process, each step seems too small to make a difference. Yet eventually, after enough grains are removed, no sand remains, and clearly 0 grains do not form a heap. The paradox exposes a logical inconsistency. If each step preserves the property of being a heap, then even a single grain should qualify as a heap, a conclusion that defies common sense. Conversely, if there is some threshold where the heap ceases to exist, how can we identify it without arbitrary decision-making? Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about other examples of vague concepts in your life. When does someone become tall? How many hairs must fall out for someone to be considered bald? Or how much effort transforms a hobby into a passion? These questions highlight the same underlying issue, the challenge of defining thresholds for qualities that vary gradually rather than discretely. The Sartre's paradox invites us to recognize that language often fails to capture the fluidity of reality, forcing us to impose artificial boundaries on inherently continuous phenomena. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of living with such vagueness. Does this paradox undermine certainty, leaving us adrift in a sea of ambiguity? Critics argue that it reveals flaws in human reasoning or language itself, while supporters counter that it simply highlights the limits of binary thinking. The key lies in embracing nuance, understanding that many aspects of life resist rigid classification and instead require context-sensitive judgments. After all, the world is rarely black and white. It exists in shades of gray. Consider this analogy. Imagine walking along a beach as the tide slowly rises. Each wave creeps imperceptibly higher, yet there's no single moment when you could definitively say, "This is now underwater." Similarly, the Sartre's paradox reminds us that gradual changes often lack clear-cut transitions, requiring patience and adaptability rather than definitive answers. Our task is not to eliminate ambiguity but to navigate it wisely. Philosophers, logicians, and linguists have debated the Sartre's paradox extensively, particularly in relation to vagueness, semantics, and epistemology, the study of knowledge. Proposed solutions range from rejecting classical logic altogether, e.g., adopting fuzzy logic, which allows for degrees of truth, to accepting that vague predicates are inherently indeterminate. Despite these efforts, the paradox persists as a profound reminder of the complexities involved in categorizing and understanding the world. As you reflect on the Sartre's paradox, consider how it shapes your approach to decision-making, communication, and judgment. Are there areas in your life where clinging to rigid definitions has led to frustration, or perhaps overlooked important subtleties? Could adopting this perspective help you embrace flexibility, recognizing that many situations call for pragmatic compromises rather than absolute clarity? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we negotiate relationships, resolve conflicts, and interpret evidence. Ultimately, the Sartre's paradox invites us to embrace uncertainty as an intrinsic part of existence. It challenges us to see language not as a tool for precision but as a framework for navigating complexity, with all its ambiguities and approximations. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in humility, recognizing that our categories and labels are imperfect attempts to organize a messy, dynamic reality. After all, sometimes the most meaningful insights arise not from finding definitive answers but from learning to live gracefully with open questions. Number 82. Utility Monster. Imagine a being so insatiable in its capacity for pleasure that it consumes all available resources, food, wealth, energy, leaving nothing for others. This hypothetical creature, known as the utility monster, poses a profound challenge to utilitarian ethics, which seeks to maximize overall happiness or utility. Coined by philosopher Robert Nozick, The concept of the utility monster questions whether a system based solely on aggregate well-being can truly account for fairness and justice. If one entity's gain in happiness outweighs the collective loss suffered by others, should we prioritize its satisfaction at the expense of everyone else? The utility monster forces us to confront the limits of utilitarianism and consider whether ethical frameworks must also protect individual rights and equity. At its core, the utility monster highlights a potential flaw in classical utilitarianism, which evaluates actions based on their ability to produce the greatest good for the greatest number. According to this principle, if a single being derives exponentially more pleasure from resources than anyone else, then redistributing those resources to the monster would theoretically increase total utility, even if it meant widespread deprivation for others. For instance, imagine a superintelligent AI or an alien species capable of experiencing immense joy from consuming vast amounts of energy. From a purely utilitarian perspective, sacrificing human needs to feed this entity might seem morally justified, a conclusion that feels deeply unsettling and counterintuitive. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you weigh competing interests in your daily life. Would you give up something essential, like food, shelter, or time, for someone who could derive far greater benefit from it than you? While such scenarios may feel abstract, they mirror real-world dilemmas about resource allocation, economic inequality, and environmental sustainability. The utility monster invites us to question whether maximizing happiness is always the right goal, or if other principles like fairness, dignity, and individual rights deserve equal consideration. It challenges us to see beyond aggregate calculations and recognize the intrinsic value of every person's well-being. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of allowing a utility monster to dictate moral decisions. Does this thought experiment expose a fundamental weakness in utilitarianism, or does it merely highlight the need for refinements within the framework? Critics argue that the utility monster reduces ethics to a cold calculus, ignoring the importance of human relationships and shared responsibilities. Supporters counter that utilitarianism remains a useful guideline, provided it incorporates safeguards against extreme imbalances. The key lies in finding balance, ensuring that efforts to maximize utility do not come at the cost of marginalizing vulnerable groups or violating basic moral intuitions. Consider this analogy. Imagine sharing a pizza with friends. Now suppose one person claims they enjoy pizza so much more than anyone else that they deserve the entire pie. Even if true, most people would reject this claim as unfair, recognizing that equitable distribution matters regardless of differing levels of enjoyment. Similarly, the utility monster reminds us that ethics cannot be reduced to a simple tally of pleasures. It must also respect boundaries, reciprocity, and mutual care. Philosophers, economists, and ethicists have debated the utility monster extensively, particularly in relation to theories of distributive justice, welfare economics, and artificial intelligence. While some dismiss it as a fanciful hypothetical, others see it as a crucial test case for evaluating the robustness of ethical systems. In modern contexts, the utility monster resonates in discussions about climate change, e.g., prioritizing future generations over current populations, AI development, e.g., creating machines whose preferences might dominate human ones, and global inequality, e.g., addressing disparities in access to resources. As you reflect on the utility monster, consider how it shapes your understanding of fairness, altruism, and sacrifice. Are there moments in your life where focusing on collective outcomes has led to personal hardship, or vice versa? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate complex ethical dilemmas by balancing utilitarian goals with considerations of equity and compassion? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we allocate resources, advocate for justice, and build communities. Ultimately, the utility monster invites us to critically examine the foundations of our moral reasoning. It challenges us to see that maximizing happiness is not enough. We must also ensure that no one is left behind in the pursuit of the greater good. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in empathy, recognizing that ethics is not just about numbers but about honoring the humanity of each individual. After all, a world optimized for utility loses its soul if it forgets the people it was meant to serve. Number 83, Zen Koans. Imagine being asked a question that seems nonsensical at first glance. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Or, if you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. These enigmatic statements, known as Zen Koans, are not meant to be answered logically but to provoke deep reflection and insight. Central to the practice of Zen Buddhism, koans serve as tools for meditation and self-discovery, challenging practitioners to transcend conventional thinking and access a state of heightened awareness. They embody paradoxes, riddles, and contradictions designed to break through the limitations of language, logic, and ego, guiding seekers toward enlightenment, or satori, a direct experience of ultimate reality beyond dualistic thought. At their core, Zen koans reject the notion that truth can be captured in words or reasoned out systematically. Instead, they function as catalysts for intuitive understanding, bypassing intellectual analysis to awaken a deeper level of consciousness. For example, when confronted with the koan, "What is your original face before you were born?" the practitioner is invited not to solve it like a puzzle but to sit with its mystery, allowing it to dissolve habitual patterns of thought and reveal the essence of existence. In this way, koans act as mirrors reflecting the mind's tendencies toward attachment, judgment, and conceptualization, encouraging detachment from these constructs. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about moments in your life when answers eluded you despite exhaustive reasoning. Perhaps you've faced questions so profound, about love, death, or purpose, that no amount of logic could resolve them. Zen koans invite us to embrace uncertainty, recognizing that some truths cannot be grasped intellectually but must be felt, experienced, and lived. They challenge us to see beyond opposites, like right and wrong, self and other, or past and future, and realize the interconnectedness of all things. This shift requires letting go of control and surrendering to the present moment. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of engaging with paradox rather than seeking resolution. Does this approach frustrate the rational mind, or does it liberate it from unnecessary constraints? Critics argue that koans risk fostering ambiguity without offering practical guidance, while supporters counter that their purpose is precisely to disrupt ordinary modes of perception, opening pathways to transformative insight. The key lies in patience, trusting that clarity will emerge not through forceful effort but through sustained contemplation and openness to the unknown. Consider this analogy. Imagine trying to catch water with your hands. The tighter you grip, the more the water slips away. Similarly, Zen koans teach us that clinging to fixed ideas or definitive answers only distances us from truth. By releasing our need for certainty, we allow wisdom to flow naturally, unobstructed by preconceived notions. When we engage with a koan, we are not solving a problem but dissolving the barriers between ourselves and reality. Philosophers, mystics, and psychologists have explored Zen koans extensively, particularly in relation to metaphysics, epistemology, the nature of knowledge, and mindfulness practices. While some view them as esoteric exercises inaccessible to most people, others celebrate their universal applicability, seeing parallels in modern therapeutic techniques like cognitive reframing and mindfulness meditation. Koans continue to inspire creative fields such as literature, art, and music, reminding us that meaning often arises from tension and ambiguity rather than neat resolutions. As you reflect on Zen koans, consider how they shape your understanding of inquiry, growth, and presence. Are there moments in your life where embracing paradox has led to breakthroughs? Or perhaps confusion followed by unexpected clarity? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by stepping outside conventional frameworks and trusting intuition over intellect? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we approach problems, relate to others, and cultivate inner peace. Ultimately, Zen Koans invite us to embrace the mystery of existence. They challenge us to see that enlightenment is not something to achieve externally but something already within us, waiting to be uncovered. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in stillness, recognizing that true understanding arises not from chasing answers but from sitting quietly with the questions themselves. After all, sometimes the deepest insights come not from finding solutions but from learning to live gracefully with wonder. Number 84. Advaita Vedanta. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, still ocean. The surface reflects the sky so perfectly that it becomes impossible to tell where the water ends and the heavens begin. This seamless unity mirrors the profound teachings of Advaita Vedanta, one of the most influential schools of Indian philosophy. Rooted in ancient Vedic texts and articulated by sages like Adi Shankaracharya, Advaita Vedanta posits that ultimate reality, Brahman, is non-dual, that there is no separation between the self, Atman, and the universe. All distinctions, between subject and object, mind and matter, individual and divine, are illusions created by ignorance, Maya. In truth, everything is interconnected, unified, and infinite. At its core, Advaita Vedanta challenges our everyday perception of duality, the belief that I am separate from you, or that the material world exists independently of consciousness. According to this philosophy, the true nature of existence is pure awareness, unchanging and eternal. Our sense of individuality arises from identifying with the body, mind, and ego, which are transient manifestations of Brahman. Liberation, moksha, comes not through acquiring something new but through realizing what has always been, the indivisible oneness of all being. As Shankara famously declared, Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya, the absolute Brahman is real, the world is illusory. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you typically perceive yourself in the world around you. Do you see yourself as distinct, a person navigating relationships, environments, and experiences, or do you recognize your essence as part of a greater whole? Advaita Vedanta invites us to transcend the illusion of separateness, recognizing that the same infinite consciousness animates every thought, action, and phenomenon. It challenges us to let go of attachment to fleeting identities and embrace the timeless unity underlying existence. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of living in a non-dual reality. Does this perspective diminish individuality, or does it amplify meaning by situating each life within an infinite continuum? Critics argue that non-duality risks undermining practical ethics, while supporters counter that understanding interconnectedness fosters compassion, humility, and peace. The key lies in integration, seeing beyond apparent contradictions to harmonize the relative, the world of form, with the absolute, the formless. Consider this analogy. Imagine a movie screen. The images projected onto it, characters, landscapes, conflicts, seem vivid and real, yet they have no substance apart from the screen itself. Similarly, Advaita Vedanta sees the phenomenal world as a projection of Brahman, appearing diverse and dynamic but ultimately rooted in undifferentiated awareness. When we engage deeply with this teaching, we are invited to step back from identification with the movie of our lives and rest in the silent presence of the screen, pure being. Philosophers, mystics, and spiritual seekers have explored Advaita Vedanta extensively, particularly in relation to metaphysics, epistemology, and spirituality. While some dismiss it as abstract or impractical, others celebrate its universality, finding parallels in Western idealism, quantum physics, and mystical traditions worldwide. Its influence extends far beyond India, inspiring thinkers like Ralph Waldo Emerson, Aldous Huxley, and contemporary scientists exploring the nature of consciousness. Even today, Advaita Vedanta offers tools for transcending existential anxiety, fostering inner freedom, and aligning with universal truth. As you reflect on Advaita Vedanta, consider how it shapes your understanding of identity, purpose, and connection. Are there moments in your life where glimpsing interconnectedness has brought peace, or perhaps confusion followed by clarity? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate suffering by loosening attachment to ego-driven narratives and embracing the impermanence of form? These reflections aren't just philosophical. They guide how we live authentically, relate compassionately, and seek fulfillment. Ultimately, Advaita Vedanta invites us to awaken to the deepest reality of who we are, not isolated beings struggling against a fragmented world, but expressions of boundless, luminous awareness. It challenges us to see beyond appearances and recognize the divinity within ourselves and all creation. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in surrender, trusting that liberation comes not through striving but through realizing what has always been true: you are already whole. After all, the wave need not search for the ocean, it is the ocean. Number 85. Confucian Ethics. Imagine a society where harmony flows naturally, relationships are guided by mutual respect, and individuals strive to cultivate virtues that benefit not only themselves but the collective good. This vision of ethical living lies at the heart of Confucian ethics, a philosophical system developed by Confucius, Confuzi, in ancient China. At its core, Confucianism is not about rigid rules or divine commandments but about fostering moral character, social responsibility, and harmonious interactions through practices like self-cultivation, ritual propriety, li, and the cultivation of virtue, ren. It emphasizes the importance of human relationships, duty, and education as pathways to personal fulfillment and societal stability. At its essence, Confucian ethics centers on the concept of ren, often translated as benevolence, humaneness, or compassion. Ren reflects the ideal of treating others with kindness, empathy, and respect, rooted in the belief that humans are inherently relational beings. For Confucius, morality begins within the individual but extends outward into family, community, and society, creating a web of interconnected responsibilities. Key to this framework is the idea of filial piety, shao, respect for one's parents and ancestors, as the foundation of all ethical behavior. By honoring familial bonds, individuals learn to extend care and loyalty to broader social circles. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you navigate your relationships, with family, friends, colleagues, and even strangers. Do you approach these connections with mindfulness and intention, striving to embody qualities like trustworthiness, humility, and reciprocity? Confucian ethics invites us to see every interaction as an opportunity to practice virtue, recognizing that small acts of kindness ripple outward, shaping both personal character and communal harmony. It challenges us to prioritize moral excellence over material success, viewing life as a continuous journey of self-improvement and service to others. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of grounding ethics in relationships rather than abstract principles. Does this perspective make morality more accessible, or does it risk neglecting universal standards in favor of cultural norms? Critics argue that Confucianism can reinforce hierarchical structures, particularly in patriarchal societies, while supporters counter that its emphasis on mutuality and reciprocity fosters egalitarian values when practiced authentically. The key lies in balance, ensuring that traditions evolve to meet contemporary needs without losing their ethical core. Consider this analogy. Imagine an orchestra performing a symphony. Each musician plays their part, guided by the conductor yet contributing uniquely to the whole. Similarly, Confucian ethics sees society as a harmonious ensemble, where individuals fulfill their roles with integrity and dedication, creating a cohesive and flourishing community. When we engage with Confucian teachings, we are invited to find our place within this greater composition, not as passive participants but as active contributors to collective well-being. Philosophers, historians, and ethicists have debated Confucian ethics extensively, particularly in relation to governance, education, and cross-cultural dialogue. While some view it as overly traditional or collectivist, Others celebrate its adaptability, seeing parallels in modern theories of relational ethics, virtue ethics, and restorative justice. Its influence extends far beyond East Asia, inspiring global discussions about leadership, sustainability, and the role of culture in shaping moral frameworks. Even today, Confucian principles continue to inform practices like conflict resolution, workplace dynamics, and environmental stewardship. As you reflect on Confucian ethics, consider how it shapes your understanding of responsibility, community, and growth. Are there moments in your life where prioritizing relationships has brought deeper meaning? Or perhaps tension followed by reconciliation? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by focusing less on individual gain and more on shared flourishing? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we lead, teach, and connect with others. Ultimately, Confucian ethics invites us to embrace the transformative power of virtue. It challenges us to see that true happiness arises not from personal achievement but from contributing to the well-being of others. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in reciprocity, recognizing that every action we take affects the world around us, and that the most enduring legacies are built on compassion, respect, and care. After all, the strength of a tree lies not only in its branches but also in the roots that bind it to the earth. Number 86. Yin-Yang Balance. Imagine standing at the edge of a tranquil lake, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the interplay of light and shadow above. The sun casts bright, warm rays across one side, while cool, dark shadows stretch across the other. Yet neither light nor darkness dominates. They coexist in harmony, each giving meaning to the other. This dynamic equilibrium mirrors the ancient Chinese concept of yin-yang, a profound philosophical framework that describes the interconnectedness and balance of opposites in the universe. Rooted in Taoist thought, yin-yang teaches that all aspects of existence arise from the interplay of complementary forces, light and dark, masculine and feminine, active and passive, creating a harmonious whole greater than the sum of its parts. At its core, yin-yang challenges rigid dualities, emphasizing instead the fluidity and mutual dependence of opposing forces. Yin represents qualities such as receptivity, softness, and introspection, often associated with earth, night, and femininity. Yang embodies dynamism, strength, and action, linked to sky, day, and masculinity. However, these categories are not fixed or absolute. They exist in constant flux, transforming into one another and maintaining balance through their relationship. For example, a seed buried in the soil, yin, requires sunlight and growth, yang, to flourish, just as nighttime gives way to dawn and rest balances activity. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about the rhythms of your own life. Do you notice periods of expansion followed by contraction, or moments of stillness giving rise to bursts of energy? Yin-Yang invites us to recognize these cycles as natural and necessary, encouraging us to embrace both sides of every duality rather than seeking perfection in one extreme. It challenges us to see that health, happiness, and fulfillment emerge not from eliminating discomfort but from finding harmony between contrasting elements, work and rest, effort and surrender, structure and spontaneity. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of striving for balance rather than dominance. Does this perspective help resolve inner conflicts, or does it risk oversimplifying complex realities? Critics argue that yin-yang can be misinterpreted as promoting passivity or resignation, while supporters counter that its true power lies in adaptability, teaching us to navigate change with grace and resilience. The key lies in discernment, understanding when to lean into yin's quietude and when to harness yang's vitality, trusting that both are essential for wholeness. Consider this analogy. Imagine a tree swaying in the wind. Its branches reach skyward, yang, drawing energy from the sun, while its roots dig deep into the earth, yin, anchoring it firmly. Without roots, the tree would topple. Without branches, it could not grow. Similarly, yin-yang reminds us that life thrives on integration. balancing outward ambition with inward reflection, individual needs with collective responsibilities, and action with rest. When we engage with this principle, we learn to flow with life's changes rather than resist them. Philosophers, healers, and spiritual practitioners have explored yin-yang extensively, particularly in relation to medicine, martial arts, feng shui, and personal development. Traditional Chinese medicine, for instance, applies yin-yang principles to diagnose and treat imbalances in the body, viewing health as a state of dynamic equilibrium. Even modern disciplines like psychology, ecology, and systems theory resonate with yin-yang's emphasis on interconnectedness and cyclical patterns. Its timeless wisdom continues to inspire holistic approaches to well-being, sustainability, and leadership. As you reflect on yin-yang balance, consider how it shapes your understanding of harmony, transformation, and resilience. Are there moments in your life where embracing oppositions has brought clarity, or perhaps tension followed by resolution? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by recognizing opportunities for growth within adversity, or finding peace amidst chaos? These reflections aren't just theoretical, they guide how we live, relate, and thrive in an ever-changing world. Ultimately, yin-yang invites us to embrace paradox as a fundamental truth of existence. It challenges us to see that opposites are not enemies but partners, each enriching the other through their dance. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in acceptance, recognizing that life's beauty arises not from eliminating contradictions but from honoring the intricate balance between them. After all, the most vibrant landscapes are painted with both light and shadow. Number 87. Karma and Rebirth. Imagine a river flowing endlessly, its waters carrying seeds, leaves, and debris downstream. Each action you take, every choice, word, or deed, is like a stone dropped into this river, creating ripples that extend far beyond the initial splash. This metaphor captures the essence of karma and rebirth, foundational concepts in Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and other Indian philosophical traditions. At their core, these teachings describe an interconnected system of cause and effect, where actions shape not only this life but also future existences. Karma, action, determines the trajectory of one's journey through countless lifetimes, while rebirth, or reincarnation, ensures that the soul continues to evolve until it achieves liberation, moksha, or nirvana. At its heart, karma is more than just a moral ledger, it is a cosmic law governing existence akin to gravity or entropy. Every thought, intention, and action generates consequences, either positive or negative, which influence future experiences. Good deeds lead to favorable outcomes, fostering happiness, health, and prosperity, while harmful actions result in suffering, obstacles, and hardship. Importantly, karma operates across lifetimes, meaning that the effects of past actions may manifest in the present, and current actions will shape what lies ahead. It is not a system of punishment or reward imposed by an external deity but a natural process reflecting the principle, as you sow, so shall you reap. Rebirth extends this framework across time, positing that the soul, Atman, or consciousness is eternal, taking on new forms after death based on accumulated karma. These forms can range from human beings to animals, deities, or even lower realms of existence, depending on the moral weight of one's actions. The ultimate goal, however, is not endless cycles of birth and death, samsara, but liberation, a state of freedom from desire, ignorance, and attachment, where the soul merges with the divine or attains enlightenment. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how your actions reverberate through your life and the lives of others. Have you ever noticed patterns? How certain behaviors lead to predictable outcomes, or how unresolved issues seem to resurface over time? Karma and rebirth invite us to see our lives as part of a larger continuum, encouraging accountability and mindfulness. They challenge us to recognize that every act matters, not just for immediate gain but for long-term growth. By cultivating virtues like compassion, honesty, and generosity, We create conditions for a brighter future, both here and beyond. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of living with an awareness of karma and rebirth. Does this perspective inspire greater responsibility, or does it risk fostering fatalism, leaving individuals resigned to their circumstances? Critics argue that belief in rebirth can discourage proactive change, while supporters counter that it empowers people to take charge of their destiny by emphasizing personal agency. The key lies in understanding karma as a dynamic force. Though influenced by the past, it remains open to transformation through present choices. Liberation is always possible, provided one commits to self-awareness and ethical living. Consider this analogy. Imagine planting a garden. Seeds sown carelessly yield weeds and barren patches, while those planted with care and nurtured patiently grow into flourishing plants. Similarly, karma reflects the quality of our efforts, shaping the landscape of our lives over time. When we engage with this principle, we are invited to tend to our inner gardens, to weed out harmful habits, water virtuous intentions, and cultivate harmony within ourselves and the world around us. Philosophers, theologians, and spiritual seekers have debated karma and rebirth extensively, particularly in relation to ethics, metaphysics, and psychology. While some dismiss these ideas as unverifiable or mythological, others celebrate their practical wisdom, seeing parallels in modern concepts like habit formation, intergenerational trauma, and ecological interconnectedness. Their influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on mindfulness, sustainability, and social justice. Even today, karma and rebirth offer tools for navigating life's challenges with grace, resilience, and purpose. As you reflect on karma and rebirth, consider how they shape your understanding of consequence, responsibility, and transformation. Are there moments in your life where recognizing patterns has led to breakthroughs, or perhaps stagnation followed by renewed effort? Could adopting this perspective help you approach difficulties with patience, knowing that every step contributes to a larger journey? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we act, relate, and strive toward meaningful goals. Ultimately, karma and rebirth invite us to embrace the profound interconnectedness of all things. They challenge us to see that no action is isolated, no life insignificant, and no moment wasted when approached with intention. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in continuity, recognizing that we are both shaped by and shapers of the infinite flow of existence. After all, the ripples we create today become the currents that carry us forward tomorrow. Number 88. Sunyata, emptiness. Imagine standing before a vast, open sky, its expanse stretching infinitely in all directions. At first glance, it appears empty, devoid of form or substance. Yet upon closer reflection, this emptiness is not a vacuum but a boundless potential, giving rise to clouds, winds, and light. This profound insight into the nature of reality lies at the heart of sunyata, a central concept in Mahayana Buddhism often translated as emptiness. Far from being nihilistic or bleak, sunyata reveals that all phenomena lack inherent, independent existence. They arise interdependently, transient and interconnected, like reflections in a mirror. Understanding emptiness transforms how we perceive ourselves, others, and the world, dissolving illusions of permanence and separateness. At its core, sunyata challenges the deeply ingrained belief in fixed self-contained entities. From a Buddhist perspective, nothing exists independently. Everything depends on causes and conditions, constantly changing and interrelating. A tree, for instance, is not merely an isolated object but a dynamic process sustained by soil, water, sunlight, and countless other factors. Similarly, our sense of self, the I we cling to, is not a solid, unchanging essence but a fluid collection of thoughts, emotions, sensations, and relationships. Recognizing this truth liberates us from attachment, aversion, and suffering, which stem from misperceiving the impermanent as permanent and the relational as separate. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you typically view yourself and the world around you. Do you see things as stable and distinct, or do you recognize their fleeting, dependent nature? Sunyata invites us to see through the illusion of solidity, embracing the impermanence and interdependence of all beings. It challenges us to let go of rigid identities and dualistic thinking, fostering compassion and wisdom. By realizing that no one exists apart from others, we naturally extend care and kindness beyond narrow boundaries of self-interest. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of embracing emptiness. Does this perspective feel unsettling, or does it bring freedom and clarity? Critics argue that sunyata risks undermining personal responsibility or moral accountability, while supporters counter that it deepens ethical engagement by highlighting interconnectedness. The key lies in understanding that emptiness is not a void but a fertile ground where possibilities emerge. True liberation comes not from rejecting life's richness but from seeing it clearly, free from clinging and delusion. Consider this analogy. Imagine a clay pot. On the surface, it seems solid and enduring. Yet when shattered, its pieces reveal the emptiness within, a space that gave the pot its function and meaning. Similarly, sunyata teaches us that the essence of all things lies in their openness and mutability. When we engage with this principle, we are invited to release attachment to fixed notions of success, failure, beauty, or worth, finding peace in the ever-changing flow of existence. Philosophers, scholars, and practitioners have explored sunyata extensively, particularly in relation to metaphysics, epistemology, and psychology. While some dismiss it as abstract or paradoxical, others celebrate its transformative power, seeing parallels in modern theories of systems theory, quantum mechanics, and cognitive science. Its influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on mindfulness, environmental sustainability, and social justice. Even today, sunyata offers tools for navigating life's uncertainties with grace, humility, and equanimity. As you reflect on sunyata, consider how it shapes your understanding of identity, change, and connection. Are there moments in your life where recognizing impermanence has brought relief, or perhaps fear followed by acceptance? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by loosening attachment to outcomes and embracing the fluidity of experience? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we live, relate, and find meaning in an unpredictable world. Ultimately, sunyata invites us to awaken to the profound spaciousness at the heart of reality. It challenges us to see that emptiness is not absence but possibility, that the same void that makes a cup useful also allows for growth, creativity, and love. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in letting go, recognizing that true fulfillment arises not from grasping but from opening, not from possessing but from participating fully in the dance of existence. After all, the sky remains vast precisely because it holds nothing tightly. Number 89. Wu Wei Non-Action. Imagine a river flowing effortlessly, its waters carving paths through valleys and around rocks without resistance or struggle. The river doesn't force its way, it simply follows the natural contours of the land, achieving its purpose with grace and ease. This principle of harmonious action, or rather non-action, lies at the heart of Wu Wei, a cornerstone of Taoist philosophy. Often translated as non-action or effortless action, Wu Wei is not about laziness or passivity but about aligning oneself with the flow of life, acting in harmony with the Tao, the way, rather than against it. It teaches that true effectiveness arises when we stop striving and allow things to unfold naturally. At its core, Wu Wei challenges the conventional notion that success requires relentless effort, control, and ambition. Instead, it advocates for a state of being where actions are spontaneous, intuitive, and in sync with the rhythms of nature. By letting go of excessive planning, ego-driven desires, and rigid expectations, we create space for wisdom and creativity to emerge organically. For example, a skilled gardener doesn't force plants to grow but nurtures the soil, provides water and sunlight, and trusts the process of life to do the rest. Similarly, Wu Wei invites us to trust the natural order of things, recognizing that sometimes the best way to achieve our goals is by stepping back and allowing them to manifest on their own terms. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about moments in your life when you felt most effective or fulfilled. Were you pushing hard against obstacles, or did everything seem to fall into place almost effortlessly? Wu Wei suggests that these moments of flow occur when we act in alignment with the present moment, free from overthinking or resistance. It challenges us to cultivate awareness, patience, and humility, trusting that the universe has its own timing and logic. Rather than forcing outcomes, we learn to move with the currents of life, conserving energy for what truly matters. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of embracing non-action in a world that often glorifies busyness and control. Does this perspective feel liberating, or does it risk fostering complacency? Critics argue that Wu Wei can be misinterpreted as an excuse for inaction, while supporters counter that it actually demands greater discernment, knowing when to act and when to wait, distinguishing between necessary effort and unnecessary struggle. The key lies in balance, finding the sweet spot between doing too much and doing too little, guided by intuition and attentiveness to the signs around us. Consider this analogy. Imagine sailing a boat across a lake. If you row against the wind or fight the current, you'll exhaust yourself and make little progress. But if you adjust your sails to catch the breeze and let the water guide your course, you'll glide smoothly toward your destination. Similarly, Wu Wei teaches us to harness the forces already at play, using them to our advantage rather than resisting them. When we engage with this principle, we are invited to release attachment to specific outcomes and instead focus on the quality of our presence and intention. Philosophers, spiritual teachers, and practitioners have explored Wu Wei extensively, particularly in relation to Taoism, mindfulness, and leadership. While some view it as impractical in fast-paced, competitive environments, others celebrate its adaptability, seeing parallels in modern practices like minimalism, sustainable living, and stress reduction techniques. Its influence extends far beyond ancient China, inspiring approaches to decision-making, creativity, and personal growth. Even today, Wu Wei offers tools for navigating complexity with simplicity, fostering resilience and inner peace. As you reflect on Wu Wei, consider how it shapes your understanding of effort, productivity, and fulfillment. Are there moments in your life where letting go of control has led to surprising breakthroughs? Or perhaps frustration followed by unexpected clarity? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by focusing less on forcing solutions and more on trusting the process? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we work, relate, and thrive in an ever-changing world. Ultimately, Wu Wei invites us to embrace the art of effortless action. It challenges us to see that mastery isn't about dominating circumstances but about yielding to them, finding power in softness and strength in surrender. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in trust, recognizing that life itself is intelligent and self-organizing, and that our role is not to impose our will but to participate gracefully in its unfolding. After all, the river doesn't try, it simply flows. Number 90. Mandala Symbolism. Imagine gazing upon a circular design of intricate patterns, vibrant colors, and symmetrical forms that radiate outward from a central point. This is a mandala, a sacred symbol found across cultures and spiritual traditions, representing the universe, wholeness, and the interconnectedness of all life. Rooted in ancient Hindu, Buddhist, and indigenous practices, mandalas serve as tools for meditation, self-discovery, and cosmic alignment. They are not merely decorative or artistic expressions but profound maps of existence, inviting us to explore the relationship between the individual self and the infinite cosmos. Through their geometry and symbolism, mandalas guide seekers toward balance, harmony, and enlightenment. At its core, a mandala embodies the concept of unity within diversity. The word mandala comes from Sanskrit, meaning circle or discoid object, reflecting its universal shape. Circles have long been associated with eternity, cycles, and completeness, qualities that resonate deeply with human consciousness. Within the mandala structure, every element holds symbolic significance. The center represents the source or ultimate reality, such as Brahman in Hinduism or Nirvana in Buddhism, while the outer layers depict various realms of existence, stages of spiritual growth, or aspects of the psyche. By contemplating these designs, practitioners aim to align themselves with the divine order and integrate fragmented parts of their being into a cohesive whole. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about moments when you've encountered circular patterns in nature or art, a spiral galaxy, a blooming flower, or even a stained glass window. Did they evoke a sense of wonder, stillness, or connection? Mandalas invite us to recognize the sacred geometry underlying creation, seeing ourselves as microcosms of a larger macrocosm. They challenge us to find our place within the grand tapestry of existence, acknowledging both our uniqueness and our interdependence. Whether drawn in sand, painted on canvas, or visualized in the mind's eye, mandalas act as portals to deeper understanding and transformation. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of engaging with mandala symbolism. Does this perspective inspire awe, or does it feel overwhelming in its complexity? Critics argue that mandalas can be overly abstract or esoteric, while supporters counter that their universality transcends cultural and linguistic barriers, offering a shared language of spirituality. The key lies in personal engagement, allowing the mandala to function as a mirror, reflecting one's inner state and guiding the journey toward integration and peace. Consider this analogy. Imagine standing at the edge of a labyrinth. Unlike a maze, which seeks to confuse, a labyrinth has a single path leading inexorably toward the center. Similarly, mandalas guide us inward, helping us navigate the complexities of our minds and emotions until we reach the core of our true selves. When we engage with mandalas, we are invited to release distractions, focus our awareness, and surrender to the process of discovery. Philosophers, psychologists, and spiritual practitioners have explored mandala symbolism extensively, particularly in relation to psychology, e.g., Carl Jung's use of mandalas in dream analysis, art therapy, and cross-cultural studies. While some view them as purely religious artifacts, others celebrate their adaptability, finding applications in modern contexts like stress reduction, creativity enhancement, and ecological awareness. Their influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on mindfulness, healing, and community building. Even today, mandalas continue to offer pathways for exploring identity, purpose, and interconnectedness. As you reflect on mandala symbolism, consider how it shapes your understanding of wholeness, balance, and connection. Are there moments in your life where encountering circular patterns has brought clarity, or perhaps confusion followed by insight? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by visualizing yourself as part of a greater whole, fostering resilience and compassion? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we heal, create, and relate to the world. Ultimately, mandalas invite us to embrace the cyclical nature of existence. They challenge us to see that life unfolds in rhythms, seasons, breaths, beginnings, and endings, and that each cycle contains the seed of renewal. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in centering, recognizing that amidst the chaos of daily life, returning to the core of who we are restores equilibrium and purpose. After all, the universe itself may be seen as a vast mandala, endlessly expanding yet always connected to its source. Number 91. Eastern Philosophy Overview. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, serene lake at dawn. The water reflects the sky so perfectly that it becomes impossible to distinguish where one ends and the other begins. This seamless unity mirrors the essence of Eastern philosophy, a rich tapestry of traditions that emphasize interconnectedness, harmony, and the search for ultimate reality beyond dualistic thinking. Rooted in ancient wisdom from India, China, Japan, and other parts of Asia, Eastern philosophies offer profound insights into existence, ethics, and the human condition. Unlike Western philosophies' focus on logic, analysis, and individualism, Eastern thought often prioritizes intuition, balance, and the dissolution of ego, inviting us to see ourselves as part of a greater whole. At its core, Eastern philosophy encompasses diverse schools of thought: Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, Zen, and others, each with unique teachings yet united by shared themes. These include the impermanence of all things, anicca, the interdependence of life, praditya samutpada, the cultivation of virtue, dharma or Tao, and the pursuit of liberation or enlightenment, moksha, nirvana. Rather than seeking answers through abstract reasoning alone, Eastern traditions encourage direct experience, meditation, and embodied practice as paths to understanding. For example, while Aristotle might ask, "What is the good life?" an Eastern philosopher might respond, "Live it and you will know." Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you typically approach questions of meaning, purpose, or morality. Do you rely on intellectual analysis, or do you turn inward, trusting your intuition and lived experience? Eastern philosophy invites us to transcend rigid dichotomies: mind versus body, self versus other, subject versus object, and embrace the fluidity of existence. It challenges us to let go of attachment to fixed identities, outcomes, or beliefs, recognizing that true wisdom arises not from controlling life but from flowing with it. By integrating these perspectives, we can cultivate resilience, compassion, and inner peace. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of adopting Eastern philosophical principles in a modern context. Does this perspective feel liberating, or does it risk seeming impractical in fast-paced, materialistic societies? Critics argue that some Eastern ideas may be overly idealistic or difficult to apply without cultural grounding, while supporters counter that their universal truths address timeless human concerns like suffering, connection, and fulfillment. The key lies in synthesis, finding ways to harmonize ancient wisdom with contemporary challenges, creating a balanced approach to living. Consider this analogy. Imagine tending a garden. A Western mindset might focus on categorizing plants, optimizing soil chemistry, and maximizing yield, a scientific, goal-oriented process. An Eastern perspective, however, would emphasize the rhythm of seasons, the interconnectedness of flora and fauna, and the joy of simply being present in the act of gardening itself. Similarly, Eastern philosophy teaches us to honor both the practical and the poetic dimensions of life, nurturing growth not just externally but within ourselves. Philosophers, scholars, and practitioners have explored Eastern philosophy extensively, particularly in relation to metaphysics, ethics, psychology, and spirituality. While some dismiss its methods as mystical or unverifiable, others celebrate its adaptability, seeing parallels in modern disciplines like mindfulness, systems theory, and environmental ethics. Its influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on sustainability, holistic health, and global citizenship. Even today, Eastern philosophy offers tools for navigating complexity with simplicity, fostering resilience and interconnectedness. As you reflect on Eastern philosophy, consider how it shapes your understanding of self, community, and the cosmos. Are there moments in your life where embracing impermanence, non-duality, or compassion has brought clarity, or perhaps discomfort followed by insight? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by focusing less on control and more on presence, less on separation and more on unity? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we live authentically, relate compassionately, and find meaning in an ever-changing world. Ultimately, Eastern philosophy invites us to awaken to the deeper currents of existence. It challenges us to see that wisdom is not something acquired externally but something realized internally, a recognition of the interconnected web of life and our place within it. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in stillness, recognizing that amidst the noise of modern life, returning to the present moment restores equilibrium and purpose. After all, the universe speaks softly, and only those who listen deeply hear its whispers. Number 92. Western Philosophy Overview. Imagine standing before a towering library, its shelves filled with centuries of written inquiry, dialogues, treatises, and critiques that have shaped the way humanity thinks about truth, knowledge, ethics, and existence. This vast repository of ideas embodies the essence of Western philosophy, a tradition rooted in curiosity, debate, and systematic reasoning. Emerging from ancient Greece and evolving through medieval scholasticism, the Enlightenment, and modern thought, Western philosophy seeks to answer fundamental questions about reality, morality, and human purpose using rigorous logic, empirical observation, and critical analysis. Unlike Eastern traditions which often emphasize intuition and interconnectedness, Western philosophy prioritizes clarity, structure, and individual autonomy, inviting us to dissect complex problems and build coherent frameworks for understanding. At its core, Western philosophy is characterized by its diversity of schools and approaches, ranging from metaphysics, the nature of being, to epistemology, the nature of knowledge, ethics, the study of right and wrong, politics, aesthetics, and beyond. Thinkers like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle laid the groundwork for rational inquiry, emphasizing dialogue, virtue, and the pursuit of objective truths. Later philosophers such as Descartes, Kant, and Nietzsche expanded these foundations, grappling with questions of subjectivity, freedom, and the limits of human understanding. Despite their differences, these thinkers share a commitment to questioning assumptions, challenging authority, and advancing knowledge through reasoned argument. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you typically approach questions of meaning, justice, or truth. Do you rely on evidence, logic, and skepticism, or do you trust intuition, tradition, or faith? Western philosophy invites us to critically examine our beliefs, testing them against reason and experience. It challenges us to define terms precisely, construct sound arguments, and remain open to revision when presented with new evidence. By engaging in this process, we develop intellectual humility, recognizing that even the most profound insights are provisional and subject to refinement. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of adopting a Western philosophical perspective in a globalized world. Does this approach feel empowering, or does it risk privileging abstract theory over lived experience? Critics argue that Western philosophy's emphasis on individualism and rationality can alienate marginalized voices or overlook emotional and relational dimensions of life. Supporters counter that its tools of critique and analysis provide essential safeguards against dogma and injustice. The key lies in integration, balancing analytical rigor with empathy, and universal principles with cultural sensitivity. Consider this analogy. Imagine navigating a labyrinth. Each turn represents a question or problem to solve, requiring careful observation, logical deduction, and sometimes trial and error. Similarly, Western philosophy equips us with maps and compasses, concepts, theories, and methods to navigate the complexities of existence. When we engage with this tradition, we are invited not only to find answers but also to appreciate the journey itself, the ongoing quest for wisdom. Philosophers, scientists, and scholars have explored Western philosophy extensively, particularly in relation to science, law, education, and governance. While some dismiss its methods as overly abstract or Eurocentric, others celebrate its adaptability, seeing parallels in modern disciplines like cognitive science, political theory, and artificial intelligence. Its influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on democracy, human rights, and scientific progress. Even today, Western philosophy continues to offer tools for addressing contemporary challenges, fostering innovation and accountability. As you reflect on Western philosophy, consider how it shapes your understanding of knowledge, ethics, and society. Are there moments in your life where applying reason, skepticism, or structured inquiry has brought clarity, or perhaps frustration followed by breakthroughs? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by focusing less on dogma and more on evidence-based solutions, less on certainty and more on open-ended exploration? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we learn, lead, and live responsibly. Ultimately, Western philosophy invites us to embrace the power of critical thinking. It challenges us to see that wisdom is not something passively received but actively constructed, a dynamic interplay between questioning, testing, and revising our understanding of the world. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in curiosity, recognizing that the pursuit of truth is endless, and every answer opens new horizons of inquiry. After all, the philosopher's task is not merely to know but to wonder, and to inspire others to do the same. Number 93, Philosophy of Time. Imagine standing on a quiet hilltop, watching the sun dip below the horizon as shadows lengthen and colors shift across the sky. Time seems to stretch and compress simultaneously. Moments feel fleeting yet eternal, linear yet cyclical. This profound experience of time lies at the heart of philosophy of time, a field that explores one of humanity's most elusive concepts. Is time a fundamental aspect of reality, or merely a construct of human perception? Does it flow in a straight line from past to future, or does it exist all at once like a frozen landscape? These questions have fascinated philosophers, physicists, and mystics alike, shaping our understanding of existence, causality, and consciousness. At its core, the philosophy of time grapples with three central debates: the nature of time, ontology; our experience of time, phenomenology; and the relationship between time and human action, ethics. Thinkers like Aristotle argued that time is intrinsically linked to change, the number of motion with respect to before and after. In contrast, Newtonian physics introduced the idea of absolute time, an objective framework independent of human observers. Modern theories such as Einstein's relativity further complicate this view, suggesting that time is relative, malleable, and intertwined with space. Meanwhile, existentialist thinkers like Heidegger emphasized the subjective experience of temporality, framing time as the horizon against which human life unfolds. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you perceive time in your daily life. Do you see it as a steady river carrying you forward, or as a spiral returning to familiar patterns? Perhaps you felt the paradox of time slowing during moments of boredom or racing during times of joy. The philosophy of time invites us to reflect on these experiences, recognizing that time is both a measurable phenomenon and a deeply personal dimension of being. It challenges us to reconcile scientific accounts of time with the rhythms of memory, anticipation, and presence that define our lived reality. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of different perspectives on time. Does the notion of time as an illusion unsettle you, or does it liberate you from fears of loss and impermanence? Critics argue that abstract theorizing about time risks disconnecting us from practical concerns, while supporters counter that grappling with its mysteries enriches our appreciation of life's fragility and beauty. The key lies in integration, honoring both the objective structures of time, clocks, calendars, causality, and the subjective textures of temporal experience, nostalgia, urgency, flow. Consider this analogy. Imagine a film reel. Each frame exists independently, yet when played in sequence, they create the illusion of movement and continuity. Similarly, some philosophers propose that time itself may be composed of discrete moments strung together by our minds. Others suggest that all frames, the past, present, and future, exist simultaneously, like pages in a book waiting to be read. When we engage with these ideas, we are invited to question not only what time is but also how we choose to inhabit it. Philosophers, physicists, and theologians have debated the nature of time extensively, particularly in relation to metaphysics, cosmology, and ethics. While some dismiss speculative theories as impractical, Others celebrate their ability to illuminate universal truths, seeing parallels in fields like quantum mechanics, psychology, and art. Its influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on mindfulness, environmental sustainability, and technological innovation. Even today, the philosophy of time offers tools for navigating the complexities of modern life, fostering patience, perspective, and purpose. As you reflect on the philosophy of time, consider how it shapes your understanding of mortality, progress, and meaning. Are there moments in your life where contemplating time has brought clarity, or perhaps anxiety followed by acceptance? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by embracing impermanence, prioritizing intentionality, and finding balance between planning and presence? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we live authentically, relate compassionately, and find significance in an ever-changing world. Ultimately, the philosophy of time invites us to awaken to the mystery of existence. It challenges us to see that time is not merely a backdrop for events but a lens through which we interpret ourselves and the universe. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in mindfulness, recognizing that while we cannot control time's passage, we can shape how we dwell within it. After all, every tick of the clock carries the potential for transformation, if only we pay attention. Number 94. Philosophy of language. Imagine standing in a bustling marketplace, surrounded by the hum of voices exchanging stories, ideas, and emotions. Words float through the air like invisible threads, weaving connections between people, shaping their realities, and giving form to thoughts that would otherwise remain intangible. This intricate interplay between language and meaning lies at the heart of the philosophy of language, a field that explores how we use words to communicate, understand, and navigate the world. Is language merely a tool for expressing pre-existing thoughts, or does it actively shape what we think and perceive? These questions challenge us to reflect on the power, limits, and mysteries of one of humanity's most fundamental creations. At its core, the philosophy of language seeks to unravel the relationship between language, thought, and reality. Thinkers like Ludwig Wittgenstein argue that the limits of my language mean the limits of my world, suggesting that our capacity to conceptualize is deeply tied to linguistic structures. Others, such as Noam Chomsky, focus on the innate grammar underlying all human languages, proposing that language is not just a cultural artifact but an inherent feature of the mind. Meanwhile, philosophers like J.L. Austin and John Searle examine how speech acts. Promises, commands, declarations do more than describe. They perform actions, altering social and material realities with mere utterances. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you use language every day. Do you see it as transparent, a clear window onto the world, or as something that colors and distorts your perception? Perhaps you've encountered moments when words fail to capture complex emotions or abstract ideas, leaving you searching for better ways to express yourself. The philosophy of language invites us to recognize both the extraordinary power and profound limitations of language. It challenges us to question assumptions about clarity and ambiguity, asking whether meaning resides in words themselves, in the minds of speakers and listeners, or in broader cultural contexts. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of viewing language as both a mirror and a lens. Does this duality empower communication, or does it risk creating misunderstandings and misrepresentations? Critics argue that over-reliance on language can obscure nonverbal forms of knowledge, while supporters counter that critical awareness of its mechanisms enhances empathy, precision, and creativity. The key lies in balance, using language deliberately without mistaking it for ultimate truth, remaining open to interpretation and reinterpretation. Consider this analogy. Imagine a map of a vast terrain. The map simplifies and symbolizes the landscape, guiding travelers but never fully capturing its richness or complexity. Similarly, language maps our experiences, enabling navigation but always approximating rather than replicating the real. When we engage with the philosophy of language, we are invited to scrutinize these maps, questioning how they guide, and sometimes mislead, our journeys through thought and interaction. Philosophers, linguists, and cognitive scientists have debated the nature of language extensively, particularly in relation to epistemology, how we know, metaphysics, what exists, and ethics, how we should act. While some dismiss debates about semantics as overly abstract, others celebrate their practical applications, seeing parallels in fields like artificial intelligence, law, and education. Its influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on inclusive language, cross-cultural dialogue, and digital communication. Even today, the philosophy of language offers tools for addressing contemporary challenges, fostering precision, inclusivity, and mutual understanding. As you reflect on the philosophy of language, consider how it shapes your understanding of identity, community, and knowledge. Are there moments in your life where grappling with language has deepened your relationships, or perhaps led to confusion followed by insight? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by becoming more mindful of the words you choose, the meanings they carry, and the impact they have on others? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we speak, listen, and connect in an increasingly interconnected world. Ultimately, the philosophy of language invites us to embrace the dual nature of words, as bridges and barriers, tools and traps. It challenges us to see that while language cannot encapsulate the entirety of human experience, it remains indispensable for sharing, interpreting, and transforming it. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in humility, recognizing that every word we utter carries traces of history, culture, and intention, and that true understanding requires patience, curiosity, and care. After all, the way we talk about the world shapes the way we live within it. Number 95. Philosophy of Science. Imagine standing in a laboratory, surrounded by bubbling beakers, intricate diagrams, and glowing screens displaying complex data. The air hums with the energy of discovery as scientists test hypotheses, analyze results, and refine theories about the workings of the universe. Yet beneath this surface of empirical rigor lies a deeper layer of inquiry. What does it mean to know something? How do we distinguish science from pseudoscience? And how should scientific progress shape our understanding of truth, ethics, and humanity's place in the cosmos? These profound questions form the foundation of the philosophy of science, a field that examines the assumptions, methods, and implications of scientific practice. At its core, the philosophy of science grapples with fundamental issues about the nature of scientific knowledge, epistemology, the structure of scientific theories, ontology, and the ethical responsibilities of researchers, ethics. Thinkers like Karl Popper argue that science advances through falsifiability, the ability to disprove hypotheses, while Thomas Kuhn introduces the concept of paradigm shifts, where entire frameworks of thought are overturned during periods of revolutionary change. Meanwhile, philosophers like Imre Lakatos and Paul Feyerabend challenge traditional notions of scientific method, suggesting that creativity, intuition, and even anarchy play vital roles in discovery. Together, these perspectives invite us to reflect on the dynamic interplay between evidence, theory, and interpretation. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about how you encounter science in your daily life. Do you see it as a reliable source of objective truth, or as a human endeavor shaped by biases, limitations, and evolving paradigms? Perhaps you've marveled at the precision of quantum mechanics or questioned the ethical boundaries of genetic engineering. The philosophy of science invites us to critically examine these encounters, recognizing that scientific knowledge is provisional, contingent, and deeply intertwined with cultural values. It challenges us to balance skepticism with trust, questioning assumptions while embracing the power of systematic inquiry. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of viewing science as both a tool for discovery and a product of human ingenuity. Does this perspective enhance your appreciation of its achievements? or does it expose vulnerabilities and uncertainties that make you uneasy? Critics argue that overemphasizing philosophical critiques risks undermining public confidence in science, while supporters counter that transparency about its complexities fosters greater accountability and innovation. The key lies in integration, honoring the rigor of scientific methods without mistaking them for infallible truths, remaining open to revision and reinterpretation. Consider this analogy: imagine building a ship at sea. Each plank represents a piece of knowledge, carefully fitted together to create a vessel capable of exploring vast unknowns. Yet no ship is indestructible. Storms may damage it, requiring repairs or redesigns. Similarly, the philosophy of science sees scientific knowledge as a work in progress, constantly adapting to new evidence and shifting contexts. When we engage with this perspective, we are invited to question not only what we know but also how we come to know, and how responsibly we wield that knowledge. Philosophers, historians, and scientists have debated the nature of science extensively, particularly in relation to metaphysics, the nature of reality, ethics, the moral implications of research, and sociology, how science operates within society. While some dismiss philosophical scrutiny as irrelevant to practical applications, others celebrate its ability to illuminate universal principles, seeing parallels in fields like artificial intelligence, climate science, and medical ethics. Its influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on scientific literacy, policy making, and interdisciplinary collaboration. Even today, the philosophy of science offers tools for addressing contemporary challenges, fostering critical thinking, humility, and responsibility. As you reflect on the philosophy of science, consider how it shapes your understanding of truth, progress, and responsibility. Are there moments in your life where grappling with scientific ideas has deepened your sense of wonder, or perhaps raised ethical concerns followed by thoughtful deliberation? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by balancing curiosity with caution, skepticism with openness, and individual agency with collective impact? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we learn, innovate, and coexist in an increasingly technologically driven world. Ultimately, the philosophy of science invites us to embrace the provisional and participatory nature of knowledge. It challenges us to see that science is not merely a collection of facts but a living process, a dialogue between humanity and the universe, shaped by curiosity, creativity, and care. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in humility, recognizing that while science expands our horizons, it also reminds us of the vastness of what remains unknown. After all, every discovery opens new questions, inviting us to keep exploring, questioning, and dreaming. Number 96. Philosophy of Religion. Imagine standing before a vast, ancient temple at dawn, its towering spires reaching toward the heavens as the first rays of sunlight bathe its stone carvings in golden light. The air is thick with questions that have echoed through millennia. Does God, or any divine being, exist? What is the nature of faith and how does it shape human experience? Can reason and spirituality coexist, or are they fundamentally at odds? These profound inquiries lie at the heart of the philosophy of religion, a field dedicated to exploring the rational, ethical, and existential dimensions of religious belief and practice. It seeks not only to understand doctrines and rituals but also to examine the deepest assumptions about divinity, morality, and the meaning of life. At its core, the philosophy of religion grapples with some of humanity's most enduring mysteries. Thinkers like Augustine and Aquinas have argued for the existence of God through logical proofs such as the cosmological and teleological arguments, while skeptics like David Hume and Friedrich Nietzsche have challenged these claims, questioning whether belief in the divine is rooted in reason or merely a product of human psychology. Other philosophers, such as Kierkegaard, emphasize the subjective leap of faith required to embrace the transcendent, suggesting that religion operates beyond the limits of pure rationality. Meanwhile, contemporary debates focus on pluralism, addressing how diverse beliefs can coexist in an increasingly interconnected world. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about your own relationship with religion, spirituality, or skepticism. Do you see faith as a source of comfort and moral guidance, or as a construct shaped by culture and history? Perhaps you've wrestled with doubts, sought solace in prayer, or marveled at the beauty of sacred texts and rituals. The philosophy of religion invites us to reflect deeply on these experiences, recognizing that belief systems are not monolithic but richly textured tapestries woven from tradition, emotion, and intellect. It challenges us to balance reverence with inquiry, examining the foundations of faith without losing sight of its transformative power. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of engaging critically with religious ideas. Does this perspective enhance your appreciation of spiritual diversity, or does it risk undermining cherished convictions? Critics argue that overanalyzing religion reduces it to abstract concepts, stripping away its emotional and communal essence. Supporters counter that thoughtful examination fosters deeper understanding, helping believers and non-believers alike navigate the complexities of faith, doubt, and meaning. The key lies in dialogue, approaching religious traditions with curiosity and respect, even when disagreements arise. Consider this analogy. Imagine a stained glass window illuminated by sunlight. Each pane represents a different belief system, refracting light into unique colors and patterns. From afar, the window tells a cohesive story. Up close, each piece reveals intricate details shaped by craftsmanship, symbolism, and history. Similarly, the philosophy of religion sees religious traditions as multifaceted expressions of humanity's search for transcendence, inviting us to appreciate both their unity and diversity. When we engage with this perspective, we are called to explore not only what people believe but why, and how those beliefs shape their lives and societies. Philosophers, theologians, and scholars have debated the nature of religion extensively, particularly in relation to metaphysics, the nature of ultimate reality, epistemology, how we know what we claim to know, and ethics, the moral implications of belief. While some dismiss philosophical critiques as overly academic, others celebrate their ability to illuminate universal truths, seeing parallels in fields like anthropology, psychology, and comparative theology. Its influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on interfaith dialogue, secular ethics, and spiritual exploration. Even today, the philosophy of religion offers tools for addressing contemporary challenges, fostering empathy, critical thinking, and mutual understanding. As you reflect on the philosophy of religion, consider how it shapes your understanding of faith, reason, and human purpose. Are there moments in your life where grappling with religious ideas has brought clarity, or perhaps confusion followed by insight? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by balancing conviction with openness, certainty with humility, and personal belief with collective harmony? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we seek meaning, relate to others, and find peace amidst uncertainty. Ultimately, the philosophy of religion invites us to embrace the complexity of the sacred. It challenges us to see that faith is not merely a set of doctrines but a living dialogue, a dynamic interplay between mystery and understanding, doubt and devotion, individual spirituality and shared tradition. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in wonder, recognizing that whether divinity exists beyond us or within us, the act of seeking itself enriches our humanity. After all, the questions we ask about God often reveal as much about ourselves as they do about the cosmos. Number 97. Philosophy of Education. Imagine walking into a classroom alive with energy, students debating passionately, hands raised to ask questions, and minds sparking with curiosity. The air vibrates not just with facts and figures but with ideas that challenge assumptions, inspire creativity, and ignite purpose. This dynamic interplay between teaching, learning, and transformation lies at the heart of the philosophy of education, a field dedicated to exploring the aims, methods, and values of education. It asks profound questions about why we learn, what we should teach, and how we can best cultivate knowledge, character, and citizenship in individuals and societies. At its core, the philosophy of education grapples with fundamental issues about the purpose of schooling and the nature of human development. Thinkers like John Dewey advocate for experiential learning, emphasizing that education is not merely the transmission of information but a process of active inquiry and growth. Paulo Freire critiques traditional models of banking education, where students passively receive knowledge, arguing instead for a dialogical approach that empowers learners to critically engage with their world. Meanwhile, classical philosophers like Plato stress the importance of cultivating virtue and wisdom, suggesting that education serves as the foundation of a just society. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about your own educational journey. Do you see learning as a means to an end, a pathway to career success, or as an ongoing exploration of self and society? Perhaps you've experienced moments when a teacher's passion ignited your own curiosity, or when grappling with a difficult concept opened new doors of understanding. The philosophy of education invites us to reflect on these experiences, recognizing that education shapes not only what we know but who we become. It challenges us to balance practical skills with moral formation, ensuring that learners emerge not just as competent professionals but as thoughtful, ethical citizens. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of viewing education as both a personal and collective endeavor. Does this perspective enhance your appreciation of its transformative power, or does it expose tensions between individual needs and societal demands? Critics argue that overly rigid systems stifle creativity and equity, while supporters counter that thoughtful reform fosters innovation and inclusion. The key lies in integration, designing curricula and practices that honor diversity, nurture critical thinking, and prepare students for an ever-changing world. Consider this analogy. Imagine planting a garden. Seeds represent innate potential, soil symbolizes the environment, and water reflects nurturing guidance. While some plants thrive under direct sunlight, others require shade. Similarly, effective education tailors approaches to meet diverse needs, fostering growth without imposing uniformity. When we engage with the philosophy of education, we are invited to consider not only what we plant but how we tend to it, and what kind of harvest we hope to reap. Philosophers, educators, and policymakers have debated the goals and methods of education extensively, particularly in relation to ethics, the moral responsibilities of teachers and institutions, epistemology, how knowledge is constructed and shared, and social justice, addressing inequalities in access and outcomes. While some dismiss philosophical scrutiny as impractical, others celebrate its ability to illuminate universal principles, seeing parallels in fields like cognitive science, sociology, and public policy. Its influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on inclusive pedagogy, lifelong learning, and digital literacy. Even today, the philosophy of education offers tools for addressing contemporary challenges, fostering resilience, adaptability, and global awareness. As you reflect on the philosophy of education, consider how it shapes your understanding of learning, teaching, and community. Are there moments in your life where education has transformed your perspective, or perhaps left gaps that still linger? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by prioritizing curiosity over conformity, collaboration over competition, and empathy over exclusion? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we teach, learn, and lead in an increasingly interconnected world. Ultimately, the philosophy of education invites us to embrace learning as a lifelong journey. It challenges us to see that education is not confined to classrooms or degrees but woven into every interaction, experience, and reflection. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in empowerment, recognizing that knowledge is not something bestowed upon us but something we actively create and share. After all, the seeds of wisdom grow strongest when planted in fertile ground, ground enriched by dialogue, compassion, and courage. Number 98. Philosophy of Technology. Imagine standing in a bustling cityscape where towering skyscrapers shimmer with digital billboards, drones zip through the sky, and pedestrians scroll endlessly on their smartphones. The air hums with the quiet buzz of progress. Tools and systems that once seemed like science fiction are now woven into the fabric of daily life. Yet beneath this dazzling surface lies a profound question. What does it mean to live in a world shaped by technology? This inquiry forms the foundation of the philosophy of technology, a field that explores the ethical, social, and existential implications of humanity's creations. It asks not only how technology transforms our lives but also how it reflects and reshapes our values, relationships, and understanding of what it means to be human. At its core, the philosophy of technology grapples with fundamental issues about the role of innovation in society. Thinkers like Martin Heidegger warn of the dangers of enframing, where technology reduces nature and humanity to mere resources for exploitation. In contrast, optimists like Kevin Kelly celebrate technology as an extension of human creativity, arguing that it amplifies our potential to solve problems and expand horizons. Meanwhile, philosophers such as Hannah Arendt caution against the ways in which technological advancements can erode public spaces, personal autonomy, and meaningful work. Together, these perspectives invite us to critically examine both the promises and perils of our ever-evolving tools. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about your own relationship with technology. Do you see it as a source of empowerment, a way to connect, create, and explore, or as a force that distracts, isolates, or controls? Perhaps you've marveled at the convenience of artificial intelligence or felt uneasy about the erosion of privacy in a data-driven world. The philosophy of technology invites us to reflect deeply on these experiences, recognizing that every invention carries within it a set of assumptions, biases, and consequences. It challenges us to balance innovation with intentionality, ensuring that technological progress aligns with human flourishing rather than undermining it. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of viewing technology not merely as a neutral tool but as a dynamic agent shaping culture and consciousness. Does this perspective enhance your awareness of its impact, or does it expose vulnerabilities and uncertainties that make you uneasy? Critics argue that over-reliance on technology risks alienating us from ourselves and each other, while supporters counter that thoughtful design and regulation can mitigate harm while maximizing benefits. The key lies in integration, embracing technology's potential without surrendering to its dominance, remaining vigilant about its unintended effects. Consider this analogy. Imagine wielding a hammer. Used skillfully, it builds homes, crafts art, and repairs broken things. Misused, it destroys or injures. Similarly, the philosophy of technology sees innovation as inherently dual-edged, capable of fostering connection and progress, or exacerbating inequality and disconnection. When we engage with this perspective, we are invited to consider not only what we build but why, and how responsibly we wield our creations. Philosophers, engineers, and ethicists have debated the nature of technology extensively, particularly in relation to ethics, the moral responsibilities of creators and users, epistemology, how knowledge is constructed and mediated through tech, and sociology, how technology influences communities and identities. While some dismiss philosophical scrutiny as overly abstract, others celebrate its ability to illuminate universal principles, seeing parallels in fields like environmental sustainability, cybersecurity, and bioethics. Its influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on digital rights, AI governance, and sustainable innovation. Even today, the philosophy of technology offers tools for addressing contemporary challenges, fostering critical thinking, accountability, and foresight. As you reflect on the philosophy of technology, consider how it shapes your understanding of progress, responsibility, and humanity. Are there moments in your life where engaging with technology has deepened your sense of wonder? Or perhaps raised ethical concerns followed by thoughtful deliberation? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by balancing efficiency with empathy, connectivity with presence, and innovation with sustainability? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we design, interact, and coexist in an increasingly technologically driven world. Ultimately, the philosophy of technology invites us to embrace the complexity of our creations. It challenges us to see that technology is not merely a collection of gadgets and algorithms but a mirror reflecting our aspirations, fears, and choices. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in mindfulness, recognizing that every click, swipe, or line of code carries traces of history, culture, and intention, and that true progress requires more than technical ingenuity. After all, the future we build depends not only on what we invent but on how wisely we use it. Number 99. Philosophy of Love. Imagine standing at the edge of a quiet forest at dusk, where the fading light filters through the trees and the air is filled with the soft rustle of leaves. In this serene moment, you feel an overwhelming sense of connection, not just to another person but to the world around you. This profound experience of love in all its forms lies at the heart of the philosophy of love, a field that explores one of humanity's most complex and universal emotions. Is love merely a biological drive, a social construct, or something transcendent? How does it shape our identities, relationships, and moral obligations? These questions invite us to reflect on the many dimensions of love, romantic, platonic, familial, and selfless, and how they define what it means to be human. At its core, the philosophy of love grapples with fundamental issues about the nature, origins, and ethics of love. Thinkers like Plato explore the concept of eros, or passionate love, as a ladder toward higher truths and spiritual beauty. Aristotle, in contrast, emphasizes philia, or friendship, as a cornerstone of virtue and mutual respect. Meanwhile, modern philosophers like Simone de Beauvoir examine the complexities of romantic love, questioning whether it liberates or confines individuals within societal expectations. Religious traditions also contribute rich perspectives, from the divine agape, unconditional love, of Christianity to the compassionate karu of Buddhism, offering insights into how love shapes morality and community. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about your own experiences of love. Do you see it as a force that unites people across boundaries, or as a source of conflict and vulnerability? Perhaps you felt the exhilaration of falling in love, the comfort of deep friendship, or the unconditional bond of family ties. The philosophy of love invites us to reflect deeply on these moments, recognizing that love is not a singular emotion but a spectrum of connections that enrich and challenge us. It challenges us to balance passion with reason, intimacy with independence, and personal desires with ethical responsibilities. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of viewing love as both a personal and collective phenomenon. Does this perspective enhance your appreciation of its transformative power? Or does it expose tensions between individual needs and shared commitments? Critics argue that idealizing love risks ignoring its darker sides, such as jealousy, possessiveness, or codependency, while supporters counter that understanding its complexities fosters healthier relationships and greater empathy. The key lies in integration, embracing love's dualities, the joy and pain, freedom and attachment, giving and receiving, and finding harmony within them. Consider this analogy. Imagine a flame burning steadily in the wind. Its warmth represents the comfort and connection love brings, while its flickering reflects the uncertainty and fragility inherent in any relationship. Similarly, the philosophy of love sees affection as both nurturing and unpredictable, requiring care and effort to sustain. When we engage with this perspective, we are invited to consider not only whom we love but how we love, and how our choices impact ourselves and others. Philosophers, poets, and psychologists have debated the nature of love extensively, particularly in relation to ethics, the moral obligations of loving relationships, metaphysics, whether love reveals deeper truths about existence, and sociology, how cultural norms shape expressions of affection. While some dismiss philosophical inquiry into love as overly abstract, others celebrate its ability to illuminate universal truths, seeing parallels in fields like neuroscience, art, and therapy. Its influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on compassion, inclusivity, and social justice. Even today, the philosophy of love offers tools for addressing contemporary challenges, fostering emotional intelligence, resilience, and mutual understanding. As you reflect on the philosophy of love, consider how it shapes your understanding of connection, commitment, and care. Are there moments in your life where experiencing love has brought clarity, or perhaps confusion followed by insight? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by balancing passion with patience, desire with respect, and individuality with interdependence? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we relate, heal, and thrive in an increasingly interconnected world. Ultimately, the philosophy of love invites us to embrace the paradoxes of affection. It challenges us to see that love is not merely a feeling but an action, a choice to nurture, honor, and grow alongside others. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in vulnerability, recognizing that opening ourselves to love requires courage, yet it is through this openness that we find meaning, belonging, and transcendence. After all, love is not just something we feel, it is something we do, something we give, and something that makes us whole. Number 100. Philosophy of Death. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, silent desert as twilight descends, casting long shadows across the dunes. The stillness is profound, almost palpable, and in that quiet moment, you are confronted with an undeniable truth. Death is an inevitable part of life. This contemplation lies at the heart of the philosophy of death, a field that examines one of humanity's most universal yet enigmatic experiences. What does it mean to die? How should we live in the face of mortality? And what, if anything, lies beyond the threshold of death? These questions challenge us to confront our fears, clarify our values, and seek meaning in the finite nature of existence. At its core, the philosophy of death grapples with fundamental issues about the nature of mortality, the ethics surrounding dying, and the existential implications of impermanence. Thinkers like Epicurus argue that fear of death is irrational, as we will not experience non-existence after death. Where I am, death is not. Where death is, I am not. In contrast, existentialists like Martin Heidegger suggest that awareness of mortality gives life urgency and purpose, urging us to live authentically. Meanwhile, religious traditions offer diverse perspectives, from reincarnation in Hinduism and Buddhism to eternal judgment in Christianity and Islam, framing death not as an end but as a transition or transformation. Take a moment to sit with this idea. Think about your own relationship with death. Do you see it as a distant inevitability, something to be feared, or perhaps even embraced as part of life's cycle? Perhaps you've experienced the loss of a loved one, felt the weight of your own fleeting time, or wondered about the legacy you'll leave behind. The philosophy of death invites us to reflect deeply on these moments, recognizing that confronting mortality is not morbid but essential for living fully. It challenges us to balance acceptance with action, ensuring that our awareness of finitude inspires gratitude, connection, and intentionality rather than despair. Pause here for a moment. Reflect on the implications of viewing death not as an abstract concept but as a defining feature of human existence. Does this perspective enhance your appreciation of life? Or does it expose anxieties and uncertainties that make you uneasy? Critics argue that overemphasizing mortality risks overshadowing joy and possibility, while supporters counter that thoughtful engagement fosters resilience, compassion, and authenticity. The key lies in integration, acknowledging death without being consumed by it, allowing its presence to illuminate rather than diminish the value of living. Consider this analogy. Imagine a candle burning steadily in the dark. Its flame represents the vitality and brilliance of life, while the waning wax symbolizes the finite time we have. Rather than extinguishing the light prematurely through fear or denial, we can choose to let it shine brightly, sharing its warmth and glow with others until it naturally fades. Similarly, the philosophy of death sees mortality not as an adversary but as a teacher, guiding us to prioritize what truly matters. When we engage with this perspective, we are invited to consider not only how we die but how we live, and how our choices shape the legacy we leave behind. Philosophers, theologians, and psychologists have debated the nature of death extensively, particularly in relation to metaphysics, the nature of existence, ethics, how we care for the dying and honor the dead, and existentialism, the search for meaning in a finite world. While some dismiss philosophical inquiry into death as overly abstract, others celebrate its ability to illuminate universal truths, seeing parallels in fields like palliative care, grief counseling, and environmental stewardship. Its influence extends globally, inspiring movements focused on end-of-life planning, spiritual exploration, and ecological sustainability. Even today, the philosophy of death offers tools for addressing contemporary challenges, fostering mindfulness, humility, and interconnectedness. As you reflect on the philosophy of death, consider how it shapes your understanding of time, purpose, and relationships. Are there moments in your life where contemplating mortality has brought clarity, or perhaps fear followed by acceptance? Could adopting this perspective help you navigate challenges by balancing ambition with presence, material success with emotional fulfillment, and individuality with community? These reflections aren't just theoretical. They guide how we live, love, and let go in an ever-changing world. Ultimately, the philosophy of death invites us to embrace the paradox of impermanence. It challenges us to see that life gains depth and richness precisely because it is fleeting. Perhaps the greatest lesson lies in acceptance, recognizing that while death may take away, it also gives motivation to cherish every moment, courage to face uncertainty, and wisdom to find beauty in the transient. After all, it is not the length of our days but the quality of our living that defines us. These 100 ideas aren't just theories, they're tools for navigating life's toughest questions and most beautiful moments. Whether it's redefining happiness, confronting mortality, or embracing uncertainty, philosophy invites us to wonder, reflect, and grow. So what now? The answers lie not in finishing this journey, but in starting your own. Friend, if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up. It really helps others discover this content. Subscribe to the channel for more thought-provoking, mind-blowing content you can unwind and relax to. And don't forget to hit the bell icon so you never miss a new video. Thanks for watching.